to day one of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. Today is the world premiere of this 2022 deep exploration into how you can prevent and reverse dementia. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and I'm thrilled to be sharing this important information with you. There are too many people in the world who are told that there's nothing you can do about a dementia diagnosis. I'm here to tell you that it's almost overwhelming how much you can do to increase your cognitive health and reverse dementia. Together with my co-hosts, Dr. Bredesen and Dr. David Perlmutter, I would like to take a moment to thank all of the staff members, the people behind the scenes, every one of our amazing speakers, and most of all, our summit sponsors. Please be sure to check them out with the links given in the videos because they all help to make this incredible event possible. Special shout out to NeuroQ, Diagnostic Solutions Labs, Alzheimer's Risk Test by Cytox, Real-Time Labs, and Apollo Health, and Dr. Pollack. Today, we're going to hear from the greats in the space, Dr. David Perlmutter and Dr. Bredesen. We're also going to hear from survivors of dementia, Julie Gregory and Sally Weinrich, who both reversed their Alzheimer's disease. Tom O'Brien is going to share his insights into reversing cognitive decline, as are Nate Bergman, Isaac Eliaz, and Julie Luby, one of the health coaches who I work most closely with, is going to be interviewed by Dr. Bredesen to share how important health coaching is when it comes to getting the most out of this amazing protocol. Thanks again for joining me. I cannot wait to share all of this information with you and have you be getting the benefits from it. Welcome back to the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and I am absolutely thrilled to have Dr. Bredesen here today. He's an internationally recognized expert in the mechanisms of neurodegenerative diseases. And Dr. Bredesen's career has been guided by the simple idea that Alzheimer's as we know it is not just preventable, but also reversible. Thanks to his dedicated pursuit of finding the science that can make this a reality, this idea has placed Dr. Bredesen at the vanguard of neurological research and led to the discoveries that today underlie the RECODE report. Dr. Bredesen is the author of the New York Times bestseller, The End of Alzheimer's, as well as the End of Alzheimer's program. Dr. Bredesen is also a mentor of mine and has influenced my work profoundly and also the health of so many of my patients. I'm so grateful to him for his guidance and for taking the time out of his very busy schedule to be here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me, Heather. Always great to talk to you, and thanks for the fantastic work you're doing with your patients.
So one of the reasons I'm so excited to be recording this now at this time is because you and your group have just published a trial taking 25 participants through basically your whole program. So I'm thrilled that we can finally share with the world what you guys are finding. There's a study that we can point to not just the one patient here or there that is getting better in someone's clinic, but that there's robust science coming out. So would you please just describe the trial, how it was set up, the protocol, and then also what you found?
Yeah, great point. So, way back in 2011, we proposed the very first trial that would address all the different pieces, the things that we had identified in the laboratory over the years that were critical, things like specific pathogens and things like specific toxins and all the things that you deal with your patients as well. And we were not allowed to do the trial back in 2011 because it was, quote, multivariable, and the IRBs wanted this to be single variable. So you just had, drug or placebo. And so, of course, we objected and said, hey, wait a minute, this is not a one variable disease. So we wanted then to collect anecdotes. And as you know, we published anecdotes 2014, 2016, 2018, we published 100 with improvement that was documented. So then we went back in 2018 after that publication and said, okay, can we do the trial now? And they said no. And so I know, still crazy. So finally in 2019, we were allowed to do a proof of concept trial. It's only 25 patients, but the idea was it would allow us then, if we got good results with that, to go to a randomized controlled trial, which is what we're now in the midst of doing. So really very fortunate to link up with Diana Merriam and the Four Winds Foundation that supported this trial and were just fantastic. And then also three absolutely outstanding functional medicine physicians, Dr. Anne Hathaway, Dr. Kat Tubes, and Dr. Deborah Gordon. So really honored to work with them. And as you know, we basically took this from the test tube straight to the people and to say, okay, what are the things for each person instead of all previous trials, which, as you know, have predetermined what's going to be the treatment, which makes no sense. So they say ahead of time, everyone who comes in is going to be treated with drug X, no matter what's causing the problem, which makes very little sense. So the idea for this trial was to flip the script and say, okay, for each of these people, we're going to look at all the different determinants. And there are about 150 different determinants from their various genetic things. And we worked with Intellex DNA and Dr. Sharon Hausman-Cohen, whom you know, to look at the genetics, whether there were issues with glutathione related, with methylation related, with thrombosis related, on and on. And then also looking at the various biochemical parameters, the various microbiological parameters, looking at gut status, of course, looking at all the different pieces. And for each person, we were able to construct a fairly, hopefully a fairly accurate map of what were the contributors. And as you know, you virtually never see people with just one contributor. Typically, there are multiple things. Starting, of course, with the genetics with ApoE4 very commonly, and about half the people in the study turned out to be ApoE4 positive. But we saw all sorts of different things, as you can imagine, across the spectrum, and then tried to guide and target the treatment to each of those things. And of course, it included a core. So we had a mildly ketogenic, plant-rich diet for people. We wanted to look at their sleep. We wanted to look at their nocturnal oximetry. We wanted to look at their stress levels. We wanted to look at their hormonal levels. So all the things that you know well from functional medicine world that are critical. I think what the science has taught us is what the priorities are. There are things that have a fairly small input into cognitive decline, and then there are things that have a huge input into cognitive decline. And so then we can look at each of these and target these. And as you can imagine, the people who were able to comply, and we had people working with health coaches, so it was really fantastic, people working with nutritionists and people working with physical trainers, and then working with neurofeedback and things like that, did very, very well. And so we were very excited to see how much better the outcome was with these people than with a typical drug approach to Alzheimer's disease.
So how long did it take? How long were people in the trial? When were you getting the metrics?
Yeah, great point. So each person was on for 9 months. And so the idea was we typically see people improving within 3 to 6 months. So we looked at several variables. So we looked at their MoCA scores. We looked at their CNS vital signs scores so we could get a more sensitive indicator and also different domains. We looked at their AQ change scores. So in other words, did their partner notice? As you know, some of the drugs just barely reached statistical significance, but the partners couldn't tell any difference at all. So we wanted to know, did the partner also notice that these people were better, yes or no? And then we also looked at their MRI volumetrics. So we looked at what happened to their gray matter and what happened to their hippocampal volumes. And then we also looked at their brain HQ. So did they get better with their brain training, or were they failing on their brain training? So that way it gave us a lot of different complementary parameters that we could look at for these people.
And what did you find?
So yeah, so we looked, it was interesting. We looked at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then 9 months was the end, as I mentioned. And what was interesting to see was at 3 months, they had improved somewhat, but it was just reaching statistical significance. At 6 months, they had clearly reached statistical significance. And at 9 months, they were still better. And at that time, it was less than p less than 0.001. So really strikingly improved. And we had people who went from MoCAs of 19 to 30. Perfect scores of 30. So we had some dramatic improvements, and then we had some less dramatic improvements. And again, we had just a few people. So 84% of the people improved their scores, improved their CNS vital signs scores. 76% of the people improved their MoCA scores. And what was interesting is that their MRIs actually improved. So you can look at MRIs, and there's a great example of what actually happens with MRIs over time. If you have Alzheimer's or MCI, you typically lose a significant amount of gray matter volume and hippocampal volume each year, and you can see that going down. If you're aging normally with no complaints, you actually still lose a little bit on average. So these people who actually had MCI or Alzheimer's, and we had some with each, actually did better in terms of their MRI volume metrics than normal people who had no complaints. So their gray matter volume actually increased slightly. Their hippocampal volume was a slight decrease, but as I say, less decrease than just normal aging. So for all these parameters, they did well. And by the way, their AQ change scores, their partners noticed that they did well as well. So by all these different criteria, and actually 100% of them improved their brain HQ scores. So just practicing getting on this, they all did better with that. So I think, again, it really supports the idea that targeting the things that are driving the decline really is the way to go. Now, of course, we didn't include people with MoCA scores of 0 or 5 or 10. And that's one of the reasons I'm very excited about your trial, where you're looking at people with MoCA scores down to 12. Ours was 19 through 30, and with CNS vital signs that were abnormal as well. And so I think it's going to be very interesting and very important what you see in your trial.
So one of the questions that I get asked most frequently in my office is, if we do this, if we put the money and the effort and all of this energy, if I go to part-time work so I can help my mom or dad do this, how likely is it that we're going to get benefit? And that really was what drove me to ask the question of, who's going to get benefit and how often, so that I can have a lot of confidence telling these families. I think one of the big things I want to come back to that you mentioned was the changes that the spouses saw, right? Alzheimer's is so devastating, not only to that individual, but to the entire family network that's affected. And sometimes it's not even just the family, right? They're out of the workforce, and a caregiver can come out of the workforce often to take care of that person. It doesn't just take down the patient, it affects many people around them. And you measuring, we failed to do that in the next trials. I think everyone should be doing that, because how we define success is really important here. And that's what I want to draw attention to for our listeners, is that the changes that a caregiver notices can have, that has more, you start to get exponential impact.
Right.
And when we compare this to what some of the drug makers are looking for in terms of success, I want to be really clear about the differences there. What you're talking about is improvement. What they're talking about is a slowing of decline. So I know you have a slide that really represents this well.
Yeah, let me just show this. That's a great point. Let me just show the difference here. So I think you're right. The semantics of success are very important. So this is just to illustrate that on average, if you have someone who has Alzheimer's or MCI, and this is in published literature, then you lose on average about 3.4 points on a 30-point scale per year. So you lose, whether you're talking about MMSE or MoCA, you're losing a little bit each year. The best, and so aducanumab, which was just approved in June by the FDA, so-called ABIHM, this in its best trial, and I should say in one trial it failed completely, but in another trial at one dose only, the best it did was to slow the decline by 22%. So it's not making people have a better cognition, it's just slowing the decline. And unfortunately, years ago, one of the husbands to one of the patients said, I know that drug makers are trying to make drugs that slow the decline. He said, but speaking as someone who's the spouse of someone with relatively late stage Alzheimer's, this is the last thing that I would want to see. So it's really tough. And we all want to get things earlier on, get people, I think that's one of the big goals, to get people to come in earlier. And I should say in the aducanumab trial, the range of cognitive scores that they took were very similar to what we did in our trial. So ours were 19 and above for the MoCA scores. And so you can see here in the trial, in our trial, on average, there was a 3.89 point improvement. So they actually had improved cognition. Now, as I said, we had people going from 19 to 30, but on average, it was 3.9. And a lot of them, there was a bit of a ceiling effect because people would start at 26. Well, you can't go up too much from 26. You can only go to 30. But this is what we saw on average. So I think that you're absolutely right. It's important to talk about the semantics of success. So many people have asked me, well, should I put my spouse on this drug because do you think it will help? Do you think it will make them better? Well, that's not what the drug is for. It's simply to, in the best case scenario, slow the decline. And of course, that's with 17% of them developing microbleeds in the brain, about 40% developing some form of edema, swelling in the brain, headaches, all sorts of issues. And with the ApoE4 positives, it was about 50% who had complications. So I think as many neurologists have said, this is not the drug we were looking for. This is a drug, but it's not the goal.
So that's another point that I really want to drive home here is the difference in side effect profiles, right? So we're talking about a drug that can cause microhemorrhages, so bleeding in the brain, swelling in the brain, high cost burden to Medicare or whoever's paying for it to make sure that these side effects are managed. On the flip side, what are some of the side effects of your intervention?
That's a great point. So the intervention that we use, the side effects have been better weight control, improved lipid profile, improved glycemic profile, improved insulin sensitivity, improved microbiomes, improved depression, more joy, happiness. Now, to be fair, yes, it's a complex approach. You're hitting various things. And so you do, it definitely helps to have a health coach. But what people found is that they have more energy, they do better, they feel better, they sleep better. Their whole lives are improved. And again, I think this comes back to this fundamental schism in medicine. When I was trained in medicine, and I'm sure when you were as well, there was a lot about writing a prescription and a lot about kind of non-physiologically relevant, although I know you were trained in a more physiologically relevant environment, which is fantastic. Human beings are complex organisms, and I think we're now understanding that there is so much more that we can do to address the physiological parameters that are driving the decline to begin with. We are unfortunately still laboring under the Flexner report of over 100 years ago that changed American medicine and said medicine should be more scientifically based. Great. The science has moved on by more than a century, and the medicine really hasn't. So it's now time to increase our data set size, to have more complex algorithms, to have deeper dives into what's actually causing these problems. So I think that, that is the future. And I think that the part of that future is going to be a future where we really pretty much end these complex chronic illnesses, from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's to Lewy body disease to, on and on.
Yeah, this is such a really great point, is that the science and the paradigm that we're using, they don't match anymore, right? And we have the ability, we have the intellect, we have the people, we have the technology to really start to match the complexity of the human body with our intervention. And there's nothing stopping us other than sort of these social constructs.
Right. It's interesting to me that, Google knows where you shop. They know, how you're living your life. They know a lot of things about you, and they have some very complex algorithms to use. Now, why are we not using that same sort of technology to identify people in their earliest changes? And there's been discussion about using changes in keystrokes, for example, or using changes in pickup. When Alexa's listening to you, Alexa can tell you, hey, your voice is beginning to change in a way that suggests that you may be at the earliest stages of cognitive change. So I think for the future, having the earliest ability to get people to make sure that you now are going to reverse your cognitive decline is absolutely feasible and will be the way of the future. If we simply get people to come in earlier, either for prevention or earliest reversal, we really can make neurodegenerative diseases rare, beginning with Alzheimer's, but then including these others. And let me just make one other quick point here. One of the biggest things that has held all of us back, and I think has actually hurt millions of patients, is the term mild cognitive impairment. So if you look at what happens to all of us, to people who are developing Alzheimer's, there are these 4 stages. So you have a pre-symptomatic stage where you can already pick up changes on PET scans and spinal fluid and things like that. And so we call this pre-symptomatic. Then we have SCI, subjective cognitive impairment, which typically lasts about 10 years. It's easy during that time to reverse the decline, but very rarely do people do anything about it. Then the 3rd stage out of 4, we call mild cognitive impairment. At that point, you're relatively late in the pathophysiological process. So this is very much like saying, oh, don't worry, you just have mildly metastatic cancer. It's really a late stage. And so to me, MCI should be called advanced stage Alzheimer's. It's the 3rd of 4 stages. And by the time you're actually told you have Alzheimer's, that is final stage Alzheimer's. You're actually now losing activities of daily living. Typically, you've now had the underlying process for 2 decades. So we're hurting the patients, we're hurting our practices, and we're hurting the global burden of neurodegeneration by saying, oh, don't worry, it's just MCI. We really want to get people in far before that, hopefully for prevention or at the latest for SCI, which really should be called early Alzheimer's disease. That's when the changes are actually there and they're already symptomatic.
The reason this is so important is because this drives human behavior, right? There are so many people who are still told the old, outdated, factually inaccurate narrative that there's nothing you can do by their neurologist, who's very well-meaning, but who doesn't realize that there are interventions that can work. And so people are driven to either hide it or go further into denial, and they delay getting the care that could help. So changing the storyline so that people hear, go soon, go immediately when you start to notice change, that's when we can have the biggest impact. That's when we can really prevent this disease from essentially torturing you and your family. So,
exactly right. So a number of people that were in the book that's coming up, The First Survivors of Alzheimer's, they are worried about their families. So now the idea is you're going to end it with this generation, and none of the future generations should have this problem.
Alzheimer's is optional. There are things that we can do, especially if they're done early on, that can prevent the progression of the neurodegeneration. So there's a lot we know, a lot more certainly than even a handful of years ago. What are some of the intriguing things to you that we don't know? What are some of the important questions that are left unanswered?
Great point. And I think there are a couple of directions that things are happening. So we looked initially in the laboratory at what is the fundamental nature of this problem. And what came out of this was surprising and interesting to me, in that it really is, if you look at the fundamental nature of this problem, it is a network insufficiency. So just as you would have a deficiency of vitamin C giving you scurvy, this simply is a more complex insufficiency. It's an insufficiency of a network, so that now the network demand exceeds the network supply for years. And then ultimately you start bringing the network down. Very much, by the way, it's very much analogous to what happened with COVID-19. We had an insult, SARS-CoV-2. Everyone was told shelter in place, pull back, go into a protective mode, a downsizing protective mode. And of course, we end up with a recession. Your brain is doing the same thing. It's exposed to pathogens, things like P. gingivalis and things like various fungi, herpes simplex, Lyme disease, toxins, all these sorts of things. And your brain is saying, okay, I'm going to go into a protective downsizing mode. So we then simply have to address these things. So we look at that, and then there are kind of 2 critical directions. One is, can we now adapt this and look at the specific neurochemistry for other diseases? So we're now started what we call the ARC project, ARK, because the ARC was 2 by 2 by 2. This is small numbers of patients, and we're dealing with the first ones who have macular degeneration. So we're very excited. It's a different chemistry, but there are some of the same sorts of things. And then the next one is going to be Parkinson's, Lewy body, and on and on. So we're very interested to go in that direction and see if we can adapt this approach to all other neurodegenerative diseases. At the same time, as you kind of implied, we're also looking at how do we now make this better? What about people who come in with single-digit MoCA scores, who truly have very late-stage Alzheimer's? And so I'm very interested in setting up another trial that we would call the SARA trial, Severe Alzheimer's Reversal Attempt. So this is an attempt. What do we need to add? So, for example, what if you take these people now and there's no question, anecdotally, there are a few people who will improve their MoCA scores. We've seen people go from 0 to 6, 7, 9. We've never seen anyone go from 0 to 30. What are we missing? Do you need a brain transplant? Do you need stem cells? Do you need intranasal trophic factors? Do you need, what is it that you need to make people do even better? Of course, we hope that ultimately that won't be an issue because nobody will wait that long. So we'd like to understand. So all sorts of interesting new areas, as you know, plasmalogens, all really interesting work by the biochemist, Dr. Dan Goodnow, on plasmalogens, which are typically low in people. How do we improve those? And is that going to turn out to be critical? I think the jury's still out. We don't yet know, but they certainly look very promising. What about stem cells? And are there specific ones that are going to be better than others? And are you going to have to administer them in a better, in a different way? Do you want to open the blood-brain barrier, which is a common thing that's done when stem cells are administered? Is that going to be more helpful? I think there's a lot of promise for some of the intranasal trophic factors. So things like Davunitide, which failed unfortunately in the past, but of course it was used as a monotherapy. So all of these things where they try to use it as a monotherapy, I do think the future is going to be to combine targeted drugs along with the protocols where we can target the things so that you're now going after what's causing the problem, but you also have very powerful drugs against specific molecular targets. I do think it'll be interesting to see when you take things that are anti-amyloid, which I think are not a great idea at the beginning. The amyloid's there for a reason. But now after you've addressed those things, is it going to be okay secondarily to begin to remove the amyloid? And I think that is going to be an important question. The concern is, are we going to cause cerebral hemorrhage? So we're still arguing about whether we should be trying to include this as a control in this next trial. My concern is it might be a bit dangerous. I mean, we don't want to cause cerebral hemorrhage in people. We don't want to cause edema and things like that. However, maybe very low doses over time to help slowly remove that amyloid, which you now no longer theoretically need because you don't have the same insults. Of course, there's a lot now on microdosing of various things like LSD and various things, the ayahuasca and psilocybin and all these sorts of things. So there's some promise there with small doses of these as well. You have to be a little bit careful. There's some interesting work on cannabinoid receptors and fairly direct roles in the process of amyloid and cognitive decline. So I think that what's really interesting to me is we've been taught that the arsenal is zero. There's nothing you can do to prevent or reverse or delay the decline of Alzheimer's, and therefore don't check your ApoE status, don't look. And I think the truth is just the opposite of that. The arsenal is huge, and the critical piece is knowing when to use it, how to use it, what to target, and knowing what the critical species are. Now, one thing we are finding, and I'm sure you're seeing the same thing, people will improve and then plateau, and there's something being missed. And sometimes we'll say, okay, this turns out, and one example, for example, is a person who did very well, then started to have a little problem actually, and turned out to have undiagnosed babesia. And when that was addressed, she then did very well once again. In other people, it turns out to be things like leaky gut, or it turns out to be things like undiagnosed or unrecognized toxins that were present. One recent one turned out to be just a person who was now under additional stress and just removing that stress. And I was, as a scientist, I used to think that stress wasn't particularly important. And I have to say, it's turning out to be very important. And of course, I can't argue with the data. So things like meditation, which we never considered in the laboratory, turn out for some people to be absolutely crucial to getting best outcomes. So I think we're all once we kind of have the background, we have the template, we're now all seeing how we can make this better, 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 better. And so I'm really interested to see, what you see. Now, I should say, we just looked at the data. So we published the data on the preprint server, medRxiv. We've now looked at what happens when you just don't do the trial, but you just take large sums of data from many, many practitioners. So we've had, as you know, over 2,000 practitioners who've now been trained. No one's following them, so that therefore that you don't have the same level of compliance with the program. And no surprise, the data show that on average, people did a little better, but it clearly wasn't as good as the trial. So getting people to do the right thing and optimizing things really turns out to be important. And this is much more like surgery than it is like medicine. There are doctors who are getting almost everybody to get better, and there are doctors who are getting almost nobody to get better. So it really does depend on, because you become good at this over time and working with people and getting your best outcomes.
So one of the things that people can do right now that they could take away today is a cognoscopy, is what you call it. Yeah. So if someone is listening to this and they're saying, this makes a ton of sense, what can I go do tomorrow? Can you describe what they would ask their doctor to do, essentially?
Yeah, that's a good point. And so, the idea was simply that we all know that when we turn 50, we should get a colonoscopy. So that we know where we stand, and we can make sure that we lower our risk of dying from colorectal cancer. So our idea was, okay, don't forget the cognoscopy. You want to, if you're 45 or older, and certainly if there's Alzheimer's in your family, you probably even want to do this at 40. So at some point, you want to find out, where do I stand? And it's really the four big groups of things that you want to know. You want to know, are there ongoing pathogens? Are there ongoing toxins? What's the status on trophic support, so hormones and nutrients and things like that? And then what's the status on energetics, which means, it's going to mean cerebral blood flow, oxygenation, especially people who have sleep apnea, that's a huge issue, mitochondrial function, and then your ketones. Are you getting combustible substrates there? And that's where you can even see on a PET scan that people who have Alzheimer's and pre-Alzheimer's are not doing well with utilization of glucose in their temporal lobes and parietal lobes. So for a cognoscopy, we look at that set of things. We're looking at the various nutrients and the various hormones and the various inflammatory, metabolic and inflammatory parameters, and looking at gut microbiome and those sorts of things, which are critical to know. And again, it's so interesting to me that 100 years ago, we were all dying of acute illnesses like, TB and pneumococcal pneumonia and diphtheria and things like this. And now we're all dying of these complex chronic illnesses. And the bad news is you don't get the symptoms until relatively late in the disease, just as we see with Alzheimer's. The good news is, if you know what to look for, of course, you can see them coming 10, 20 years ahead of time. So if you simply know what to look for, then you can look at these. And just as we all know our cholesterol, we all know our blood pressures, we should all know these other parameters. And what's been really interesting, I think the wearables are going to be so helpful, as everyone's now being able to follow themselves. So you can see where your glucose stands. You can even do it day to day. You can even do CGM, continuous glucose monitoring, which is so surprising to so many people. They find out that they have these huge peaks and valleys, both of which are bad for your brain, so that they're developing their insulin resistance, but then they're also crashing at night and waking up in the middle of the night, not realizing, oh, my glucose is 45, that's why I'm waking up. Your heart rate variability. I'm following my own, and I can see, when I'm under a lot of stress, it's going to get way low. And then when you're just relaxing and you're doing some deep breathing and things like that, boom, you're so much better. So that's a critical variable. Just simple things, following your blood pressure, looking at your nocturnal oximetry, making sure that you're getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping at night, looking at your sleep stages, looking at your ketone levels, these things, and then looking even at your vascular elasticity. These are all things that we can all do fairly easily and monitor ourselves. And at the same time, we can see, are we getting too far? You can use things like a breathalyzer. So a couple of weeks ago, I decided, okay, I'm going to try my wife, my daughter, and I all said, we're going to try fasting mimicking diet. It was very interesting. I mean, my ketones went off the charts high, but actually it was too much too soon. And I actually had to back down a little bit because I started feeling horrible. It was like too much. So I had to kind of ease into it a bit more. And so for all of us, we can now see these things, which really gives us a leg up to see, okay, I'm in a situation where I am at high risk for Alzheimer's. And of course, knowing your ApoE4 status or ApoE status and other genetics as well can be very, very helpful for this as well. So we really have so much control over our own future. As you just said earlier, Alzheimer's is now optional.
So this can feel, I know for a lot of patients or people listening, if you're new to this can feel a bit overwhelming. And if you would like a guide or a coach, whether it's a doctor or a health coach or someone to help you through this, the Apollo website is a phenomenal one. So Dr. Bredesen and his team have developed the Apollo website, and you can now access practitioners. So you can find practitioners who have been trained by Dr. Bredesen and the team there to do this work. So don't let this be discouraging. This is a very, very hopeful time where there's a lot of access. Like you said, there's over 2,000 doctors or providers who have been trained. And so the help is out there. The word is getting out. Also, your books are very, very informative. So you can get started on your own. I've seen lots of patients who they get better. They follow the book. They get a lot better just by doing the diet and lifestyle things they can do on their own. And then 6 or 8 months later, they come to me and say, I think we're plateauing as a husband and wife team. I want to get more out of this. And then we do all the lab work. So there's a lot of ways to kind of interface with this and use this information at home. Do you have anything else to add to that about how people can get those really vital resources?
No, I think that you've hit on all the critical things. So you can go to drbredesen.com. You can go on the Apollo Health Co. Website. And this will give you information. We also put it in the second book, The End of Alzheimer's Program, a lot of specifics on where to go to get additional information. And as you said, people will often get improvements just on their own, doing some of the basics. And then we'll say, okay, now how do I have to keep tweaking to get better and better outcomes? And that's one thing I think that's been very interesting to see. It's not like classical medicine where you write a prescription and say, come back in 2 months. You're continually improving because you are dealing with a very complex system, your brain's synaptic connections, and there are multiple things that will impact this. And so, in fact, you can continue to get better. And the most important thing of all, interestingly, something that you don't get just from the trials, is the sustaining. So if you look at, for example, a drug like Aricept, you get a little bump, but then you go right back to declining. And in fact, over the time course, over several years, what's actually been published is that people who were on Aricept did slightly worse than people who weren't on it, unfortunately. Because yes, they got the initial bump, but they went right back to declining. Whereas when you do the right things and you're actually addressing the things that are causing the decline, when you get the improvement, you sustain the improvement. And if you continue to optimize, you can actually even enhance the improvement. And we now have people who are on for over 9 years who have continued their improvement for this 9 years.
Wow. So kind of taking this back to a bigger, more kind of global scale, the population is aging, right? We have more and more of us are older, and we are going to need some solutions. Otherwise, literally in this country, Medicare may go bankrupt. And there are many people who, not to be too negative here, but I see it. I have patients who show up in my office and they didn't have kids. They don't have close family, or they're the youngest of their siblings, and they're terrified of getting older and not having either the financial resources or the network, the social network that's necessary to age gracefully and age in a way that they would look forward to. And so we really need to start reimagining as a society what aging looks like and how we address these neurodegenerative disorders that are so common in the senior population. So I'm curious, if we were to take that step back and look at what do the global solutions look like? What's your vision?
This is such a good point. And I was just talking to a professor yesterday who was talking about the amount of money he was spending, over $200,000 per year for his poor wife who's in late stage Alzheimer's. It was so sad to hear. And this has been a burden. It's been a burden in so many ways. Finances are one way, but there's so many other things, and torn families apart. It's of course ruined the finances of the families, the interactions with the children and the spouses, and of course it's just just the psychological impacts are huge. And so this is a problem, as you indicated. And in fact, as Professor Christine Yaffe published a few years ago, this is now the third leading cause of death in the United States. It's actually number 2 in the United Kingdom. So this is a huge and growing problem. And so you're absolutely right. We really need now to fashion what would it be like a global program. It would be like a global vaccine program, but in this case, it's a global program to prevent neurodegenerative disease. And in cases where it hasn't been prevented, to make the earliest reversals possible. And if you think about this, you want to have a way that's efficient. That's the key. You want to have a way that where you really get everybody without bankrupting Medicare. And so the idea would be to have a layered program. So it's a little bit like a pyramid. You're starting out with a simple set of things, just as you talked about earlier, where people do some basic diet and lifestyle things. Everyone can do some simple things and even get evaluated for a couple of simple points like their genetics, and very inexpensive, and do that. So the vast majority of these people should never suffer cognitive decline. And then what you can do for essentially free is once a year, you simply check to see where they're going. Again, you can do it by CNS vital signs. You can do it even by, the people are now looking at keystrokes and things like this. So there are other ways to go. So you look to see where people say. Now, what will happen is most of these will not go on to starting to have problems. A small subset will. Those people, now you have to take the next step. So they'll have a little more evaluation. They'll have a little more, it'll be a more extensive program. The majority of those will turn around and do very well. A small number of those will go on. So what you have is you now have a graduated hierarchical approach where smaller and smaller numbers of people. So you'll only ultimately have a very few people that will actually break through these different layers and actually have cognitive decline despite an evaluation. And those people, ultimately, they will have some time in the hospital. You have to look very deeply at all the different parameters. Why did they break through these relatively straightforward programs? And I think you've done an absolutely fantastic job by setting up Marama, where you're taking now of course, the disadvantage is you're seeing people relatively later in the process. Ultimately, what we like to see is that the vast majority of people would never get that far along. But for those who do, you have a fantastic program, and really the first of its kind, I think, is a real role model for so many other places around the world that will be looking, instead of simply watching people decline, will be actively involved in improving them and sustaining some level of cognition so that they now aren't lost to the families. So I really congratulate you for such an outstanding job for setting up Marama.
Thank you. One of my big goals is I would feel successful if we could shift that entire senior living industry a little bit in our direction, kind of like what you're saying. Like if we just got the food right, what would be the change? Even just if we looked at the numbers, right? The healthcare dollars that are spent in the people living in kind of a conventional setting where there's, cake, cookies, ice cream, pasta, cereal, versus what we know is a very brain healthy diet. So what would the financial impact just be at the healthcare level, right? Not to mention all of the other pieces. I think you and I can predict what that would look like. But just showing people how those relatively simple interventions with using information that we already have can really shift the trajectory of someone's health. And the quality of life is another thing. I'm sure you guys measured that. We're measuring quality of life scores in our study. And, you expect improvement because people feel generally healthier. Yeah, it's such an exciting time.
Absolutely. So as you and yeah, absolutely. And I would just add, in addition to all the things that we've been talking about, there was a nice paper recently, as you know, by Dr. Kara Fitzgerald, who was looking at aging parameters, looking at essentially methylated regions of the DNA that have been shown to be associated very closely with biological aging, and showing that doing some of these same sorts of things, not only is it making your cognition better, but it's actually giving you a reversal of your biological aging, so that she saw about 3.26 younger years on people who were on a protocol that, again, some of the same sorts of things compared to the ones who weren't on that. So we're going to be looking at biological aging with her on this next study. So
Oh,
it'll
I'm
be
so
very
glad.
interesting to see, can we see cognitive improvement, but can we also see improvement in biological aging?
So Ryan Bradley, I mentioned to you earlier, he's my co-PI and my co-primary investigator on our trial, and he
Wow.
supported her as her co-PI on her trial. So I'm very
Oh,
familiar, because I know that crowd,
yeah.
they're my naturopathic colleagues, very familiar. And I know
Okay.
the metric they used, the gentleman at UCLA, the professor
Right,
there
Dr.
who,
Horvath.
yeah, Horvath, has created that kind of that way to test it. So for people interested, you can actually get a test. Is it True Diagnostics? I think is the name of their company.
I
Um,
think it is, yeah. I
yeah,
think it
and
is.
so
But
we've
her paper's
started.
published, so you can take a look at what they used.
And they have a lifestyle intervention. There was another one, I think, that used DHEA and something else. They didn't get quite as good data as Dr. Fitzgerald did, but there's a few people looking at this, at how do we reverse the aging clock? So not just neurodegenerative things, but even taking that a step further and saying, how can everybody get benefit? We don't just have to focus on the brain, but how do we how can we live better, not just longer lives, but better lives? One of the
Absolutely.
fun conversations I had recently was with another woman who was imagining and kind of a place like Marama on the East Coast. And we were talking about how fun it would be if by the time we retire, there's sort of this expectation that maybe you and your spouse, or you and a friend, go to sort of a retreat center for 6 to 12 months. And you basically learn, okay, it's that shift in your life, right? Where you kind of graduate into retirement, and how do you want to live it? Maybe you could go somewhere in the mountains or at the beach, whatever sounds nice, and learn to live the healthiest lifestyle for aging, and then take those patterns back to your home and your family, and start to incorporate that. So like a Marama, but earlier on, so that we could do
Yes.
that prevention. And how fun. I would sign up for that.
Yeah, no, and I think you're right. I mean, taking this to more like what would people would think of as a senior center, where you don't wait for cognitive changes or other changes. And yeah, I think we've all been taught that it's all about a drug. Just get a drug for each problem, and instead of the fact that, in fact, as we understand more and more, getting a healthy setup and understanding what's driving a lack of health is so much more powerful than we were taught in medical school. And so you're right, going to a place where you'd actually learn, essentially learning to live healthily, which we kind of take for granted. Oh yeah, I'm just going to eat, change this or that. No, there are a lot of things. Again, there's so much more biochemical manipulation that can be done in a very healthy way than we were taught. So the fundamental way we think about retirement and we think about medicine really needs to change.
Amazing. Dr. Bredesen, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you and I both are in hotel rooms at conferences, meeting
Yeah.
with other people, really doing the work
Yeah.
of changing this narrative. And I couldn't be more grateful to you for your support of Marama, of giving me the tools so that we could have this impact on the lives of those who are suffering essentially unnecessarily at this point.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think many places are, ignoring the wonderful data that are coming out from numerous places like yours. And therefore they're putting people unfortunately at risk. And so I look forward to a day when we really can make these problems rare. And congratulations once again on all the great work. I really look forward to reading about your exciting results in your trial.
Thank you again.
If you're enjoying these presentations so far, consider taking home a lifetime VIP access to the entire Reverse Alzheimer's Summit at a special discount right now. This won't last long. Remember, you're not only getting on-demand access to 50 plus expert interviews, plus the bonus gifts, you're also helping support our mission in getting this groundbreaking health information out to as many people as possible. Thank you for your help. Welcome to the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and I could not be more delighted and more privileged to welcome Dr. David Perlmutter today. He is a board-certified neurologist and 5-time New York Times best-selling author. His books have been published in 32 languages and include the #1 New York Times bestseller, Grain Brain: The Surprising Truth About Wheat, Carbs, and Sugar, with over 1 million copies in print. He's also recognized internationally as a leader in the field of nutritional influences on neurological disorders, hence why we have him here today. He serves as a member of the editorial board for the Journal of Alzheimer's Disease and has published extensively in peer-reviewed scientific journals, including the Archives of Neurology, Neurosurgery, and the Journal of Applied Nutrition. Dr. Perlmutter is the host of a great podcast called The Empowering Neurologist. I listen to every episode. I'm a huge fan, and also the video series, The Science of Prevention. He's been interviewed on many nationally syndicated television programs, including 2020, CNN, Fox News, The Today Show, Oprah, Dr. Oz, and many others. Dr. Perlmutter, thank you again for joining us. Welcome.
I'm so delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
So we met in person briefly at a recent conference, and it was hard for me to pin you down because you kept taking off to go hiking, which I love. There is something really compelling about taking advice from someone who actually lives it. The things that you and I talk about, they're not always easy to implement, right? We're asking people to get more exercise and make better decisions around food and diet in the face of a culture that has sugar and alcohol and sitting on your butt. It's really easy to just do that, right? What do you think are the most important lifestyle choices that you make every day, or at least most days, right? We're not all perfect.
Well, I think it'd be great just to let your audience know that where you and I had that conversation was in the parking lot in the Venetian Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. So when you talk about alcohol and sugar and sitting on your butt all day, that, what else could come to mind? And you're right. So my wife and I decided, and son, he visited as well, that we were going to get out of town, and we went hiking at Red Rock. So the point is, it's really important. We are kind of inculcated with the notion that we should live our lives come what may. And then once things start to happen, there'll be a magic fix, no matter what it is. Yeah. You cannot take care of yourself and ultimately have degeneration of your hip, and you can get a new one or a knee or whatever, but you can't really get a new brain. And it's really so important that we realize there's nothing pharmaceutical available. As you and I have this conversation right now, and we think back of what happened in February of 2021 with this ABIHM drug, it was the rave, but actually it didn't work. So we have nothing in the pharmacopoeia to treat this incredibly pervasive situation called senile dementia of the Alzheimer's type, now affecting some 6 million Americans. Highly, it's 50% of people who are age 85 or older. So in that age group, you couldn't call it an epidemic. It's way beyond epidemic, and yet no one talks about it. And no one talks about it until a loved one is involved, or it's your choice of profession, or in my case, both. So we have the data, and we've had it for a couple of decades, that lifestyle choices that you bring up are exceedingly valuable in choosing a more appropriate destiny for our cognitive function. And it's the mission then to get that information out to people. And that's why you and I are doing what we're doing today. It's because there are there's powerful scientific research that supports exactly what it is that we will talk about. The idea that physical exercise can preserve the brain, the idea that keeping blood sugar under control, reducing inflammation, reducing stress, getting a good night's sleep, involving a ketogenic diet from time to time. There's so many areas to explore. And yet, you know, again, most people ask themselves, well, why bother? Well, you begin to wonder why you bother when you're faced with Alzheimer's or cognitive dysfunction for yourself or your loved one. And then you wish you would have heard this information. So there's a lot to talk about, that's for sure.
Yeah, there are so many people who are still told that there's nothing you can do for dementia. And yet there is so much that you can do that it can sometimes get a little overwhelming. And especially if you're in the position of being maybe the loved one or the child of someone with dementia, potentially there are genetic predispositions that you may have. At that conference, I heard you mention that you think almost 100% of dementia can be related to genetics. Can you explain how you got there?
Yeah, and that raised a lot of eyebrows, and I'm glad. I always like to do that. You know, traditionally, we have said about 3 to 5% of Alzheimer's may be genetic or have a strong genetic component. And that, you know, I think traditionally that's valid. We know that there are certain genes, presenilin gene, the APOE array, have a role to play in terms of risk, no question. They predispose, they don't determine, they're not determinants. But through the lens of how we are currently challenging our highly refined genome that has served us well for millions of years, how we're suddenly challenging that genome and all of its downstream attributes with our current lifestyle, that's where I make the statement that the issue relating genome to Alzheimer's or diabetes or obesity or any of the chronic metabolic issues is this inappropriate relationship between our current environment and our evolution. In other words, what our genome wants to see or should see and what it's actually seeing based upon the lifestyle choices that we are making. And what I was speaking about, and you know, I've been speaking about this in terms of blood sugar for quite some time, but what I was speaking about at the conference where we ran into each other was the idea that humans were put under environmental pressure, actually our primate ancestors, long before they were humans, 14 to 17 million years ago, with a time when the earth became cooler and there wasn't as much food available. And it was a very powerful selection input. In other words, it tended to select those individuals who could make a little more body fat and who could raise their blood sugar just a little bit and might have even had a little bit more inflammation to help protect them against infection. Not a lot, but just enough that they were the ones who survived and the others perished. So whatever gene changes this group was experiencing would be passed on. And ultimately, we've determined that one of the gene mutations that happened some 14 to 17 million years ago in our primate ancestors was the gene array that deals with the formation of an enzyme called uricase that breaks down uric acid such that it became less functional, meaning that these ancestors had higher levels of uric acid. Now, most people have heard of uric acid in the context of gout, sure. But now we know that uric acid is a central player as it relates to our metabolism, that uric acid is playing a major role in our blood pressure control, our lipogenesis, how much fat we produce, how much fat we burn, our metabolic state, even the production of new blood sugar called gluconeogenesis and insulin resistance are all highly influenced by our uric acid levels. Those of our ancestors who had slightly higher levels of uric acid survived and passed on to the next generation that mutation, the uricase gene. There are actually several of them mutations. And each human today walking the planet has that mutation such that we are predisposed to make more fat, to raise our blood sugar, to raise our blood pressure when we consume certain foods like fructose, fruit sugar. The consumption of fructose millions of years ago and continuing on to our Paleolithic ancestors allowed them to survive. They'd find the berries in the fall, eat that level of fructose. They would make it through the winter when they couldn't find food. So it's been a wonderful adaptive genetic scenario nowadays with the incredible change in our diets with much higher levels of fructose. higher levels of other chemicals that make uric acid, like purines, and higher levels of alcohol. We're making uric acid left, right, and center, and it's telling our bodies to make fat, make blood pressure higher, make blood sugar higher. And so in a very real sense, then, these metabolic diseases like cardiovascular disease and Alzheimer's and some forms of cancer, and certainly type 2 diabetes, represent a genetic issue. They relate back to these changes in the human genome that were, for 99.9% of our time, survival mechanisms. Now, when they are challenged by our current environment, they're leading to these metabolic issues, these chronic degenerative conditions that are ranked by the World Health Organization as the #1 cause of death on our planet right now, not some kind of infection. It's actually the chronic degenerative conditions. Good news is, but these are related to our lifestyle choices, and we can rein them in when we make better choices. And that's what, the messaging is all about.
That's really exciting that we have control over a lot of this. I know that you get into this in the book, but I want to give our listeners some of the kind of tangibles. What is the ideal range for uric acid, and how frequently do you suggest testing that, especially if you're going to make one of these lifestyle interventions? Can you start reversing this in 12 weeks? Can this be resolved?
Oh, much sooner than that. You can reverse your uric acid or begin to institute change within days. That's the good news. One study actually in England looked at 22 young men who had slight elevation of uric acid and put them on either quercetin, 500 milligrams a day, or a placebo. And in 2 weeks, their uric acid levels came down 8%. That's dramatic. So, when you couple to that quercetin, you couple to that lowering your fructose consumption, making other dietary changes, you can really have an impact on uric acid very, very quickly. So I generally check my uric acid not that frequently because it generally is remaining low. I check it at home with a uric acid monitor, happen to have it right here on my desk, and there it is. And my last level was, whatever that says, 4.7. And so to answer your question about what it should be, when you go to the doctor's office and you have your uric acid level checked, the lab that it spits out will tell you that the normal range is 7 or below. And I have a problem with that on 2 counts. First of all, I don't like normal range for my patients. Normal is lame. I want optimal. I want tip-top Tony. I want people to be really achieving extraordinary health, not just average, which is what normal is, right? And the other thing is that number 7.0 was derived based on gout, based on risk for gout, and based upon the level of uric acid in the blood where it begins to form crystals, which is what gout is all about. Although now we know that people who have elevated uric acid actually have crystals forming in their blood vessels, in their heart, and even in the prostate gland. So it's something beyond just your great toe, for example. So we're targeting a level of 5.5 milligrams per deciliter or lower. That's the level below which we begin to really have an impact on risk for cardiometabolic issues, risk for neurometabolic issues. I know that's not yet a term, but I'm going to throw it around and hope that it gains traction. Neurometabolic, you heard it first. And so it's certainly a lot lower than what was determined to be the cutoff in the past, and gratefully so.
What I love about this as a provider is that it's so simple and cheap and easy. If a patient walks into my office, we can get this done through LabCorp or Quest. It's widely available, usually covered by insurance, very inexpensive. And that, as you know, I work closely with Dr. Bredesen and have been implementing this protocol, doing a lot of the testing, which is very, very extensive, and it's not accessible to everyone, but something as simple as uric acid that gives us so many insights into this neurometabolic state is it's just doable, right? It's that simple ability to do it and take action and use that data to make some lifestyle changes and then get the feedback. That makes all the difference in the world.
The feedback especially. I am really very much enamored with the notion of having data on myself and others that allow them to know what is the effect on my blood sugar today based upon the fact that I stayed up too late last night, or I ate dinner too late, or I didn't exercise? And how is my blood uric acid level doing lately? Because I've had a little bit more, whatever the food may be, aged cheese, for example, whatever it may be. And how did I sleep last night? What does my Oura ring tell me? You know, how much heart rate variability am I having? What's my oxygenation? What's my performance based on my Apple Watch? And all these things are really incredibly valuable. And there's certainly a move amongst mainstream medicine to rein this in. There was an interesting editorial appearing in the Journal of the American Medical Association last year, really saying that if you're not diabetic, why would you want a continuous glucose monitor? You shouldn't have one. But my point would be, if you don't want to become diabetic, then you should have a continuous glucose monitor, and you can figure it out right away. You'll learn real quickly what foods are particular for you that are raising your blood sugar, or how your blood sugar might respond to the fact you didn't sleep well last night, or you didn't exercise, or you have a lot of stress. All these factors play into blood sugar long before the doctor says, oh, it's time to pop you on medication because you've got diabetes now. You know, diabetes is not like being pregnant. You know, being pregnant is you either are or you're not. Diabetes should be looked upon as a continuum from having normal blood glucose, though the blood insulin level is now elevated. That's already getting to a situation that is paving the way for diabetes. The pancreas is working overtime, creating higher levels of insulin to bring the blood sugar back to normal. In that case, your blood sugar is not really that valuable in comparison to looking at the insulin level. So I'm all for people really knowing what's going on in their own bodies, for crying out loud, and being able to make these changes. You know, the argument was, oh, people are going to become neurotic. When maybe that wouldn't hurt a little bit to become a little bit more involved in understanding your personal physiology.
One of our favorite games to play at my office is the providers say, okay, if we had our levels app testing cortisol for our patients and for ourselves, and blood sugar and ketones, we just start adding this wish list of all the things that we would love to get real-time information on. And certainly my experience with wearing a continuous glucose monitor, I changed my diet completely. I didn't realize how my blood sugar was spiking with my morning matcha. And so I had to switch that up a little bit, but certainly personally, I've seen the benefits with my patients. And so I thank you for I think you're involved over there with some continuous glucose monitors, and having people like you suggesting that our patients take the reins, right? Like, modern medicine isn't doing the trick. We're not getting healthier people. We're actually having a population that's less healthy. And if we can get the power and the information in the hands of people who can then respond to it and use it, we're going to get a healthier population.
Right. And basically modern medicine is focusing on the smoke, not the fire.
Right.
I gave a lecture a couple of years ago to, I guess it was a group of doctors in a large medical group up in New Jersey. I think there were 400 under the same umbrella. And I asked the audience, what is your go-to treatment for type 2 diabetes? And, you know, some were, talked about this medication, sulfonylureas, metformin, whatever it may be. That's the best thing we can be doing. And then I said, okay, great answers, though I didn't believe it. But I said, what happens when you stop the medication? And uniformly, they said, well, the blood sugar is going to go up. And then I said, did you really treat the underlying problem? Did you really treat the diabetes, or just managed their blood sugar? They realized they weren't treating the problem. They were treating the manifestation. They were treating the smoke and not the fire. And then I presented the work of Dr. Sarah Hallberg using a ketogenic diet in diabetes, and getting people off of their medications and keeping them off their medications and allowing them to maintain normal insulin levels, normal blood sugar levels. That's treating the problem. That's putting the fire out and not just fanning away the smoke.
Right. And, you have a book called Brainwash, and a lot of what you're talking about there, the pattern that comes up is that modern society doesn't really support the healthiest humans. Your current book is also called Drop Acid. So before I leave this, what do you think about psychedelics as a neurologist?
Because of the title, Drop Acid?
Yeah.
And you were at probably the same lecture that I was at that last event, which was interestingly given by our son, Austin Perlmutter, MD. And I think that, as he well explained, there is huge, huge potential here. And when we recognize historically what got in the way of this research and the clinical research, and how that sidetracked us for 30 years at least, and now the pieces are being picked up, I think there's really incredible potential to reconnect us. We wrote Brainwash about this idea that we had called disconnection syndrome, whereby inflammation brought upon by the various metabolic things that you and I are talking about right now, inflammation tends to segregate our brain away from being able to tap into the prefrontal cortex and kind of locks us into more primitive impulsivity type thinking, which is self-centered, not thinking about others, not thinking about the future, as opposed to being able to use this prefrontal cortex and bring the adult back in the room. And I think that one thing we see with meditation is that it tends to light up that prefrontal cortex, and psychedelics as well. So I think that moving forward, we're going to see that there'll be a lot of empowerment derived from the appropriate, judicious use of specific psychedelics in certain circumstances. Austin talked about how various psychedelics, or things that are somewhat characterized as being psychedelics, are proving useful in certain clinical issues. So I think we're right at the very beginning of understanding where clinically that can go. But I think overall, I'm very, very bullish on it, thinking it's going to be a huge, a positive way of really unwinding a lot of issues that people have with respect to brain functionality.
Yeah, and with dementia in particular, that disconnection, that not having that social interaction can be, and then that leading to depression, anxiety, those are all risk factors for dementia. So using whatever tools we can to combat, and especially after a pandemic or going through a pandemic like the one that we are in right now with COVID, these things are all a bigger and bigger problem that we need to find solutions for. And so thinking outside the box, and especially hearing it from a neurologist, that psychedelics might be something to delve deeper in terms of the science, and certainly doing that in a safe way with somebody who's well-trained. Ketamine tends to be something, it's sort of in that category that's relatively accessible. Do you have any thoughts on ketamine in particular?
Yeah, and again, talking about ketamine, one could argue the fact that, well, it's not really a hallucinatory psychedelic per se, but I think the data coming out with major depressive disorder is really profound. I mean, far more successful than any pharmaceutical intervention currently approved for use, SSRIs or other forms of antidepressants. So I am very, very excited about the role that ketamine might have in that regard. But there's a unifying feature, I think, amongst many of the things that you just mentioned, and it's inflammation, whether it's dementia or depression, anxiety. Inflammation is always hanging around, and whatever it takes to rein in inflammation may prove effective. I read an interesting article this morning proposing the use of helminths, or small worms, in eggs, giving eggs of small worms to people to help reduce neuroinflammation, in that it may prove helpful with these particular issues that we've just talked about. So, I think the bigger issues relate to, diet and elevated blood sugar and obesity and changes in the gut bacteria, and how those all play into augmenting this inflammatory cascade that seems to underlie many of these problems. What we described in Brainwash was this fundamental role of upregulation of inflammation, separating or disconnecting, the term we used, the prefrontal cortex from having influence over the more impulsive, short-sighted amygdala. So we can bring that connection back online. And I think, that's the real mission that will then allow better decision-making, thinking about the future instead of just today. We are, given this notion that just do whatever you want and we'll fix it. And we really need to bring that prefrontal cortex online and embrace the fact that the future is coming. And there is no treatment for Alzheimer's from the pharmaceutical industry. And it's really up to us. So we really have to leverage that ability we have to embrace the idea that first, we are responsible. And second, that we're choosing our cognitive destiny in a very real way.
Aging versus dementia. So is there some normal thing about cognitive decline as we age? Or do you think that people should be able to maintain and maybe even achieve higher levels of cognition as they get older?
I think dementia is a pathological state. There's nothing supportive, nothing good about dementia. There's no attribute about becoming dementia. So I think it's pathology. I think it's not just part of growing. It's just not old timers disease, as it were, or acceptable senior moments. There is no such thing as a senior moment in terms of writing away this notion that suddenly you don't remember your grandchildren's names. That's clearly pathological. We are living longer than we ever had, that's for sure. And our bodies and brains, one and the same, manifest the accumulation of various things over time that are not necessarily supportive of structural or functional continued activity that we, compared to younger reproductive years. But there is an interesting idea that the dementia that we have is characterized by kind of short-sighted, risk-taking, not leveraging prefrontal cortex cognitive function as much as you should, as possibly being adaptive. And let me walk through this because it's needs a little bit of unpacking. When the brain activates what's called the polyol pathway, so it's converting glucose into fructose, ultimately that leads to a situation of compromising functionality of various parts of the brain and reverts the brain to what is called foraging activity, a situation whereby we act impulsively. We're not thinking about the future. We're just looking for food right now because the brain thinks the body is starving by virtue of the fact that the fructose level is higher. And that could have been a survival mechanism, obviously, to be in that foraging behavior. It's more characteristic of rodents in the laboratory setting when you give them higher levels of fructose, for example. But nonetheless, we know that the Alzheimer's brain is a brain that is characterized by much higher levels of fructose, as much as 5-fold increased fructose produced within the brain. How do we know that? We know that because glucose to fructose has an intermediary called sorbitol. And sorbitol levels are very high in the Alzheimer's brain as well. So the fundamental here of Alzheimer's may be that it was, I hate to say designed, but was preserved as a way of enhancing foraging activity, limited activity, less thinking about things, less, being able to cogitate as a survival mechanism. So, of course, in today's world, the higher levels of fructose in the brain ultimately lead to things like insulin resistance, even higher levels of glucose, upregulation of uric acid production, therefore more inflammation. And as such, are fundamental towards this notion of a bioenergetic defect or a defect in the way brain cells are able to utilize energy. Why? Because their mitochondria have been disrupted by the higher levels of uric acid and also by fructose metabolism, which is an energy consuming ATP to AMP activity that ultimately results in defective mitochondrial function, as does uric acid by its augmentation of free radicals, challenging the mitochondria. And what happens when mitochondria become not as functional? A couple of things happen. First of all, they replicate those dysfunctional mitochondria, A, and B, mitochondrial dysfunction is sensed by the nuclear DNA to trigger caspase enzymes that ultimately leads to pre-programmed cell death. So that defective mitochondria ultimately leads to neuronal death. So this is the downside consequence of this bioenergetic defect, whereby brain cells are seen on these PET scans that look at glucose utilization, that the brains of Alzheimer's patients show areas where glucose can't be utilized. Why? Because those neurons have dysfunctional mitochondria and insulin isn't working as well as it should. And so, this gets back to the so-called bioenergetic defect that I think is very, very, very fundamental as it relates to Alzheimer's and can be bypassed by a ketogenic diet, as was recently demonstrated by Dr. Matthew Phillips, demonstrating cognitive improvement in mild to moderate stage Alzheimer's patients on a ketogenic diet. And you can show that on brain imaging that looks at radionucleotide labeled acetoacetate versus glucose. You can show that whereas these areas are not utilizing glucose, they can utilize ketones really well. So they're functional, but not functioning to a certain extent. So it speaks to then mechanistically, what has happened over millions of years, if you will, in terms of something being adaptive versus something now in the face of our current environment being threatening. Similar with respect to the APOE4 predisposition for brain degeneration. Well, there must have been an upside, or we wouldn't have perseverance of APOE4, 25% of our population carrying at least one allele. Why would it be there if it's always going to make people demented, and that wouldn't be a good thing? Well, why would it persevere? First, if it's going to cause dementia, generally that's past our reproductive years. So that's one explanation. But the other side is that it may confer upon us an increased level of inflammation, which traditionally was probably a good thing because it would help us fight infection against bacteria and parasites. We know even now that there is strong representation of APOE4 being protective when parasites infest individuals in certain equatorial tropical regions, and offering them protection against dementia carrying the APOE4 allele when they have parasitic infections. So, it's time to take a step back and really take a deep breath and look at all this information that we have and look at it in the context of all of these things possibly offering us a survival mechanism now in the form of these individuals living in these tropical areas, but certainly all of us historically when the world was much different.
Right, right. I'm so glad you mentioned that keto study, because what's happening, what you've described is that the fuel isn't being used efficiently in the brain. And so what can you do? You can switch the fuel.
Right.
And that can be, you get almost the opposite of this foraging response that you were describing, where you're just thinking about right now, you just need to eat. In a ketogenic state, many people actually have mental clarity. They stop being hungry. They're not as desperate to find that sugar rush. And they are able to think more clearly, of course, and that they have less anxiety. They start to sleep better. So you see a lot of things resolve. Now, I wouldn't argue that people should be in ketosis forever. Probably just as bad as burning sugar for fuel would be always burning fat for fuel, but some mix of going back and forth and getting the brain healing benefits. When I think about ancestral diets, what was consistent about them was inconsistency.
Absolutely. Flexibility,
adaptability. And this kind of goes to that hormetic effect, right? A little bit of stress on the system can actually increase our ability to respond to changes in the environment. And so wherever we can do that, we find that the brain responds to that. So with calorie restriction or a fasting mimicking diet like the ketogenic diet, with hot and cold therapies, with oxygen, sometimes even, of course, in the right context, in a safe place. But there are ways that we can, exercise is a phenomenal example, like one of the best, where we stress the system a little bit and then get this response that's so good for long-term health.
That's right, but it all requires action. And here's the big divide. Is my action going to the doctor and getting a prescription, or is my action utilizing the very things that you are talking about today? And that's the great divide. And I think people need to come upon that intersection and ask themselves, two roads diverged in the wood here. And by and large, it's a lot easier to say, I'm going to continue to doing my, live the life that I want and it's my life. I'm going to choose to do the things I want to do. And then when the time comes and I'm having a problem, then I'm hoping that there's going to be something out there for me. And we see that play out quite a bit these days in terms of how people make certain decisions and do certain things. And then when they don't play out exactly right, they're suddenly requiring, an intervention. So that said, in the context of Alzheimer's, affecting now 6 million Americans for which there is no treatment, yet we know that lifestyle choices are powerful levers to pull in terms of reducing a person's risk for an incurable situation. I think we need to present it like that. We need to let people know this is an incurable situation. It's a one-way street, but you don't have to go down that street.
Well, and I would beg to differ a little bit, because I'm seeing dementia reversed in my office regularly.
No, I'm talking about from a pharmaceutical perspective. There is no pharmaceutical fix. Now, to be sure, I mean, we talked about the work of Matthew Phillips. We can certainly talk about the work of Dr. Dale Bredesen. If we get away from this model of a pill or perhaps 2 pills and recognize that in each individual, we can identify areas that may be contributing to this brain decline and remedy those if people are willing, then absolutely. I mean, Dr. Bredesen wrote a book about that recently. The people that he's reversed. I wrote the foreword to it, as a matter of fact, that he's reversing dementia in, and I wrote the foreword saying that this is landmark. I mean, it's incredible. If I were on the Nobel Prize committee, his name would be right there on the table, because he's done it. He has done it with a totally different paradigm that doesn't put hopes in a multi-billion-dollar blockbuster drug that's going to give shareholders a great return on their investment, but rather leveraging as many as 36 different endpoints influxes that can have an impact on changing what may be askew in the brain. It's a tough concept to get people to get their arms around, but your point is certainly well taken, that it is happening. Maybe the ketogenic diet is not for everyone, and I don't think that it is. I think in individuals whose brain metabolism might be normal, or can we fingerprint people based upon their glucose scan versus their keto scan and determine who then would best benefit from a ketogenic diet? But we need to also look at the other inputs. Are there infections going on? Is there chronic Lyme disease? What's the blood sugar? What's insulin sensitivity looking like? What is the uric acid level? All of these things are extremely valuable in and of themselves. They might be playing the lion's share of role here as it relates to that particular person's individual issue. I think of the person who says, "Doctor, my feet are hurting. I walked 5 miles today and look at the blisters I have." And my response is, "Well, you're wearing shoes." And he says, "No." And so I give him some shoes. And the next time he comes back, he has blisters again. And I said, "Well, why didn't you wear the shoes?" He said, "Well, I have a size 10 foot. And you gave me a size 6 shoe." And he of course, it didn't fit him. And my response is, "Well, most people, that's the size most people wear. So that's really your problem." So that's what we're trying to do, though, with Alzheimer's. We're trying to put everybody into one size shoe. And as Dr. Bredesen made very clear, people have different requirements, different needs in terms of first identifying what's going on in their particular situation and then providing that suite of remedies.
So one of the very appropriate criticisms of Dr. Bredesen's approach, what I do every day in my office, is that there's not enough research. You are very research driven. And one of the things I appreciate so much about you is that when the data changes, you change your mind, right? Which is what any rational person should do.
And I get criticized for it, but that's okay.
Well, I'm here to tell you how much I appreciate it. And so when the data changes, hopefully, there will be a groundswell of support for this from neurology offices, from primary care offices, where they will say, hey, there is something you can do. It's not just Aricept and Namenda. There is a lifestyle that you can choose to follow, and you may get benefits from it. And not just with dementia, but hey, your hemoglobin A1C is going to get better. That gout may go away. You're going to see resolution often of blood pressure. And so what do you think would be the research? What is the paper that you would need to see or read? What is the study? What would be the design of the study that would make you fully convinced that this is a reverse?
I'm going to have to tell you that I'm embargoed from answering that question right now. I will say that it's been written, and I'm going to have to leave it at that. There are a number of things that I do that I'm going to have to. I would just say be confident. I can't really take it further than that right now. But, unfortunately, the research has already happened. Books have been written, and it's so frustrating that it doesn't seem to move the needle, because, the mainstream doctors are told, this is the pill. And if it doesn't work, hang on, we got a new one coming down the pipeline. Pfizer abandoned medication research for Alzheimer's because it just weren't finding anything. They were losing, millions and millions of dollars. So, what Dr. Bredesen has come up with is a totally different paradigm. I think coming up against mainstream medicine, and specifically mainstream neurology, is very, very compelling and very challenging. And I would hope that this would rise to the top and people would pay attention to it. But, hope is not a strategy. And I don't know what the right strategy is. I mean, I've talked to about this topic with Dr. Bredesen on any number of occasions. And we've said, yeah, publish the research. We got to write a book. And now he's on his 4th book, I guess. It's happening that he's doing these things, but it's very frustrating, because he's getting the results that nobody else is getting. And yet it's so challenging to get people to pay attention to that. And here is a guy whose heart and soul in this, he dedicates every ounce of his energy to this whole idea of a multifaceted approach in terms of identifying causality and then rectifying whatever is askew. You couldn't ask for a more dedicated individual in your corner. And yet, I think he's making progress. I think more and more people through the work of other doctors who are using his protocol, like yourself, who are following the protocol. I think that's certainly helping a lot. Percentage-wise, it's not a huge number as it relates to Alzheimer's patients, who by and large are going to take the Aricept and the Namenda or nothing, hopefully. And but we got to stay with it.
I want to stop you there. You said Aricept, Namenda, or nothing, hopefully. Tell us a little bit about why you would prefer a patient take neither.
Well, research shows that neither is the best choice, that these drugs don't work. They're associated with side effects. And publishing in JAMA Network several years ago, Richard Kennedy indicated, in looking at a fairly large number of individuals, that those individuals taking at least the cholinesterase inhibitor Aricept actually demonstrated a more rapid decline cognitively than those who did not. Here's a drug being given to Alzheimer's patients to slow down their cognitive decline, and lo and behold, they decline more rapidly. And yet it's still okay to write prescriptions for this drug. I would say don't get me started, but I'm started, that's for sure.
Well,
but
I want to just offer, I have seen patients who have started on those drugs, and then when they come off of them, when they try to come off of them, they get precipitously worse, and it's been hard to recover from.
I mean, what happens when when you're working at the NMDA receptor, or you're inhibiting cholinesterase and therefore building up acetylcholine? What happens when you stop that? I mean, there's rebound effects, and it's been well described. And don't think that the manufacturers don't know that, because people say, hey, we'll stop the medication, see what happens. Bingo, people get worse. So I don't see the sense in using them. That's my opinion. I can back it up, but I want to look at the glass being half full and focus on these ideas that we really are getting our arms around these fundamental mechanisms that are leading to brain functionality decline. And now that they're being addressed, whether they're infection, toxic, metabolic, degenerative in terms of being related to other degenerative conditions, what they may be, and identifying them and then remedying those underlying problems and seeing the results that Dr. Bredesen is describing, that is, to me, the glass half full. The glass is really almost pouring out the top.
It's such common sense, right? This paradigm that instead of naming a disease based on what the symptoms look like, you start to ask the question, why? Why did this happen? And you even mentioned inflammation as one of the potential causes. And I want to just push back a little bit on that, because I think of inflammation as downstream. That's
I agree with you.
There's
It's
something
mechanistically very important, but I think it's clearly downstream from many of the upstream mechanisms, including metabolic dysfunction, possibly even infection. I mean, the notion of infection being related to Alzheimer's has been around for a long time. I think Dr. Ruth Itzaki's work at Cambridge was published 25 years ago, identifying one particular organism, herpes simplex virus type 1, being co-localized to beta amyloid and inducing an inflammatory response. But I think the biggest player clearly in our modern world in terms of inflammation has to do with our glucose insulin dysregulation model. And, that is so catawampus these days, and its downstream issues that further augment inflammation, like obesity and disruptions of the microbiome, leading to gut permeability and upregulation of LPS transgression across the bowel lining, and therefore, even higher levels of inflammation. But I agree, it's a downstream issue. And I think to approach it appropriately, we have to look at those upstream issues like uric acid, like blood sugar, like fasting insulin levels, not necessarily glucose levels. More tangentially looking at A1C, at body mass index, all of these things that clearly, pun intended, feed into inflammation, which ultimately, the brain is inflamed. It's on fire. That's the meaning of the term. And then the downstream effects of that being things like upregulation of free radical production, compromised mitochondrial function, and ultimately this energetic issue.
I want to talk a little bit about Green Brain. You published this originally in 2013. It's been it's coming at some point, it'll be a decade next year. And
that's right.
Like we've already talked about, as the data changes, you change your mind. So you've made updates to this. And I'm curious, in 2013, you were one of the first people saying that even if you didn't have celiac, you may want to consider getting away from gluten because of this downstream effect of inflammation, leaky gut. And I'm sure you got a lot of criticism and pushback, I can only imagine. And you've been proven,
which is a good thing.
Right.
If you're putting things out and there's no pushback whatsoever, then you're at status quo. If everybody says, yeah, I got it, old news, then you're not helping to move the ball down the field.
Well, you certainly did, and you continue to. I know that the updates in the latest edition include things like the microbiome that you started to talk about. So I want to understand, with your just assessment of the literature, where things are right now, what is the best diet for our brains?
And I would tell you, it depends on who is your patient. So, it's often been said that it's more important to know the patient who has the disease rather than the disease the patient has. So I think, we are now in the time of personalized medicine, and I think it's not appropriate to be very specific about a dietary recommendation per se for any individual, but I think we should have dietary goals. What are those goals? Our goal should be to make sure this is a diet that's going to be really effective in helping keep blood sugar normalized, that's going to keep down inflammation, that's going to provide the suite of micronutrients that we know are important, and will certainly nurture the gut bacteria as well. Now, might that be different based upon your unique polymorphisms in terms of how you produce B vitamins, or how you are able to detoxify certain toxins to which you are exposed, and therefore you as an individual might need upregulation of certain pathways? Might you then want to concentrate more on cruciferous vegetables, or et cetera? That's where the personalization comes into play. But I think the fundamentals are those goals. We want insulin sensitivity to be improved and then maintained. We want to nurture the widest array of gut bacteria. We want to reduce gut permeability. We want to be sure that we are not creating a situation where we're actually enhancing in the brain fructose production through the polyol pathway. We don't want to increase fructose production anywhere in the body. So our goals of reducing inflammation, reducing free radical mediated stress, et cetera, are the endpoints, and how we get there can be through multiple roads leading to Rome. In other words, again, what works best for you? And that's where the notion of wearable devices, continuous glucose monitoring, et cetera, comes into play, because then I'll know what Heather may need in terms of her specific diet that might well be different from what I might need.
Right, right. And what were some of the things that have surprised you over the past 10 years as you've kind of dug deep into this? What are some of those tenets that you sort of let go of and are now using?
Well, I've never admitted this before, but I will right now. And that is, I was more taken by the role of our gut bacteria in terms of overall health and certainly brain health. That was more of a revelation to me than the notion that gluten can have neurological, in some people can cause neurological manifestations. That was simply reading research, primarily a researcher at Oxford, Marios Hadjivassiliou, who started publishing this stuff. And I thought it was really interesting. I started getting results in my practice by reducing gluten in patients' diets, and their headaches would improve, et cetera. But the microbiome relationship, no one was talking about. And, to me, it kind of stood to reason. If glucose homeostasis and inflammation were sort of cardinal players in brain degeneration, then making the leap to the role of disturbances of the gut bacteria in those two parameters. But at that point, people are starting to realize that changes in the gut bacteria could predispose to type 2 diabetes, and even that things like fecal microbial transplants could help with type 2 diabetes. Whoa, if it'll help with type 2 diabetes, then there may well be something going on in the gut that relates to the brain. So that was the bigger leap for me.
Wow.
Over the years, I think that some of the things that have changed for me before Grain Brain, well before Grain Brain, was the adoption of recommendation for higher levels of fat in the diet. 25 years ago, I was sort of parroting the standard discussion of low-fat diet being a good diet. And I realized, we all realized where that actually came from and what a disservice that was for those of us practicing clinical medicine or nutritional counseling, you name it. So that was a big shift for me. That was prior to Grain Brain, that's for sure. So the diet moving forward with time has become much more plant-based. And there's still room for meat in my diet, but much more plant-based, because I've realized that a dietary fiber is so underrepresented in our modern world, and is yet fundamentally so important to nurture our gut bacteria so they can help resolve inflammation. They can help with production of appropriate neurotransmitters, appropriate B vitamins. We can help produce serotonin by down regulating pathways that take tryptophan away from serotonin, the kynurenic pathway. So many different things that our gut bacteria do. They, actually are involved in changing gene expression, for crying out loud. So
yeah, I was just going to ask you exactly that question, like in a nutshell, or in the most succinct way possible. What is the gut-brain connection? And you already mentioned neurotransmitter balance and genetic transcription. Can you sort of synthesize for us? I think we hear that term, it's very trendy, gut-brain connection, but what does that mean?
Well, I would say, frankly, that we shouldn't be even having this discussion, that they should never have been segregated.
Right.
When did that all begin? With Descartes and the idea that, well, we have the bellows, which are the lungs, and we have the pump, that's the heart. And there are these independent parts that, ultimately come together to form the body. That's never how the human body was looked upon prior to Descartes. You know, it's always been looked upon as sort of a unified whole, and dare I say, a holistic perspective. So the notion that, you know, I'm trying to defend that there's a relationship between the gut and the brain, which, you know, I'm not being, you know, that's something I've done countless times. So there are multiple levels by which they are connected, but ultimately they're all part of the same. That everything is responding to the same influences, that the gut represents a powerful, this is a great place to start, a powerful way of informing the brain as to the external environment. That's really one of the most important things that the gut does. It informs the brain as to what's going on in the outside world in terms of the environment, in terms of food availability, in terms of even water availability, in terms of threats, for example. But, you know, there are physical connections, of course. There are immunological connections that are profound. There are chemical connections that we're just beginning to understand in terms of things produced in the gut that directly, moment to moment, influence brain functionality. There are relationships in mechanisms, as we talked about earlier, like inflammation and glucose homeostasis, that are profoundly influential in terms of brain health and functionality. And there are top-down issues as well related to the gut from the brain, again, physical as well as chemical, hormonal. So the relationships are multifaceted and are, you know, are seen at multiple levels. So, you know, to me, why should it be a surprise that it's now, as you say, trendy to conceive that the gut is somehow involved and influences the brain? It's only been the past couple hundred years that they were segregated, and it's now time to, you know, really recognize that our entire bodies are functioning as with just continuity between all seemingly disparate parts.
And this is where that Bredesen paradigm shift around dementia starts to make a lot more sense, right? In that idea that we're putting the body back together. And myself as a naturopath, you know, that's the way I've been trained. So I sort of take it for granted. We have to put the body back together, the person back together, that person. Reintegration. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that even though many people end up with the same diagnosis, you know, we like this from an ICD-10 perspective, from an insurance perspective, that fits the model. But when we can set that aside and say, okay, how did you arrive at this imbalance? What are the things we need to offer to the cells, to the body, to the system to help optimize function? Well, then we can change the conversation from talking to Dale Bredesen to talking to somebody like David Sinclair, where we're saying, okay, how do we live to be 150 and really have these fabulously wonderful lives where we get to show up at our great-grandchildren's college graduations and be part of really just enjoying our elder years and contributing in our elderly years. That wisdom and experience is so valuable, not only for one family, but for society as a whole. And so when we have people with sharp, clear minds who are able to show up at work or at church or at family gatherings, that there's so much we're throwing away when that's not happening. And yet it's all possible today.
It is, and it really is. And if you want to blame somebody, you can blame me for not being as totally effective as I could be, and blame Dale Bredesen, because we can't get the word out, and we're trying. Some people are listening, but you know, that's the issue, is that we are up against incredibly powerful forces that would have us believe that Alzheimer's is simply a loss of acetylcholine in the brain, the acetylcholine hypothesis, the cholinergic hypothesis, and that if we can put the acetylcholine back, then everything's going to be just Jim dandy.
Or take the amyloid plaque out.
Or amyloid or Alzheimer's is simply the accumulation of beta amyloid in the brain. If we can keep it from happening or take it away, problem solved. And that's the narrative that makes its way certainly to the general population, but much more importantly is what doctors are being told in their journals, at their meetings, and then through the advertisements for the drugs that target those specific activities. It's hard to go up against that because, you know, truthfully, doctors want to practice medicine within a 15-minute window, that you name the problem, and then you have a pill. And as it relates to neurology, oftentimes it's diagnosed and adios because there is no pill. But, in other specialties, it's, oh, you have high blood pressure. Here's your blood pressure pill. See you later. You have, you have diabetes. Here's the drug. Take the drug. And as long as you take that drug and keep filling that prescription year after year after year until you die, we will accomplish our task, which is getting your blood sugar under control. No, that is not the task. That's not the challenge. The challenge is to treat the diabetes, to treat the fire, and not just the smoke. And we know, Dr. Sarah Hallberg has shown us that you could put diabetics on a ketogenic diet and they can come off their drugs and not ever need them again. That's treating the fire, not just the smoke. It's a tough road, but we're still in the batter's box, and we're going to keep swinging as long as there's something to hit. And once in a while we hit. And in my life, for example, you said a lot of people have read Grain Brain. How many will act upon what we wrote about? Not everyone, that's for sure, but a percentage of people have read it, and a smaller percentage of them will act upon it. But you know what? If one family can be spared the agony of Alzheimer's that I went through with my father, then it's worth it. At the end of the day, at the end of my life, it's worth it.
Well, I agree with you completely. Alzheimer's is optional. There are things that we can do today to prevent it for the vast majority of people. And if we can spare one family from the torture that is dementia, then it's worth showing up. Thank you so much for showing up here today, for lending your time and expertise to this, and for inspiring all of our listeners who are joining us.
Thank you for having me. And I sure appreciate the opportunity. And my hope is that there's something here that people can hang their hat on, just as a way of just opening a little part of your mind that there may be another way out there, and that frankly, we are each involved in choosing our brain's destiny. It's not it's not something we can outsource.
I'm certainly inspired by the sheer volume of phone calls that we get both at my clinic and at Marama, the residential care facility, and how many, usually it's a daughter, but they come in enthusiastic and ready to get started. And really I'm inspired, not just the caregivers, but the patients who are the pioneers in this space, who are showing us what's possible. It's incredible.
That's right.
Before we move on to the next speaker, please comment below and let us know what you've learned. Let us know what's inspired you so far. Let us know what you've enjoyed. Have you learned something new? Is there a particular speaker that really stood out to you? Let us know below, and feel free to comment on others' posts as well. Let's keep this conversation going. Welcome to this episode of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce you to my friend, Julie Gregory. She's among the many who have recovered their cognitive health using the Bredesen protocol. She's here to share her story with us today. She's shared the knowledge she's gained from reversing her cognitive decline through collaborating with Dr. Bredesen and his integrative physician, Dr. Aida Lashine Bredesen, to write the handbook portion of the New York Times bestseller, The End of Alzheimer's program. She's the founder and president of the ABOE4.info nonprofit, a grassroots organization of ABOE4 carriers working to prevent and reverse Alzheimer's disease. She also serves as the Chief Health Liaison at Apollo Health. Julie integrates her background in journalism, public relations, counseling, with her passion and personal experience for cognitive health to serve as a Bredesen protocol educator and an Alzheimer's activist. Julie, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so delighted to be here to spread the message of hope.
You and me both. You are one of those just beacons of light and hope for those who are struggling at home with cognitive decline. Would you mind sharing how you got into this, your personal story?
No, I'd be happy to share it. So almost 10 years ago, when I was about to turn 50, I did genetic testing through 23andMe, and I learned that I had 2 copies of the APOE4 allele. And I don't know if your viewers are familiar with what that means, or do you want me to describe that a little bit?
Go ahead and describe it, because I don't think everyone understands exactly what that means.
Right. So it took me a while to absorb it, of course. So the ApoE gene is short for the apolipoprotein gene, and its primary function in the body is to carry fat. But researchers have found that it's also very strongly correlated with Alzheimer's. There's 3 different variants. There's an E2, which appears to be protective, an E3, which appears to be neutral, and E4, which can predispose you to develop late onset Alzheimer's disease. If you have 1 copy, you've got a double or triple risk of developing Alzheimer's. But if you have 2 copies like I do, you have like a 12-fold risk of developing Alzheimer's, and also at an earlier age. So when all that kind of soaked in, I was feeling frightened, but I thought, okay, so maybe I have Alzheimer's, or I will get Alzheimer's, and but surely there's a pill or something I can take. So I turned to the Alzheimer's Association for information, and right on their main webpage, they said Alzheimer's can't be prevented, it's untreatable, it's incurable, it's progressive, and most people are dead within 10 years of symptom onset. This is 10 years ago. So as you can imagine, I was like a big gulp. I was like, okay, this could be serious. This is a disease that is fatal, for which there is no known treatment. It forced me to take a hard look at my cognition. And I'd been having senior moments, but I attributed them to my fast-paced lifestyle, to stress, to perimenopause. Never in a million years did I think of Alzheimer's. But the symptoms I was experiencing, like one, I remember driving home from work. So I'm on a very familiar road, one that I take, dozens of times a week. And I looked up at the traffic light, and for just a moment, I didn't know where I was. It was really frightening. It took me, I'd say, a minute before I recognized where I was and how to get home. That wasn't normal. I also began to run into people in this town where I'd lived for the past 20 years who knew me very well. And they would greet me in public with a hug, and they'd start talking about their families, and they'd ask about my family. I didn't know who they were. And I just fumbled my way through those conversations because I was terribly embarrassed. And there's so many other little signs like that. But when I put that together with my high genetic risk, I finally revealed to my husband what was going on. And I fully expected him to say, oh, you're blowing this out of proportion, everything's fine. And he said, well, that explains a lot. So he'd been noticing symptoms too. So that was pretty terrifying. I finally got up the courage to visit a local neurologist. And I told him the symptoms I was having, my high genetic risk. And do you want to know what he said? He said, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I asked what I could do to prevent my symptoms from getting worse, or what I could possibly do to make things better. And he had absolutely nothing to offer me. So I'm still in this information gathering mode. I'm like, mainstream medicine has nothing. And I decided, well, I need to do cognitive testing. I need to quantify where I stand right now. And even with the deficits I knew I was experiencing, I thought my cognitive testing would be like in the 75th percentile. It was in the 35th percentile. And so I thought, well, that has to be a mistake. I'm going to repeat this. So I was very well rested. I repeated the cognitive testing, and I got the same result. So at that point, I recognized, wow, I may be in the early stages of Alzheimer's, for which there is no cure. And it was a terrifying period for me. The thing that ended up saving me was other carriers of the ApoE4 gene. So 23andMe provided forums where we could gather, and we did. And we not only became a family to one another, a community, a wonderful source of emotional support, we very quickly turned to the science. Because in my case, I'm 50 years old. There has to be something I can do to mitigate this. There has to be some diet, some lifestyle strategies. I wanted to try to figure out the mechanism behind Alzheimer's, which 10 years ago was a big ask, and then try to intervene in some way. And so, along with this community of APOE4 carriers, we began doing that. We scoured the medical literature, we consulted with experts, and as I learned about new strategies, I began applying them. So I started tweaking biomarkers. I started checking my fasting glucose, my fasting insulin, my HbA1c, my vitamin D, my homocysteine. And if things weren't looking like they were moving in the right direction, I would tweak them. I also radically changed my diet. So at that time, I was eating, I guess, a healthy version of the standard American diet, but it was high carbs, low fat, and it had led me to become insulin resistant. So as I was learning more about this neural fuel deficit that APOE4 carriers have, and I was recognizing the fact that ketones could possibly be helpful, I started to shift my macronutrient ratios. So the first thing I did was I stopped eating all processed and refined food. I just ate a clean, whole food diet, nutrient dense. But then as I learned about the possible benefit of ketosis, I began to drop all starchy carbs, only ate non-starchy vegetables, and started using more healthy fats, which for APOE4 carriers is tricky because we're also predisposed to heart disease, and we hyperabsorb dietary fat. So at the time, there was this huge debate in our community between high fat and low fat diets. But I eventually settled on a heavily plant-based high fat diet using healthy high fats, adequate protein. I emphasize proteins high in DHA and choline, so a lot of low mercury, wild caught fish, pastured eggs, and I also started to change the way I exercised. So at that time, I was doing something really stupid in retrospect. I was doing a boot camp style exercise program. I lived in a college town and I was competing with college girls. I was 50 years old, trying to run the fastest mile and doing push-ups and all this. And I recognized as an APOE4 carrier, I was really fragile. So I still exercised a lot, but I did it in a much more nurturing way. So instead of these grueling, hour-long workouts, I would do hour-long hikes in nature where I'd intersperse walking and running. And it was just a beautiful meditative time for me. I also recognized my fragility and I made myself a priority. I optimized sleep, made sure I got 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep every night. For the first time in my life, I began to meditate. I knew I was in the fight of my life, so I was also praying a lot. I mean, I was really doing everything I can to cure my brain and to heal. I also wanted to challenge my brain. So I started doing daily brain training. And this is something else that I wouldn't recommend for other people, but I began overly challenging myself. So if I didn't beat my score from the day before, I stuck with the brain training until I got a better score every single day. So that was a little bit stressful. And that's probably not the best way to brain train. I also began to recognize the relationship between toxins and Alzheimer's. So I worked as hard as I could to make sure the air that I breathed was clean, the water that I was drinking was clean, the food that I ate was as cleanly sourced as possible. I recognized that my skin was my largest organ, and all of us, we slather on sunscreen and other toxic lotions and cosmetics and toiletries without even thinking about it. So I started running everything I used through the Environmental Working Group Skin Deep database to find the safest options. And finally, I began to take targeted supplements. As I learned about their potential benefit, I started taking them. The first one I took was curcumin. And I have to tell you, it was like a night and day difference. When I took curcumin for the first time, I have to say I took 3 different brands before I could tolerate it. At the time, I was dealing with mast cell activation and I reacted to lots of different things. But once I found a brand I could tolerate, it was like the sun had come out and rainbows were there. I felt such a lifting, and that probably speaks to the amount of inflammation that was going on. DHA was the other supplement I started taking next. Then I started taking supplements to reduce homocysteine and vitamin D. And I just started taking things that made sense, in a targeted way. And after doing all of this for a year, I repeated my cognitive testing. And you'll recall I started in the mid 30th percentile. I was scoring in the mid 90th percentile after putting all of these strategies together. And it dumbfounded me. It made me question, was I really experiencing cognitive decline? Was it other health issues contributing? I'll never probably have the answer, but I know that I've experienced a dramatic improvement. Around that time, I stumbled across Dr. Bredesen's paper, Reversal of Cognitive Decline, a Novel Therapeutic Program, in which he did 10 case studies, 9 of which reversed cognitive decline. And the thing that blew me away, not only was this well-respected Alzheimer's researcher using very similar strategies to those that I and my APOE4 community had put together, but he had wonderful success with it. And it was enormous validation of the journey that I've been on. And I think in a much smaller way, my story is a validation of Dr. Bredesen's, whole approach.
So many of us, I think, in this community around dementia have been in that situation of being told for so long there was nothing you could do, having this fear. I was terrified to see a dementia patient, like, I can't help you. Why would you spend the time? And then I had a really similar experience with my first patient after being trained by Dr. Bredesen, where she had a 2 out of 30 on her MoCA, very severe disease. And 6-7 weeks later, she had a 7 out of 30 on her MoCA. And I thought, she and her husband were so enthusiastic, and they really took it and ran with it and got out of a moldy environment, started ballroom dancing, completely changed their diet, got into ketosis, went organic. She took all the supplements, got on the hormones, she got all of her amalgams out. And they did all of this in the space of weeks. It was really impressive. And it changed noticeably her interaction with her husband, how I interacted with her. And then we could measure it on her MoCA score. And I tell you, my first thought was, what did we do wrong last time? We must have mismeasured it. This isn't possible. So I was in disbelief. And I think many of us have been there because there's so many intelligent, smart, amazing, gifted people who are saying that still, that there's nothing you can do. And it's great because in the last 10 years, a lot has changed. And so the conversation is much more open. And I think there are fewer people in disbelief. And when you see it over and over and you have that experience of validation, and we measure it over and over and we see it over and over and we hear the stories, it is really this beacon of hope that there's so much that we can do.
Oh, I love that. I love your story. Yeah, it's so wonderful to know that there is a community of people that have reversed cognitive decline. And I think sharing the message just provides hope to everyone who's listening today.
And one thing your amazing story shares is that it takes some work, right? This is not as simple as swallowing a pill and being better the next day. This is a commitment to changes, challenging changes at a time when things are already overwhelming and challenging because of cognitive decline. So there's a lot, and yet community is what helps us put these changes into practice. So tell us a little bit about the communities that you've created and how you've really taken this journey and created this purposeful work around supporting others.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So that community on 23andMe we eventually branched off and we created our own website. I think that was in October of 2013. And it's called apoe4.info. And we've dedicated ourselves to learning all we can about the ApoE4 allele, how it affects health, and most importantly, what we can do to mitigate the pathological effects of ApoE4. We eventually got nonprofit status, and we regularly interact with researchers now to try to find the best path forward for ApoE4 carriers. And this is a project that's near and dear to my heart. We've also partnered with the Functional Medicine Coaching Academy, and they provide us a rotating group of interns that welcome and support each new member. Because I remember that terror when I found out I was an ApoE4 homozygote and symptoms had begun. People come to us very frightened. So we make sure no one takes that journey alone. Not only do they have the 5,000 plus other members of our community, but they also have a guide through these wonderful functional medicine coaching academy graduates who support and guide each of the members. So it's just a wonderful community. Most of the people who are there are ApoE4 carriers, but some aren't. We welcome everyone. If you're trying to reduce your risk for Alzheimer's, you're just more than welcome. It's a free resource, but it's best suited for citizen scientists who want to like dive into the research and try to formulate their own personalized protocol. A lot of people come there and say, tell me what to do. And we're not that website because it's, as you know, it's going to be a little different for each person. And you really need to understand the science and try to put your own protocol together. And we have many, many people in our community that have experienced improved cognition as a result of doing the strategies that you and I have been talking about.
It's so exciting. Now, with ApoE4 status, you alluded to there being some controversy and some debate in the field about a couple of things. But first, let's get into the fats. And what you said healthy fats, and you have landed in a healthy, high healthy fat diet.
Right.
And there are other people who have suggested that maybe ApoE4 carriers should not consume much fat, or certain types of fat in particular. So go into the details there. And if you don't mind, would you give specific examples of the fats and the amounts to the degree that you're comfortable?
Sure. So, you know, this is a controversy that was like, people were staking their lives on it. I mean, at the time we were making this decision, you know, we know that we're also at risk for heart disease if you carry a copy or two of ApoE4, and we hyperabsorb dietary fat. So if you do this low carb, high fat diet, you could be increasing your risk for heart disease if you believe the standard mainstream medicine. So very controversial topic for sure. So I did a lot of N of 1 experimentation on myself. So when I first began this higher fat diet, I didn't discriminate between the types of fat. I used saturated fat, I used butter, I used polyunsaturated, monounsaturated, all different types of fat. And sure enough, my cholesterol numbers increased, but when I did advanced lipid testing, my LDLP was still very good. It still was a little higher than I wanted it to be, so I started playing around. I started reducing the amount of saturated fat that I used, and I really focused on high polyphenol extra virgin olive oil, which is a monounsaturated fat primarily. Also the fat from fish. And I was still able to get into ketosis, but my lipid numbers were beautiful. My LDLP was like 800 or 900. I mean, so even though I'm an ApoE4 homozygote, I was able to get beautiful lipids, beautiful glycemic numbers. So it was a lot of tracking and tweaking to kind of sort that out. But in general, since then, we've learned ApoE4 carriers, when we use saturated fat, like butter and lard, that's found in some meats, it tends to exaggerate our cholesterol numbers. And so for that reason, many of us stick with the polyunsaturated, monounsaturated fats. We also fast for long periods of time. We carry the ancestral allele. Early man, everybody was an ApoE4 carrier. We're very well suited to famine. And we're also the healthiest communities of ApoE4 carriers are hunter-gatherers. We also exercise a lot. So in our community, many of us use long periods of fasting, exercise, and this low carb diet to get into ketosis. So when you combine all strategies, it's not draconian. You don't need these really high amounts of fat. At the beginning, when you're trying to shift from burning glucose exclusively to getting into ketosis, yes, people need to use higher amounts of fat. But at this point in my recovery, I do a really long daily fast, like sometimes 16 to 20 hours a day. I do very well with that. I'm weight stable, I have strong muscles, and that alone gets me into ketosis. So when I eat my main meal of the day, which is a feast, I don't really have to focus on using a lot of dietary fat. My preferred fat, because there's so many health benefits, though, is high polyphenol extra virgin olive oil.
Then coconut oil is another one that comes up. So this is a saturated fat. It's a favorite of people trying to get into ketosis because you can make a lot of the keto desserts with coconut oil. There's a lot, you can even take tablespoons of it. This is high and medium chain triglycerides. It is saturated, however. So how do you navigate the coconut oil conversation?
Well, coconut oil and MCT oil are really exogenous sources of ketone supplements. Ketone supplements have a role for sure in this protocol. I think especially when you're insulin resistant and you can't endogenously create ketosis. And that means the prefix endo coming from inside. So when you combine that fasting and the exercise and the diet, you endogenously create ketones, but you don't go from being insulin resistant to being able to do that overnight. And I think within that period of time when you're doing that transition, I think that's a wonderful time to be using exogenous ketone supplements. That being said, as an ApoE4 carrier, I probably would do ketone salts or esters before I would do coconut oil or MCT oil, just because of the potential for increased lipids. And, vascular dementia is a real thing. So ApoE4 carriers have to pay attention to their lipids, especially the advanced particle count and all of that, because we want to keep that as clean as possible to minimize our risk of both heart disease and Alzheimer's.
And I want to, further validate your experience by just sharing that I've seen the same thing with our ApoE4 carriers in clinical practice, that if they're mindful about what fats they use and they can get into ketosis, it doesn't have to feel particularly restrictive. They feel great, cognitive functions regained, and their lipids can look phenomenal. So it does take a bit of attention to detail around what you can and can't eat, some trial and error, repeatedly getting those tests done, but we can just watch it on the serial markers and see those lipoproteins improve, the total cholesterol get into a zone where every doctor who knows you is happy with it. Nobody's threatening to put you on statins. Right. It's great. Then another piece, if you're open to talking to it, I got back into ketosis finally this last weekend personally, and I'm wearing a continuous glucose monitor. And these tools were not available to you 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. Getting a CGM to wear was hard. You had to basically had type 1 diabetes or, something severe diabetes to get one. And now I can pick one up, right? And ketone meters are available. We use the Keto Mojo at my office, and we recommend that patients use that. So there's a lot of, you talked about N of one, of using yourself as an experiment. And now there's all of these tools that make it a little bit easier to get that feedback as you're getting into ketosis and even while you're in ketosis. So do you guys at ApoE4.info community and yourself, do you have experience with these gadgets?
Yeah, I've experimented with a lot of them. One thing I've never done, though, is a continuous glucose monitor. And I would love to do that. And I love that you're doing it, because everyone who's done it tells me it's such an amazing educational tool. Like foods you think are safe, when you see the information in real time, you learn they're really not safe. But back in the day, I started with urinary ketone strips, and they're very imprecise. And it was so hard for me to get those to turn pink. But once I finally did, I began to cognitively feel very different. So I had been insulin resistant, and I was on this glucose roller coaster. So right after I ate, my glucose probably spiked. I didn't know that because I wasn't testing it, but I would feel great. But then it would drop precipitously very quickly. And then I would get hypoglycemic. I'd have no energy. I mean, it was really frightening. So I had this whole glucose roller coaster going. Once I got into ketosis, my energy was steady. There was this cognitive clarity to my brain. There was this what felt like an endless supply of energy going to my brain, and I could do whatever I wanted. It just felt amazing. It's tough to get there. It's uncomfortable. And as you know, there's 15 or 20 minutes where you're really hungry and you're like, oh, am I going to be able to do this? But yes, you are. And you can shift into it. And if you're insulin resistant, I do encourage people to check their blood glucose because you can become hypoglycemic. And if that happens, end your fast and just try to extend it the next day by just 5 more minutes, and you will eventually get there.
Yeah, having just kind of gotten up over that hump this weekend, I spent Friday very irritable, right? And it's so mood is the other thing. But to all of our listeners, it's so worth it because yes, yesterday I had that sort of endless energy that it's not the caffeinated kind of like jittery, frenzied energy. It was just this like, all right, let's keep going. Like the next thing, and feeling like putting away the dishes and reloading the dishwasher was just like a breeze, not this like chore anymore.
Oh, I love that.
It's really fun. And I love because it's just so recent for me. And I hope inspiring to others because it's not easy for anyone. Like you have to have that, that ability to forego the immediate satisfaction of having that cookie or that carb. On Friday, I was thinking about donuts. Like I don't eat donuts. I don't think about donuts, but it was like all I could think about was like, it just carbohydrates. But by Saturday, it was gone. And on the other end of it, it's really lovely.
Oh, that's wonderful. And once you become keto adapted, that transition period every day, where it used to take, 30 minutes or a whole day where you felt horrible, that little hump becomes less noticeable, and it's a seamless transition. So, and you just feel stronger and better every day.
Instead of being addicted to sugar, you're addicted to that feeling of being in ketosis, that mental clarity and even mood and even energy. It's great. So your health right now, enough about mine, your health right now, we were just discussing how you realized that you've been living in a moldy home.
Okay. Yes, that's a terrific question. So Dr. Bredesen describes treating cognitive decline a lot like peeling back the layers of an onion. It's not a one and done as much as we wish that it were. So when I met him shortly after I read his paper, he helped me identify additional contributors to my cognitive decline. He helped me realize I had a very acute case of babesiosis at that time. And so I found a wonderful practitioner that helped me treat that. And my CIRS, which is chronic inflammatory response syndrome biomarkers, got much, much better, but they still weren't rectified all the way. So I recently did a urinary mycotoxin test, and my mycotoxins were very, very high. So I learned that the home I'd been living in for the past 6 years very likely had mold. So I'm in the middle of removing myself from this situation and trying to get to a healthier place. But I feel absolutely blessed to have this information. Rather than seeing this as a hardship, I know I'm predisposed to Alzheimer's, and I'm blessed to know all of these potential contributors because I can do something about it.
Yeah, I thank you for sharing that piece, because this can be really overwhelming, and especially if it includes a move from a home you've been in for a long time, and or remediation, right? Having a construction project going on in your home. These things can feel insurmountable, and yet knowing about it and preventing that further decline, that further illness, that further, suffering is really what we're here to do. That when we can be armed with the information, we can be empowered to do something about it.
Yeah, I love that. That's so true. And a lot of people think the protocol is difficult. It really isn't, because as we were just speaking about, you feel so amazing when you're on it that it becomes self-sustaining. And really, my job now, because I'm aware that I'm fragile and I'm predisposed to cognitive decline, my job now is to continue to optimize my health until the day that I die. I'm honored to have that information, honored to have learned everything that I can, and really excited to share with your viewers that it's possible to do this, and it's not an extraordinary hardship.
So that's not your only job. You are wearing a lot of hats these days. You're also working with Apollo, and you've collaborated very directly with Dr. Bredesen and Lance and the whole team over at Apollo. So tell me what you do for them and how, you really, I'm just so impressed. You could have felt sorry for yourself and crawled into a hole and just been like, all right, I'm going to get dementia. But instead, you have taken really what you hope anyone does with a really challenging life experience. You've taken this and transformed it into helping others who are suffering. So tell us your role.
Right. So I love my work with Apollo Health. I serve as their chief health liaison. And what that means is I work closely with Dr. Bredesen to help translate the science into clinical practice. I work with the medical team, creating educational materials. I also work closely with our software team and our coaching team. Apollo Health has offered a wonderful product for anybody who wants to access the Bredesen protocol. They have two different programs. One's called Pre-Code for Prevention and Recode for Reversal. And if you're not quite sure which program is right for you, they've created a free cognitive assessment called the CQ, Cognitive Quotient. Takes about 15 or 20 minutes to do. And after completing that assessment, they help you decide which program is appropriate for you. And once you subscribe to the program, they make it really easy. They encourage you to get a pre-code or recode report. And what this involves is doing laboratory testing, doing an online medical questionnaire, and engaging in more in-depth cognitive testing. But as a result of that, you get a 50+ page personalized report that reveals all of your contributors to your current state of decline, whether you're experiencing cognitive decline or emerging contributors if you're working on prevention. And the great thing about the report, it gives you step-by-step instructions for how to optimize your cognition. Apollo has created a wonderful resource of educational material. We have a whole community. There are brain health pioneers, wonderful people that are on the same journey that I'm on. And we have an online community. We do monthly town halls where participants can ask questions of Dr. Bredesen. We've got a library of recipes. I mean, we've got a wonderful coaching team. They've created a training program for practitioners and a certification program. Anything that you need on your cognitive health journey, they're there to help you, hold your hand, and to walk you through the process. So for anyone who wants to implement the protocol, and if you've read the book, The End of Alzheimer's, or the End of Alzheimer's program, and you're thinking, this is a lot. It is, but it's absolutely possible. And some people can do it from just reading the book. And if you need a little extra help, Apollo's there.
Kind of like your story, a lot of the patients who come to see me at Solsari in the clinic here, they've read the book and they've gotten so much benefit from it. And they're wanting to take it to that next level, just like when you met Dr. Bredesen. And so we here at Solsari, we work hand in hand with Recode and Precode. So anything that you're doing on that end, we're reviewing and helping and holding your hand a little bit more to make sure you're getting the most out of those Recode and Precode protocols. And I know that you guys help set people up with health coaches, as do we, so that you can work on the individual things that are coming up for you. What are your unique challenges and where do you need that additional support? And then I created Marama. Everyone at Marama is on the Recode program. And what I love about Recode at Marama, the way that we use it most specifically for them, is we can test and retest cognitive function, and the brain games are built in, so you can be using Brain HQ and CNS vital signs through Recode to get this continual feedback about where you need to do a little extra work or where you're really excelling. And so that can be inspirational. It can also be instructive about what we need to be doing more of. And then also, of course, all of the caregivers over there looking through the recipes and being educated through the materials that are there, joining the town halls. It's really a great community, such a valuable resource. And Marama really is because some people do find this challenging. And especially when your loved one has progressed pretty far, it's hard. And you know, I think of, I can relate so much to the daughters who reach out to us, who are raising kids of their own. They have a full career in swing. They've got a household to manage, and they have a parent who they want to be really well taken care of, but this can feel like a full-time job. And so we created Marama to really support those families where it's hard to implement at home, and you can come and drop into this immersive experience and get the very best of the Recode and Bredesen protocols.
Oh, I love that. So you've created a memory care facility that could at some point have participants leaving and going back into the world. Have you reached that milestone yet?
So, you know, we have had residents come and go, and there's a resident who comes to mind when you ask that. She has been there for a couple years now. Wow, it's May of 2022, and she moved in May of 2020, right at the beginning, around the beginning of the pandemic. And she and her husband moved in, and she could return to independent living right now. She would be She is in much better shape than when she moved in from independent living in her home. The kind of sad part is, although we don't want to lose her, we just absolutely love her, so she can stay for as long as she wants. But the struggle is that her husband was much more severely affected than she was. He was almost nonverbal, you know, saying yes and no, but really, if he tried to put a sentence together, it was nonsensical when he moved in. And now he can talk about his work. He discusses politics. It's great. He can have a full conversation. However, he's not capable of independent living. And I think it would be very stressful on her for them to move home at this stage. So we continue to support them. There are others who have moved home, and certainly that's our goal. I think our vision, my bigger goal is to change all of senior living.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Because I've got family members that are in memory care now. And as you know, what tends to happen is they get worse when they're put in there because the diet is horrible, so heavy in sugar and carbs. They don't get enough exercise. And if you try to apply the Bredesen protocol while they're living there, I'm constantly being told that I'm harming my uncle's health. If I bring him snacks like nuts, which, as we know, are among the healthiest foods, people live longer. And I've been told to stop bringing him that junk. He needs his supplemental glucose drink. And Ensure, right, because it's so important. I know. So
fructose corn syrup in a can. Ugh.
Right. And yeah, so I share your vision, and we need to change this because I think what you're doing needs to become the standard of care. And I hope with Dr. Bredesen's recent clinical trial that's about to be published in peer review formed, that this will become the standard of care. We can't throw away people with dementia. To me, it smacks of ageism. Think of everything we do to save people who have cancer, all the expensive treatments and tests, and we do absolutely nothing for people with dementia, despite the published research that there are things that can be done.
It's absolutely criminal. We're squandering an incredibly valuable resource by doing that. You know, our seniors are at the height of their wisdom and experience, and they have so much to give. We see the value of when societies, you know, pair our grandparents with the earliest generation, right? And how absolutely lovely that is to see the magic that happens when they get that opportunity and that purpose of assisting the youngest among us. And yet there's also this idea that at a very practical level, somebody who's been in the workforce for 40 years, they have so much to give. And that if we just let them get cognitive decline at 50 and 60 and 70, and retire early, they're not contributing at like a real dollars and cents level. They're not contributing in a way that they possibly could.
Right, and they're a real draw on society. There was a recent Blue Cross Blue Shield study that came out, and it showed an over 200% increase in younger people developing cognitive decline. And we have to think that could be a result of COVID and the increasingly toxic world in which we live. But that study said the average age of someone living with dementia is 49 years old. And we know the pathology behind Alzheimer's takes at least a decade, likely more, like several decades, before the first symptom shows. So the sooner you take action, the sooner you can protect your cognition for decades.
We see that over and over again in the clinical trial we ran in my office that'll be published behind the Bredesen one, but hopefully in the next 6 months or so, when we get through our peer review process, we saw the same thing. The younger someone is when they intervene, the earlier in the disease process, the more confidence we have. Now, I will never, ever tell anyone there isn't hope, because I have seen people like my very first patient, Linda, who went from a MoCA score of 2 to 7 in a matter of weeks. I've seen those types of miracles often enough that I will never tell someone there's not hope and there's not benefit from doing this. And yet we have more confidence. It costs less money. It takes less effort when we do it early and we dive fully in, when we get as comprehensive as possible, like you described your process of adding layer upon layer to how you changed your diet and lifestyle. We can create this virtuous cycle of feeling better and getting better. And that when we do that early, it's so much easier. So to all of you who are listening, who are caregivers with increased risk because of the stress of caregiving, to all of you who are listening who are related to someone, genetically related to someone with dementia, to those of you who are noticing those earliest signs of my brain isn't working the way it was 5 or 10 years ago, now is the time to take action.
I absolutely agree. You know, I love this metaphor. Remember your first car? What if you knew that was the only car you were going to have for the rest of your life? Wouldn't you have treated that car a little bit differently than you probably did? Well, the brains we have now are the only brains we're going to have for the rest of our lives. And the earlier you begin working on your cognitive health, the better you are going to age. And I promise your older self is going to thank you if you get on the protocol now, even if you're not experiencing symptoms, because we know that pathology could still be happening.
Such a hopeful, beautiful, passionate message. Julie, thank you so much for being here, for sharing your time and your personal story with us today.
Oh, you are so welcome. Sorry about my internet, but I'm glad we could finish this interview.
We made it work. So once more, tell everyone where they can find out more about you and get the support from the Apollo and ABIHM.
Sure. So you're welcome to visit our nonprofit. It's apoe4.info, or I also welcome anyone who wants to use the Bredesen protocol to come to the Apollo Health website. I think it's apollohealthco.com. And take that free cognitive assessment. It is like eye-opening. I mean, when I had cognitive decline, it's so insidious, I really wasn't aware. So I welcome everyone to do that assessment to find out where you stand today and to begin working on your cognitive health.
Thank you again, Julie. Always a pleasure.
Right. Thank you. Take care.
Before we get started with our next speaker, please make sure to share these powerful brain healing protocols by clicking the button below the video to help get this information out to people who need it the most. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome again to the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm here with Dr. Sally Weinrich. Such a pleasure to have you here today. Sally, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And just a little background, Dr. Sally Weinrich has a PhD in educational research. She worked and she was both nationally and internationally recognized for her work on prostate cancer screening. And she taught for many years that Alzheimer's is untreatable as part of her nursing teaching. She is in the First Survivors book, and I think a wonderful example on numerous levels, and we'll go into those. So I thought it would be very illustrative to talk to someone who's actually been through this and really done a spectacular job. So Sally, maybe you could start just by telling us, what were your early symptoms, some of the things that bothered you at the beginning?
I had read a lot on, quote, normal aging changes.
Yeah.
And I had all those, but I had them to a greater intensity and degree.
Yeah.
And I did a lot of embarrassing things, like I would get to my doctor's office and would remember at that time I did not have my pocketbook and therefore I did not have my insurance card.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would get to the gas station, empty on gas, need my credit card to pay for my gas and not have my credit card. And so I had a lot of forgetful things I did that I hadn't done before that definitely interfered with day-to-day living. I was starting to have trouble even deciding what to wear. It took me 3 times as long. I was constantly running late. And one day I looked at the clock and, or I was asked, I don't remember how it came up, but I could not remember how to draw the second hand. I did not know whether the hour hand or the second hand. I did not know which was which.
Yeah. And
then I denied it or didn't want to think about it because I didn't think there was any treatment for it like most people do, or many people do. Then I forgot to pick 3 grandchildren up to take them to school one day. And then I forgot again within the same month. And I would never forget to pick my grandchildren up to school. They were the apple of my eye. And that was when I said, forget the denial, Sally, you've got Alzheimer's.
Yeah. And, I should just point out here while you're telling your story that one of the common criticisms that many people receive when we claim that we're reversing cognitive decline, people say, well, this person really didn't have any evidence of Alzheimer's. You're just assuming that. Well, in your case, you had everything. So you had ApoE4 positive, so you had a single copy associated with Alzheimer's. You had a PET scan that was amyloid positive. So again, showing that very clearly you had Alzheimer's disease. You had a MoCA score of 24.5, which is typically considered MCI. But for someone who has a doctorate and is working in a school training, and this is really what I would call late stage MCI, you had both the kind of typical parietal symptoms with trouble with the clock and trouble with spatial issues, and also the amnestic issues with trouble picking up your granddaughter. So you really had the typical, the ApoE4 is typically associated with the amnestic side, and the toxicity, which you turned out to have, of course, is typically associated with the, is with the non-amnestic sort of presentation. And you clearly showed both of those. And then you had one other thing we've seen a number of times. You actually got worse with the anti-amyloid antibodies. So if you could continue that and talk a little bit about how you got into the trial and your response to being treated with an anti-amyloid antibody.
I retired from research in 2008, and as a funded researcher, I believe strongly in research. And so I actively sought out research studies to deal with my Alzheimer's, which I felt like I had. And I was hoping I was at the preventive stage at that time. And so I heard about this national study that started, I enrolled in 2015. The cohort that I enrolled in actually started in 2014. And it was recruiting non-symptomatic or mild symptomatic Alzheimer's patients, people in the community nationwide who were positive for beta amyloid plaques. And I did not know whether I was randomized to the placebo or control, but before I started the study, I did the mild cognitive impairment, so I can know what my score was, Montreal Cognitive Assessment. And then I also did the subtracting 7 from 100 as my way of measuring roughly how my cognition was doing. And each month I got worse and worse. And I, starting the third month, I started getting headaches, irritability, anxiety, which I had never had before and really didn't know how to handle. And my ability to remember and my forgetting things increased significantly in severity. So after 8 months, I asked to withdraw. The trial encouraged me to take a break, which I did for 3 months. And then after thinking about even more, I withdrew from the study.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly lucky you did. One of the other people that we dealt with years ago just continued. His wife said, the doctors know what they're doing, so it's okay if he gets worse. And he went from a 22 to a 6 over 18 months. So it's tough. And of course, it's impossible to know causality, but the temporal association is often striking. So it's a good thing that you got out of that when you did. And then where did you go from there?
My husband heard about you on a talk show, People's Pharmacy, December of 2015. You were my nice Christmas present that year. And I called you wanting to be enrolled in your research study. And you said, which is understandable, the IRB would not allow out-of-state enrollees, but you agreed to work with me and my physician. And through a joint telephone call with my physician, I then ended up completing the cognoscopy, my first cognoscopy. I've had yearly cognoscopy since then, in July of 2016. And I had everything wrong. And I was positive for 5 of the 6 different types of Alzheimer's. And the one I was not positive for, which was vascular, I had problems with, in that my total cholesterol and triglyceride were like record low. And you told me what a physician had never told me before, which was that I needed healthy fats in my brain for it to function well. I always before had been complimented heavily on my low cholesterol and low triglycerides. And the other thing I would add, when that is a little different answer from my answer to your original question of when did I first know? Around 2016, you came out with your publication describing type 3 or inhalation toxins. And in that, you described what had happened to me in year 2000, 16 years before that time, when I had moved to a new place and attributed my depression to the move and to the pressure to do research in a research-driven university. But then I lived in a home with mold in the basement. And I also had the low zinc, although I didn't know it at the time. I had the biomarkers of low zinc, low cholesterol, and there's several others that I don't remember, but I'll ask you to add now.
You had the low triglycerides, you had the TGF beta 1 that was quite high, et cetera, C4L, that,
So I realized in retrospect that my Alzheimer's had really started in 2000. I just did not know it at the time.
And again, this illustrates a very important point. When people have looked longitudinally, you're really looking at about 20 years, typically between the onset, the pathophysiological changes, and a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. So it makes perfect sense. Here you were having problems in 2011. You were already well into the MCI stage. and your problems really began symptomatically. So you really had SCI as early as 2000. And as the epidemiologists have shown us, SCI tends to last about 10 years. That fits with you very well. And then you went into MCI, and you were fairly well along in MCI when you started getting on the program. So you are now 6 years. And talk a little bit about, first of all, what did you notice in terms of changes? Because another thing that we hear very frequently is, well, I've been on this for a couple of months and I'm not noticing huge improvements. I think I'm going to look for something different. But you've really stuck with it. And I think you're a great example of someone who has really sustained. You've got your improvement, and now you're 6 years on and continuing. So talk about, if you would, the first things that you noticed.
In changes and improvements, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. My research background kicked in, and I immediately, the two things I started doing right away was sleep, more sleep, and eating healthier.
Yeah.
But I also started meditating every day. And it was hard for me to sit down and do nothing to meditate, although meditating is not doing nothing, but it was not working.
You're an active person.
Yeah. And so I did again that subtraction 7 from 100 and kept track of how fast I could. Well, at that time I could not do accurately. But I also kept track of the time. And after a month of meditating each morning, I started out, and the other thing I did in my lifestyle changes, I would start it slowly. So I started out meditating 15 minutes each morning, and then I increased it to a half an hour. And after a month of that, I saw that I was subtracting 7 from 100 correctly, and 2 minutes quicker. So for me, I've encouraged everyone I've talked to identify something that they're having problems with. A real quick, immediate one that I could easily remember and see the difference is I would go from say at the kitchen, go to the bedroom to get something, and I'd get to the bedroom and forget what I was going to get. That is a real common thing that I hear a lot of people talk about, and that changed. I could remember what I went to get. Not having to go back to the kitchen, or going back to the kitchen and not remembering it. But I think cognitive changes are, I'm real tuned in now. I still can relapse real easy. I recently had surgery and did real well with it. But I now have trouble recalling names. So for me, anytime I call my grandchildren by their wrong name, mix up, like one is named Bryce, one is named Molly, and one's named Emma. If I call Emma Molly or the other way around, that's my sign that I'm doing something wrong, and I need to change it. So what I'd encourage people to do is and thankfully I did keep electronic record of what I could and couldn't do, and the dates at which I did certain behavior. What I get the quickest changes for is my exercise. I increase my exercise. You recommend at least 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. I had already been doing that, and I increased it to an hour. So I can see immediately daily changes in that. But other things that were really hard for me to do, like following the dirty dozen and only eating the 12 foods that continue to be contaminated, even after you wash them. That was hard for me to do. I still have trouble and struggle with ketosis, but I have given up my sugars and my carbohydrates. And when I am ketosis, my husband has real good metabolic flexibility, and he can eat all kinds of things. And the next day he would be ketosis. And I can't. But when I am, I can tell an improvement in my cognition.
And many people say that ketosis really is associated with an improvement in their cognition. And you brought up another good point, which is that everyone has some natural variability, and it goes with how they've slept, how much stress they're under, all these sorts of things, how much stimulation they've had. And we have one guy, brilliant physician, who loves to cheat, and he loves to eat ice cream. And so what he'll do is he does the same thing. He notices that you do. What the first thing that he has is a little bit of trouble with naming. And so he'll just
fix it so he cheats no more than what gives him a little trouble with naming, then he can do everything else just fine. Of course, we'd like him to quit doing that and do even better, but he does very, very well with that degree of cheating. So there is this variability, and we want to go, on the other hand, we want to go sawtoothing up instead of sawtoothing down. That's the key. So and you mentioned earlier that people told you had a good cholesterol. So you had a triglyceride of 29. So of course that looks very good when you say, oh, does this person have vascular disease? But it's one of the kickoffs, is one of the hints that, oh my gosh, this person might actually have a toxin associated Alzheimer's disease. And so if you could talk a little bit about what you have done to address the toxicity. Have you been on the Shoemaker protocol or a variation thereof? And what sorts of things have you done?
And I'll start off by saying, in your previous talks and in your book, you talk about type 3, or the toxicity being the hardest form of Alzheimer's or type of Alzheimer's to deal with. And I have lived that. I agree with that 100%. And in fact, I'm still dealing with it. And I've decided I'll probably have to deal with it for a lifetime. And my Christmas present this year that I will be getting in July is a sauna to deal with the toxicity.
Ah, fantastic.
But I started out taking the lovely cholestyramine, and I did follow the Shoemaker protocol. And I found a physician who was trained in the Shoemaker protocol in South Carolina by looking online. And I started out with the lovely cholestyramine, and then went through the 13 different steps in the Shoemaker protocol for treatment. A lot of what I've done has been expensive, unfortunately. And the most expensive supplement I took was VIP for vasointestinal peptide, I think is the correct. And I can look up and give you, I'll email you later if it's a different date, but I think I took that, let's say 15 months. And I stopped it, not because it wasn't working, it worked great, but because of the cost. And my blood values, my TGF beta and the C4A were normal as long as I was taking it. But once I stopped it, they increased in value again and became abnormal. And I now am following partly the Dr. Nathan protocol, and am doing the it's called something Plains test,
Great Plains Lab, GPL,
Great Plains test. And the first time I was toxic on 4 different toxicities. The last one had been corrected, but I still am positive for the aspergillus and one more. So even though I've been taking GI detox and activated charcoal. And then the other thing in your treatment under the Shoemaker protocol, when you're under treatment, your symptoms increase in severity. And so anytime I would go into other indoors, which hadn't been mold remediated, my home had to be mold remediated. My home was positive and had to do all the mold remediation part of it. Even though it was a relatively new home at that time, we had built it, it was only 8 years old. So I was safe in my home, but I wasn't safe in any other indoors. And I would react with symptoms of SIRS, chronic inflammation response syndrome. Depression and anxiety were the worst symptoms, but I also would have vertigo. I couldn't walk straight. And I would have insomnia after exposure. I would have 4 or 5 other symptoms that I can't remember right now. But it was not fun to go into other indoor environments. So basically I was homebound. I could go outside, outdoors, I do great. I was homebound for over 2 years. Once I got the IV glutathione and 4 other substances in it, including vitamin B12 and sodium butyrate, I got better. And now I can go into limited other indoors. Usually if it's an older building, I will react negatively to it. But the good part is my reaction now is that, and cognitive thinking and what's called brain fog in SIRS, I would have with every exposure. Now my first symptom that I have from exposure to other indoors that are contaminated is brain fog. I have trouble with names. I don't get depressed or anxious, which is really nice.
Yeah, fantastic. And I should point out to everyone, your MoCA score went from 24.5 to 30, and now you repeated testing, you get 30 or 29 every time, both perfectly normal. So that's fantastic. And, again, if you go by the statistics, someone who began symptoms, which would really be the beginning of SCI in 2000, 22 years later, would likely be in a nursing home or would have passed away. And you are doing absolutely great. So if you maybe talk a little bit about some of the things you do each day. I know you're a kayaker and you're a swimmer, and you enjoy all sorts of things, going places, doing things with your husband and getting out there. You live in a beautiful area in South Carolina. And talk a little bit about what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, if you would.
Okay. And before I do, let me comment about one other thing I did on toxicity that I think you probably won't include, but for some people it would be relevant.
Yeah.
I still sleep outdoors in a hat.
Oh, wow.
And that when I sleep indoors, I can now sleep, but it's not a deep sleep. It's the sleep that you look at, you feel like you haven't slept, but you look at the clock and the hours come by. And I'll wake up either 4 or 5 times at night. If I sleep outside, I sleep like a baby. I'll wake up once in the bathroom and that's it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's a deep sleep that I really wake rested. So for someone who's like me, in my mind, I had the mold exposure and I didn't start treatment until 16, 17 years later.
Right.
Who's very contaminated like I was from toxicity. Sleeping outside might be the answer.
This is a really good point. Yeah.
And then now what I do on a daily basis, I wake up and usually I'll wake up slowly and wake up with some form of meditation. Mm-hmm. I'm a Christian, so for me, it's spiritual. But I think any form of meditation, when you're waking up and the sunlight, you have that golden glow, and you're kind of half awake and half asleep. Yeah. It's like your senses are at a greater alertness. And meditation is just fun at that stage. Yeah. I don't usually eat until about 10 a.m. because of the keto flex 12-3 diet. And since I am positive for APOE4, I do the fasting 15 hours and usually 16 hours between dinner and breakfast. Got it. And then I'll do whatever I want in the morning before breakfast. It might be exercise. It's usually meditation. I have to work on my meditation. I have a tendency, if I've traveled, like my husband and I recently did this last week to Myrtle Beach, I get back home and I don't want to do meditation. But ideally, I'll meditate in the morning. I very often will do some form of exercise. I do Pilates and yoga, and I have a bicycle I use at home. With summer coming, very often I'll get out and kayak at 8 before the winds blow up on the lake. We do that 2 or 3 times a week. Okay. And then also in the summer, I swim 2 or 3 times a week. And for the last 3 years, I have swam 1.7 miles ABIHM. And it's mainly high school swimmers who swim it. Wow. But I was the oldest one this last year, but I came in last, but at least I finished.
That's amazing. So you're swimming 1.7 miles. Wow. Fantastic.
So very often I'll swim in the lake out in front of me, and I have a little buoy so that I kind of let people know I'm around. Yeah. And so very often I'll do some form of meditation and exercise in the morning. Then I'll either have breakfast by myself because my husband's gone out, or he and I'll have time together, and that's a fun social time. And when I was homebound with my CIRS, chronic inflammation response syndrome, I usually would have someone I would call every day and talk by phone. Mm-hmm. I talk to my sister every day now, but I would have different friends I would call either weekly or monthly for my socialization. And I think socialization is an important part of cognition. And then I don't know what I do with the rest of the day, but I'll tell you some of the things I do because I don't have enough time to get everything done. I do spend a lot of time on cognition, whether it's doing my supplements or looking up something or keeping track of what I've done or looking at what I need to do, or and usually I'll have one thing I'm working on. That's the problem. Okay. And I'll, either look online or think or meditate or problem solve, how I can do that better.
Yeah.
And then 2 days a week, I pick my granddaughter up from school. The youngest one now is an 8th grader. And so I only have 1 more year before she'll be driving.
Yeah.
And I pick her up from school. And then very often I'll see friends, like tonight I'm going to a granddaughter's soccer game. And Friday night I'm going to a social event at an outdoor gardening center.
Yeah.
And last night I went to a Bible study. So very often I'll do something social, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah.
And I love to read. My favorite type of read now is historical fiction.
Yeah.
Which I really like. So life is full. I like it.
Yeah, you're doing great. And so also, I think one of the things that you've done beautifully, which we all always recommend to people, is please keep tweaking. Please, no matter how good you are, let's see if there's anything that's been missed. Let's see if there are things that can be improved. Let's see if there are things, perhaps there are mycotoxins that are still there, or perhaps there are issues with, you mentioned ketosis, getting into ketosis and being metabolically flexible, such a huge issue, reducing some stress. There's so many things. Or some people will find, oh, this person actually has some infection that had been undiagnosed. And they still may have improved, but they may have plateaued. So you've really done a great job with continuing to tweak things. And so I think I want to congratulate you on that. I want to go back for a moment, go back to 2000 when you had your first symptoms. How old were you at that time?
I am 74 now, and it's 2022.
Yeah. So
so that was 22 years ago. Yeah. So 52.
Yeah, 52. Yeah. So again, this is something that we see with toxicity all the time, that people in their early 50s, the most common, that will present with those initial symptoms of toxicity. We believe that some of that may be due to the fact that you're going through this so-called osteoclastic burst at that time. So you're now releasing some of the toxins that have been sequestered into your bone, and that's well documented with things like lead, less well documented with things like mycotoxins. But it is a period where so many people seem to have their first symptoms. So and again, that fits very well with your exposure. And then if you could talk a little bit about where you stand. Now, you said that you stopped the VIP. And of course, there are less severe binders than cholestyramine, bentonite clay, and all sorts of things like that. Are you currently on binders or not?
Yes, I am. And I'm going to be talking to Dr. Brott, my physician who's been trained in the protocol in North Carolina, about my treatment or her recommendations Friday. But I've been taking GI detox and activated charcoal.
Great.
Each 2 different times a day.
Got it. And then the other thing we find repeatedly is that people who work with a coach, someone that can really help them. And I think in your case, you're very fortunate to be married to someone who is really focused, really helped you, and really worked with you to get the best outcomes. So in some ways, he's kind of been your brain health coach.
The other thing, I had done research that showed if someone had a reminder, they were more likely to do a behavior. Yeah. So I constantly post reminders around my house, whether it's my mirror in front of my bathroom or a note on my refrigerator, or putting a supplement I need to take out in the middle of the aisle if it's new.
Right.
Or if I have a behavior I really don't want to do, my physician orders me to soak in hot sitz baths. And it's really fun once I do it, but it's hard to make myself do it.
Sure. Yeah.
So I put a little star on my calendar after I do it.
Yeah.
Any way you can, 1, remind yourself of the new behavior, or 2, reward yourself when you do it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I would say to the readers, part of what helps me continue to work and optimize Alzheimer's is I have a saying, kind of like a mantra, that I can choose now. And if I have Alzheimer's, I won't have any choice. I'll be doing what other people tell me to do. And most people have been exposed to Alzheimer's patients. And so that I have a choice comes from me seeing Alzheimer's in nursing home who did not have a choice because they needed to move, for example, from the dining room to the bedroom, but they didn't understand why.
Right.
So I would encourage your readers to figure out some mantra that motivates them.
Yeah.
And see reversing Alzheimer's as a process, not a one-stage event.
Yeah, I mean, we've been telling people lately that we've now entered an era in which Alzheimer's is optional. Very few people ever need to get this if they get on appropriate prevention or very earliest reversals at the SCI stage. You really don't have to allow yourself. We shouldn't see people with MoCA scores of 0, even though, yes, we've seen some that'll improve a little bit, but they don't get all the way back to normal yet. We're still working on that, but we're not there yet. So if everyone were to do the right thing, we really could make this a very, very rare illness. And I want to go back for a moment to the symptoms you had and what's changed with those. So you wrote in a beautiful piece that you did for the first survivors of Alzheimer's, you were having trouble making a gingerbread man. So you couldn't even complete a gingerbread man that you had done multiple times before. Of course, as you mentioned, you forgot to pick up your daughters. You were having trouble with hands on a clock and things like that. You were even having some tremors at the time, and just in general having problems with calculations. You mentioned doing serial 7s and things like that. So you had both the amnestic and non-amnestic symptoms. Now, as I understand it, after you were treated for some time, you're able to do the gingerbread man again, no problem. You're able to do clocks, no problem. You don't forget to pick up your granddaughters. You mentioned you occasionally get a name mixed up, but you get their names right most of the time. And I know when they were interviewed, they said, wow, grandma is really sharp. Her memory is very, very good now. They obviously had noticed a change in you and that they were concerned about, and that's gone now. So you really have gotten rid of almost all of your symptoms. With that occasional, as you said, a little bit of anomia that comes and goes depending on how things are going for you at the time. And as you can see with your continued look at mycotoxins, maybe there's a reason for that as you continue to detox. And you pointed out earlier, detoxing is the toughest part in general for this. And yet you've done very well with that. And many people have, even though it's the toughest part, it's not impossible. And the good news is, all the different things that contribute to cognitive decline, every single one of them can be addressed typically. So this is absolutely fantastic. And again, congratulations on this.
The other thing I would say about as far as reversing my symptoms, I actually was able to start scoring normal on the Montreal Cognitive Assessment and not forget critical things like you just identified. After, I'd have to look at my notes, but I think it was after either 6 months or 9 months, basically when I got my type 1 inflammation down. And I did that by eliminating gluten and eliminating sugar. A lot of those symptoms cleared up.
And 6 to 9 months is a very typical time. We usually tell people, you might see changes in 3 months, but give it, 6 to 9 months after you've done the right thing. Of course, if it takes you 6 months to do the right thing, then give it another 6 months. 6 months after you've done the right thing. And again, you have to remember, you had been having these changes in your brain likely since 2000. So you've got at that point, 16 years of development, and yet you were able to see these remarkable changes within 6 to 9 months. Absolutely striking. And very, very exciting. So I know that you've, with all the wonderful things you've done, one of the things you've gotten interested in telling jokes, and there's nothing that makes me happier than someone who had what would have been a terminal illness, who's now able to have a full life and able to make jokes and enjoy their lives with their grandchildren, with their husband and their families. All of that is wonderful. So you have a joke for us today?
I do. I've got 2, and you can pick whichever one you want to show. There was this little 4-year-old boy who saw a pregnant woman for the first time ever. And of course, he was shorter than the pregnant woman. So he touched the pregnant woman's stomach or abdomen or uterus and said, "What's that?" And the woman replied, "This is my baby girl, and I love her bunches and bunches. I just love holding her." And the little boy looked at her with great big eyes and said, "If you love her so much, how come you ate her?"
Oh, that is what we would usually call a dad joke or a mom joke. All right. And what's your other one?
There was this young couple who just got married, and the husband happened to be a preacher, and he opened the bills and paid him every month. Well, one month he opened the bills and he said, "Honey, what is this? This is an outrageous bill from the nicest dress store in town. Why did you buy this?" And she went on to explain that her best friend was getting married and so forth, and that she just had to have the dress. And the husband said, the husband happened to be a minister. He said, "Why didn't you say, 'Devil, get behind me'?" And she said, "I did." And he said, "Woo, looking even better."
All right, great. Well, so great to talk to you, Sally, and thank you again for your wonderful contribution to the first survivors of Alzheimer's and for your contribution to the world of people who either are at risk for cognitive decline or are already suffering cognitive decline. They're hearing your story, they're understanding what you did, they're understanding that there's hope and that there's a tremendous amount that can be done, and that you've got to keep tweaking, you've got to keep sticking with it, and you've got to check the appropriate variables, which you've done repeatedly with the labs, et cetera. And all the things you've done to optimize things, I think it's not only inspirational, but it's also therapeutic. It's telling people what they can do to get best outcomes. So Sally, thank you so much for taking your time with us today. We really appreciate it.
And thank you. I'm so glad you did your research and have got some answers for those of us who need it. So thank you. Thank you.
And there's lots more to do. We're still working on it, but certainly we're getting some wonderful results, and we want to keep on optimizing.
I, together with co-hosts Dr. Dale Bredesen and Dr. David Perlmutter, would like to take a moment to thank all of the staff members, the people behind the scenes, our gifted speakers, and most of all, our summit sponsors. Please be sure to check them out in the links provided in each video because they helped to make this incredible event possible. Special shout out to NeuroQ, Diagnostic Solutions Labs, Alzheimer's Risk Test by Cytox, Real-Time Labs, and Apollo Health, and Dr. Pollack. We couldn't be more grateful for all of your support. Thank you. Welcome to this episode of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm absolutely delighted to have a hero of mine here right now. Dr. Tom O'Brien is the author of How to Fix Your Brain. His goal for you is making it easy to do the right thing. He's an internationally recognized, admired, and compassionate speaker focusing on brain health, food sensitivities, environmental toxins, and the development of autoimmune diseases. His audiences discover that it is through a clear understanding of how you got where you are that you and your doctor can figure out what it will take to get you well. Dr. O'Brien is considered the Sherlock Holmes for chronic disease and teaches that recognizing and addressing the underlying mechanisms that activate an immune response is the map of the highway towards better health. He holds teaching faculty positions with the Institute for Functional Medicine, as well as the National University of Health Sciences. Dr. Tom O'Brien, welcome.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the honor to be a part of this very important summit.
So you were just describing to me how you have a personal connection to this topic right now. You have a dear friend who was recently diagnosed with a neurodegenerative dementia.
Yes, and he's in Chicago, and he's an attorney who has worked with some top-of-the-line people at Northwestern University, and so they routed him to the top people in neurology at Northwestern. And I had to look him in the eye. I actually went to Chicago to see my grandchildren, and so I went to visit my friend, and I said, "Hank, look me in the eye. You're gonna die, and it's not a pleasant death." That's why Robin Williams decided to take his life, right? And they have nothing, absolutely nothing, that will slow down or stop this. There are some things that they can give you that will help you feel a little bit better for a period of time. That's called a nootropic. It means it helps your brain function better, but it doesn't stop the degeneration that's going on. They don't know how to do that. You have to not put your toe in the water of what I'm telling you. You got to dive in head first. or you're just not going to make it, man. And I love you too much just to sit back and say, oh, it's too bad. Hey, he just doesn't know.
So I think you make a critically important point here, and that's that you can't dabble, especially when you already have symptoms present. So like your friend, he already has experienced symptoms, he has a diagnosis, and for him to get benefit from the types of approaches that you and I discuss, you really need to fully commit. And we have the highest confidence when people are as comprehensive about addressing all of the factors that influence cognitive function as possible. So I want to dive into those with you. What did you tell your friend Hank to do?
Not follow my lead, but go to someone who, like you and your clinic, they specialize and do nothing but this. And this is their bread and butter. They do it all day, every day. That you can't put your toe in the water with someone that's learned a little in a weekend course. There's a couple of basic premises. I didn't ask you this ahead of time. Do you mind if I share a screen and show a couple slides?
Please, I'm going to make you the host here so that that's possible. I'd love to see these.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. Give me a moment to bring this up. And good. Here we go. So I'm going to put this on full screen. Let me do this. So this came out from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Dr. Heather, have you seen this one?
Is this a clinical trial? I'm not sure yet.
No, okay. It came out in February of 2020. And Blue Cross Blue Shield, arguably the largest for-profit health company in the English language. They're interested in making a profit, in having, and their thing is insurance. So they want to make sure they're making profits. But they said, we got a problem here. And they showed that in 4 years, there was more than a doubling of diagnosis of early Alzheimer's in 30 to 64-year-olds in 4 years. But what's even more important, when they broke it down by age bracket, look at this. In 4 years.
There's an increase in the age from 30 to 44. Just for all of our listeners who can't see your slides, I want to make sure that they see how radically the numbers have changed between 2013 and 2017. This doesn't even account for potentially some of the impacts of COVID over the past couple of years. But even before COVID, there was this increase in dementia. You would not think about early onset Alzheimer's disease happening in people between the ages of 30 and 44. And yet there's this massive increase, 407%, fourfold increase in those numbers between 2013 and 2017.
That's right. I mean, that's just jaw-dropping. And this is the pandemic that no one is talking about, that it's all peripheral, but our brains are the canary in the coal mine. And what that means is back in the 1800s, coal miners would take a canary in a cage down into the coal mines, and they'd listen to it sing. And when they stopped, when they couldn't hear the sing anymore, somebody went over to check. And if the canary had fallen over dead in the cage, they blew a whistle and everyone got out of there immediately, because canaries are much more sensitive to methane and carbon monoxide. So the canary in the coal mine is a term that says this is an early warning of what's going on. So when your brain is not functioning properly for you, it's an early warning. And we joke about this. We say, I'm getting older. I don't remember the way I used to. And, well, how old are you? Well, I'm 42. No, that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to walk out into the parking lot and forget what lane you parked your car in or where your keys are. Those are messages saying something's not right here yet. And we're so scared of, everybody knows someone that had a heart attack and survived and changed their diet, started exercising. They look better than they've looked in years. Most of us know someone diagnosed with cancer that followed the protocols and put it in remission and feel great. No one knows anyone with a brain deterioration diagnosis that's doing great.
I have the privilege.
You do. That's right. That's right.
sounds-
That's right. That's right. Thank you. But in the general public, and so it terrifies us, and so we ignore it. We try to make a joke and forget about it, but you can't. You have to look for the early signs. Now, I'm going to show you just a couple more slides here because they relate. Well, this is the increase in those 4 years by state, and you can see which states are the most rapid, and that is the eastern Midwest and the Northeast areas, and also down in the South, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Texas. Those states have the highest increase in 4 years in diagnosis of Alzheimer's. But this is what I wanted to show. This is so primarily important. Health and Human Services, US government, convened an advisory council meeting 3 years ago to try to figure out what is going on with dementia. Because by then, 3 major pharmaceutical companies had already closed their Alzheimer's research departments. After spending billions of dollars, they realized we'll never find a cure for this. And so they laid off all those scientists and they allocated the funds to research in other areas where they could make a profit, because they realized they're not going to make a profit trying to produce a drug for dementia. And we all know now, especially in this summit, everyone's learning about the 36 holes in the roof concept of Dr. Bredesen and how critically important it is to address every single one of them. But in 2019, this wasn't common knowledge. And so they put this advisory council meeting together in Washington and said, what's going on here? What is this? And so what they drew this drawing. And what they showed was that we have a normal level of antibodies to our brain tissue and to all of the other tissue in our body, our thyroid, our adrenals, our joints, that if you do a blood test to look at thyroid, that's a pretty common one that people look for autoimmunity. There's a normal reference range in the laboratory. Most labs, it's about 0 to 42, 0 to 38, depending on the lab. And if you've got that normal level of antibodies to your thyroid, and those antibodies are attacking your thyroid, but it's the normal level. Now, why would we ever have any antibodies attacking our own tissue? It's because, Mrs. Patient, you have an entire new body every 7 years. Every cell in your body regenerates. Well, how does that happen? You've got to get rid of the old and damaged cells to make room for the new cells. And a part of that process is antibodies to get rid of the old thyroid cells, or the old cerebellum cells in the brain, or the old myelin cells, the saran wrap around your nerves. You got to get rid of the old and damaged ones to make room for the new ones. So you have a normal level of antibodies. But because of how we live our lives and the things that we're exposed to, maybe you're sensitive to dairy, maybe you're sensitive to wheat, whatever it should be, and you cross a line of tolerance, and now your immune system is starting to make antibodies to those foods, or maybe you live near a freeway and you're inhaling the particulate matter. You can't taste it, you can't see it, you can't smell it, but you're inhaling it every day. And we all know in the healthcare fields that if you live near a freeway, the incidence of autism and attention deficit is much, much higher. It's because the brain is inhaling this. And our friend, Dr. Bredesen, has told us that 60 to 65% of all Alzheimer's is inhalation Alzheimer's. It's what you're breathing that's gasoline on the fire in your brain causing the inflammation. So because of all those exposures we get, we start making antibodies to the foods and antibodies to bacteria, antibodies to the environmental exposures we have. And we get all this inflammation in our body, and it's systemic inflammation. And when you have this systemic inflammation, meaning it's in your bloodstream and it goes everywhere, it goes to the brain. And when it goes to the brain, the inflammation in the bloodstream causes a breach of the blood-brain barrier. It's called leaky brain. We all have heard of leaky gut. It'll be a few more years before it's common knowledge, but everybody will be talking about leaky brain because there's so much science now that confirms without a doubt every single brain dysfunction that occurs has a prerequisite, a leaky brain, letting these molecules get into the brain that are the gasoline on the fire causing inflammation. And if you look at how long they said in the advisory council, how long is this going on? 20 plus years of no symptoms whatsoever. But the inflammation is killing off brain cells, killing off brain cells, killing off brain, but you don't feel it. You don't have any symptoms of it. And this continues and continues for 20 plus years until you get to the stage of what's identified as mild cognitive impairment. Now you can't find your keys, or where's the car in the parking lot? And this kind of thing goes, or that person walking toward, what's that person's name? What's that person's name? This goes on for 7 or more years. So now you're 25 to 30 years into all of this inflammation you're being exposed to that's killing off brain cells, killing off brain cells, killing off brain cells. And this is the stage where it's the easiest to address this. And one of the markers, the actually earliest marker of inflammation in the memory center of your brain is when you're losing your sense of smell. And when you're because your sense of smell was a life-saving mechanism for our ancestors. And we have the exact same body as our ancestors. And when they were walking down the trail, they better be able to smell saber-toothed tiger and turn around and go the other way right away. Or when they were looking for food, they'd pick something up. The first thing they do is smell it. Then they'd nibble a little bit, and then they'd eat it. But smell was the first warning of danger. So when you're starting to lose your sense of smell, your memory center is on fire. And you start reading some of the articles. You know, if you go to the dr.com/smell and just, I've left 5 articles there to download and take to your doctor and say, can we check my sense of smell? Because, you know, sometimes, doc, I think like I'm not smelling this very well, or I'm missing something.
Well, I know we're going to get into this, but so much of the fear at this stage is that there's nothing that we can do about dementia. So if I almost don't want to know, right? A lot of people say this about their genetics is, well, why would I want to know if I'm at risk? Because there's nothing I can do about it. Why would I want to know if I have early signs of dementia? Because there's nothing I can do about it. So take us through this, but then I want to make sure that everybody knows we're going to talk about what you can do.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. And that is the common sense out there. There's nothing I can do because medicine is looking for the magic pill that's going to fix all the holes in the roof. And there is no such thing. You have to look and see, where is the inflammation coming from? Is it air particulate matter because of where you live? Well, you need an air filtration system in your house, and you need house plants. NASA did the studies on house plants because the astronauts in space were going brain lulu. They couldn't function properly. And they realized that it was the phthalates and other chemicals in the air from all the equipment. And so they were looking, because houseplants, 2 6-inch houseplants will absorb over 70% of the toxins in the air in a 10 by 10 room.
Wow.
And yeah, and so, you know, if you go to the dr.com/smell, download the handout. And here's all the house plants that NASA says will absorb toxins in the air. And, you know, and you get 2 house plants, 6-inch house plants for every room in your house. Well, I have 10 rooms in the house. Well, 10 times 2 is 20. And you get 20 house plants. Oh, but I have a brown thumb. They're all going to die. Then you buy more. That you just don't accept any excuses for not doing the little things that reduce the amount of inflammatory triggers. And you just start learning a little bit at a time, and you learn a little bit more, and you learn a little bit more, which is what this summit is about, which is why I'm so happy to be here today, because I have to tell all of you that are listening, there's no magic pill. There will never be, maybe in the future, but there's no sense of a magic pill on the horizon. When you have brain dysfunction, it's a snowball that's going down the hill. And as you see in the cartoons, the snowball gets bigger and bigger and goes faster and faster. How do you think you're ever going to just turn the snowball around and go back up the hill? That's irrational. But what you can do is you start to taper off the inflammation and you level it off. And then you start more anti-inflammatory, and then you start getting better brain function. And that's the way you take care of this, is by, and so with Health and Human Services, they just showed that after 7 years of this, and this is the window of opportunity in what's called the prodromal stage before symptoms, or when you have mild cognitive impairment, this is when it's not difficult to turn this around, but you just cannot put your toe in the water. You need to dive in. You just need to look and say, well, this makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then you read my book and you read a little bit more. And you start to understand these principles that your doctors have never been trained on. They just don't know. It's not their fault. It wasn't in the textbooks. It's too new. The information is too new. And what they showed, well, this is the smell test that I was referring to. It's a really simple test that tells you, am I losing my sense of smell? But after this state window here, now you get to mild Alzheimer's, the diagnosis, that lasts usually a couple of years. And then it goes to moderate Alzheimer's, and then it's severe. And it's very, very difficult when you get to one of those later stages. So you've got that window of opportunity of the prodromal stage for 25 years. And the mild impairment of about 7 to 10 years. So you got about 30 years where you can really, not with much difficulty, turn this thing around and get your brain back again.
And the amazing thing about doing this, taking this approach that you and I both advocate for, is that the side effects are improved blood sugar, improved mood, improved gut function, less hypertension, right? That what you get is a healthier brain, yes, but also a healthier body, less of a fall risk, right? As we think about like creating a compelling future for ourselves as we age, we want to be able to have full capacity to engage with our grandkids, like you were just seeing yours, and you want to be able to get up and down off the floor with them. You want to be able to fully be present for them, play with them, be engaged at church or in your community, whatever that means for you. Maybe it's your work that brings you meaning and purpose. And when we think about how to create that, how to make sure that that's what our last decades look like, it really is about taking these, not dipping your toe in the water, but diving in headfirst into creating healthy cells. So tell us.
May I just comment that as you just summarized that so beautifully, if you're in your 50s or 60s, the side benefits that she's referring to means you get to be a babe again. You're a babe. All of a sudden you have a new life. Your body's functioning in ways it hasn't functioned in years. And I'm from an era where I can say, you're a babe. Way to go. You're taking care of yourself and you're moving with grace on the planet. So I absolutely agree with you 100%.
It's so exciting to talk about this because so many people, I think, just are in denial about what it's going to look like to be 70, 80, 90 years old, because we think, oh, that's not going to happen to me. It's like, I'm either going to die before I get there, or my kids will take care of it. We make up all these stories, or I'm just not even going to think about it. I'm not going to acknowledge it because it's just too much.
It's because we're afraid.
We're afraid.
We're afraid. It's just fear. And there's never been a venue of information that would suggest anything different is possible.
Right.
And
so let's tell them how to do it. So how do we get there? Where would you suggest someone start?
The way to get there is to first understand, where did this come from? If you don't know how you got to where you are, it's pretty difficult to direct where you're going in the future, because you can't run away from it. You've got to go right back through it. You've got to go right back through the food sensitivities, or if you've got a gut that's out of balance, the geek term is dysbiosis, means too many bad guys, not enough good guys. And most of us have that today because of the foods. I'll give you this example. It doesn't relate directly to brain, but just know that it relates to every cell of your body. This example, in the Journal of the American Medical Association 2 years ago, they did a study of couples going to assisted fertility centers. And the only thing they compared these groups of couples to, two separate groups, were they eating conventional fruits and vegetables, or were they eating organic fruits and vegetables? And they broke them down into quartiles, the lowest amount in the group, the next, the third, and the highest for conventional, and then the same for organic. And then they took the two highest groups of consumption of fruits and vegetables, whether it was conventional or organic, and they just compared those two groups. Now, these are couples that everybody knows are spending tens of thousands of dollars to try to bring a baby into the world, you know, that they need some help for one reason or another. And the Journal of the American Medical Association, arguably the #1 journal in the English language, the editors of the journal wrote, they said, this is an elegant study using sophisticated biomarkers to prove the point. They don't say that in the Journal of the American Medical Association very often. That's like giving it the seal of approval. Wow, this is an amazing study. And look at the results of what they showed. So what did they show? They took the two groups, one group eating 2.7 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. That's the highest group of conventional. And then the highest group of organic, 2.7 servings per day, which is not very much at all. Yeah. It's embarrassing, but that was the highest of these groups going to assisted fertility centers. What did they find? That when they compared the conventional group to the organic group, the conventional group, now these all people going through the same treatment protocols, spending tens of thousands of dollars, the conventional group had an 18% less likelihood of successfully having a pregnancy. 18%. But this is the kicker. If they got pregnant, the conventional group had a 26% less chance of a live birth. They had miscarriages and stillbirths. This is like, what? What? And those types of studies are available, looking at the liver function, looking at kidney function, looking at brain function. It's the amount of chemicals we're all exposed to every day that is throwing gasoline on the fire. And two things have to happen. You have to reduce the amount of gasoline you're throwing on your fire. But then the second thing is we all have accumulated so many of these chemicals in our fat cells. We have to learn how to detox, to get this stored garbage, the heavy metals and the pesticides and the insecticides, that you don't get more fat cells after the age of 2 or 3. They just get bigger and smaller. Well, that's why we're saying that when you dive in head first, a year, 2 years from now, you have a very different body. You look different. You're down a dress size or 2. Your belt's having to go 2 notches tighter if you're a guy. You know, that all these things start to happen without counting calories, because you're detoxing, you're flushing, you're getting rid of the inflammation in your body. So this is a major, major task to accomplish. That's why you can't put your toe in the water and say, well, I'll take some extra brain nutrients. You know, I'll do a little supplement and see if that helps, because they may help. They may. That's called a nootropic. That means substances that help your brain work a little better. But if you still have all the inflammation going on, killing off brain cells, killing off brain cells, killing off brain cells, that's why Aricept is never going to work with Alzheimer's. And because some early studies showed, well, they did function a little better for a while, but the inflammation keeps killing off the brain cells. So you have to reduce the inflammation in your body. Get houseplants, stop using plastic storage containers for food. Get glass storage containers. Stop putting nail polish on because the phthalates, the plasticizers in the nail polish are in your bloodstream in 4 to 5 minutes. So you get organic nail polish. And you just have to learn all these little things. That's what my book is about. And the subtitle of the book says it all. And it's not some cutesy subtitle. It is the secret to success. The subtitle, the book is called You Can Fix Your Brain. And the subtitle is just 1 hour a week to the best memory, productivity, and sleep you've ever had. And that is the only way to be successful, because I've already overwhelmed you. You don't know whether to go buy a house plant or what's wrong with my nail polish. You know, you don't know what to do. But you tell your family every week, Tuesday nights after dinner, Sunday after service, whenever it is, I'm going to allocate 1 hour to learn a little more about how to be healthy. And then you go back to the book and you look for the 3 URLs for glass storage containers, mileskimball.com, Amazon, and whatever the third one is, I don't remember. And you go look at them online and you say, oh, I really like those. And you order 3 round ones and 2 square ones and 1 for the pie, and you pay with your credit card and hit send. It took an hour, but you're done for the week. But never will you poison your family with minute amounts of phthalates again by storing food in plastic storage containers. And then next week you do something else.
And just so everyone stops today, never again heat anything in plastic in the microwave,
right.
Ever, ever, ever.
And if you've gotten the diagnosis, or if you're really concerned, see, with my book, you can like put your toe in the water and do a little bit every week. But if you are already a little further down that scale, you need to go to her clinic and other doctors who are doing this kind of focused work, so that you allocate 1 hour a day, perhaps, or 1 hour every 3 or 4 days. So in a month, you've changed your lifestyle, you've changed your environment at home, so that your environment's much cleaner and you aren't throwing gasoline on the fire anymore. Because as we started this episode, I looked at my friend and I said, you're gonna die. I'm sorry, man, but if you don't do this, you're gonna die. Because he can't just take 3 or 4 supplements and feel a little better and think that everything's okay. It's not gonna happen, because that snowball is going downhill too quickly. And it's got a momentum that doesn't stop on its own. And nobody's going to tell you this.
You know, we're all going to die. And yet the thought of dying with dementia is so heartbreaking, because the suffering doesn't just impact you, it impacts your loved ones, the caregivers. You, as you progress in severity of dementia, you become, instead of an asset to your family where you can help, where you can contribute, where you're teaching your loved ones and your grandchildren, the next generation, all that you've learned, you're now a liability. You now become somebody who needs to be taken care of. And there is this potential to make decisions so that you and your family do not have to suffer in that way.
Right.
And I couldn't agree more that diving completely in, doing it early as possible is when we have the highest confidence. And the other thing we really advocate for is getting a health coach. I think that's such high value. So what Dr. O'Brien has described is learning and once a day for an hour, or once a week for an hour, digesting this really great information that he's compiled in his book. And then what I'm saying is, if you want to take that another step further, is to get someone who can help you one-on-one, because we all come up with these reasons why we can't, or, you know, these obstacles, but having somebody there to hold your hand, who maybe isn't a doctor, you know, sometimes it's hard to find a doctor in your state or who's been trained by Dr. Bredesen, who really knows what they're doing. This is a new science, but there are a ton of health coaches and they can work with you remotely by Zoom, but individualize this process so that you can, again, like just grab it by the horns and go for it.
Your doctor doesn't have the time to answer the questions that you're going to have lots of questions. You absolutely need a health coach.
And you don't want to pay your doctor's rate.
That's right. That's right. You absolutely need someone that walks this walk with you. And we've got programs like that, you know, and you do too, I'm sure, you know, where They meet with a health coach once a week or whatever the time frame is, because your questions are, someone said that spelt is okay to eat. You know, I know I'm sensitive to gluten, but they said spelt's okay. No, it's not. Here's the science on this. You know, so you need someone that knows all these kinds of things so that you can identify. And it's not your job to have to do all the research. It's your job to commit to the process once you find someone that you feel safe with and that you trust.
Yeah, fantastic. So genetics, I want to go into the genetics of dementia and whether or not you feel that genes are essentially a diagnosis. Or
Yeah.
what kind of control do we have here?
Yeah, doctors have been using the wrong language for years. You know, the holistic doctors, and I'm very guilty of this. And you know, I'm on the faculty at the Institute for Functional Medicine, and I said this on stage for years. You know, we want to turn off the genes of inflammation. You never turn off the genes of inflammation. It's impossible. Genes operate on dimmer switches, and this is the secret to success. You want to dim down the genes of inflammation. You want to grab that dial and turn down the lights of inflammation, and you want to turn up the lights of anti-inflammation. So you want to turn down the genes of inflammation, ramp up the genes of anti-inflammation. So who's got their hands on these round switches on the walls in your body of your genes? The control on your genes is the environment around the gene. We call that epigenetics. That's a geek term that we've used for years, but most doctors didn't understand what it meant. It means what's going on around the gene. Who's got their hands on the knob of the gene, ramping it up or calming it down? And so everything you do, every time you eat a blueberry, you are turning up the genes of anti-inflammation in your brain. And you turn up the genes to make brain hormones called BDNF every time you eat a blueberry. Now it's this amount, you know, it's just tiny, tiny little effect, but you learn how to create a lifestyle where you're dimming down and ramping up all day, every day with your air in your home, with an air filtration system in the house plants, with your clothing. You find a green cleaners, so you're not sucking fumes for days after they come back from the cleaners. With your kitchen utensils, with your food, you find organic food. You have to learn all of these little things because do you know, every child, no exaggeration, every 12-year-old child they check in Mexico City has signs of brain inflammation and early mechanisms of Alzheimer's. Every child, every dog that they autopsy has got beta amyloid plaque in the brain in Mexico City because the air pollution is so bad. Inhalation Alzheimer's. So you need to just learn, how do I create the environment around my body and inside my body that's turning up the genes of anti-inflammation and dimming down the inflammatory genes. You don't want to turn inflammation off. Inflammation saves your life. It's excess inflammation that's a problem. So you want to dim down the excess inflammation and ramp up the anti-inflammation genes. That's how you think about genetics. Genetics, there are a few diseases where if you've got the gene for cystic fibrosis, as an example, there's not much that, you know, we can help people be more comfortable, but there's not a lot. But there's no question about the genes of Alzheimer's. There's no question that we can dim them down. And then people live productive. Dr. Bredesen published 100 cases in one study, 100 cases. Said, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one. And I could do that, 94 more times. And, but it would be overwhelming and boring to do that. And there are doctors all over the world that are doing this now. And this summit is to give you this big picture concept. You need this 30,000 foot view. Okay, I want to dim down the genes of inflammation and turn up the genes of anti-inflammation. That's the big kahuna. That's what you want to do. And that's the major thing. You don't need to do anything else, because you'll learn that, okay, so I've got a lot of heavy metal. I've got mercury in my body, and that's causing inflammation in my brain. So I have to get the mercury out, because the mercury is turning on the genes of inflammation to try to protect me from the mercury. And so you start to understand all these little pieces, and you don't have to understand it all, just the big picture concept. Once you find someone to work with who you feel confident with.
So I think this word inflammation comes up a lot, and I've had patients come in and say, well, it's inflammation that's causing this. And that's the end of story, right? And I always say, well, what's causing the inflammation? And so
Exactly.
you've talked about environmental toxins. You've talked a little bit about the gut and food sensitivities. I want you to dive a little deeper into that and kind of this process of how that creates autoimmune processes, because the immune system is also going to drive inflammation, particularly when it is out of balance.
Yes.
So again, why inflammation?
Yeah. Our friend, Dr. David Perlmutter, began teaching all of us way back in 2004, 2005. He said, stop treating the smoke and put the fire out. Meaning inflammation is just the result of the gasoline that you're exposing your body to. So it's the wrong concept to say, well, I need to get rid of the inflammation. No, the proper concept is, where are the triggers that are causing my inflammation in my life? That's what you have to address, whether it's foods or chemicals or accumulated toxins, emotional stress, all of that. Now, to your question, our friend, Professor Alessio Fasano, who, oh my gosh, he's the director of mucosal immunology at Harvard. Now that means the lining of your lungs, the lining of your brain, the lining of your gut, the lining of your reproductive system. He's in charge of teaching doctors all about the lining of your brain. He's the director of the Celiac Research Center. He's a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, professor of nutrition at Harvard School of Public Health, and the chief of pediatric gastroenterology at Mass General at Harvard. This guy has 5 titles. That any one title is a lifelong dream for someone at the top of their field. He's got 5. We think he's going to win a Nobel Prize. We truly do, because he and his team are the ones that identified how this thing occurs that we now call leaky gut. He identified it back in 1997, and they've been writing about it now for 25 years. And, of the 15 top causes of death in the world today, 14 of them are chronic inflammatory diseases. The only one that's not is accidental injuries. Everything else is a chronic inflammatory disease. So we're back to inflammation again. Professor Fasano shows us that there is a perfect storm that sets you up for chronic inflammatory disease. This is what they're teaching at Harvard Medical School. It's so cool that this is what they're teaching. So there are 5 factors in the perfect storm that set up chronic inflammatory disease. Factor number 1, genetics. And now you can't turn genes off. You can dim them down, or you can turn them up, right? But you don't turn them off, right? But what controls whether you turn up genes of inflammation or turn down genes of inflammation? Number 2, environmental triggers. That's what we eat, what we breathe, what we think, all the toxins that are stored in our bodies, that they turn genes up, turn genes down. The environmental triggers, that's number 2. Number 3, when you have too many inflammatory environmental triggers over a lifetime, let's assume you're sensitive to gluten as an example. You eat it every day because you feel fine when you eat it, but it's causing inflammation in your gut. It alters your microbiome so that you don't have enough of the good guys in your gut anymore and way too many bad guys. So that creates an inflammatory microbiome. Now, it's not just gluten. It's any environmental trigger. You could be sensitive to dairy or corn, or you're drinking Coca-Cola or whatever it should be, right? You know, what Coca-Cola is good for is to clean the battery terminals on your car, right? But number 3 is dysbiosis, too many bad guys, not enough good guys. Number 4, once again, this is what they're teaching, much more sophisticated, but at Harvard Medical School, when you have too many bad guys, not enough good guys in the gut, that's an inflammatory environment, and you create the leaky gut. That's number 4, the leaky gut. And Mrs. Patient, think of your gut like a tube. You know, think of a donut. If you could stretch a donut out, one big long donut, and if you could look down the center of that donut, that's your gut. It's about 20, 25 feet long, starts at the mouth, goes to the other end, winds around in the center there, you know, but it's one big long tube, and the inside of the tube is lined with cheesecloth. So when you eat food and you swallow it in the donut, it's not in the body, it's in the tube. So how do you get the food, the nutrients, the vitamins, the proteins, the minerals from the food that you eat through the walls of the tube into the bloodstream, so it can go everywhere and be the raw material to make new bone cells and brain cells? How does that happen? You eat a piece of hamburger, you know, how does that chunk of meat, you only chewed it 3 or 4 times, you should chew more, everybody should chew more, but you swallowed it down, you got this big clump of ground meat now in there. How does it get through the walls into the bloodstream? Your enzymes have to digest it, break it down. Think of a pearl necklace, you know, and if protein's like a pearl necklace, your enzymes cut it, snip it smaller and smaller, snip, 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 until the pearls, you're down to each pearl called an amino acid, and that goes right through the cheesecloth into the bloodstream. It's absorbed right through the gut wall. That's normal. It's supposed to happen. And now those proteins, those vitamins and minerals can go off in your bloodstream's just a highway. Everything's going in the same direction, but it's just a highway. There's no lanes of traffic. Everything it's like bumper cars at the circus. You know, they bump into each other all the time, but it's all going in the same direction. But those bigger clumps can't get through until they've been snipped small enough. We call that digestion, right? Well, what happens because the cheesecloth won't let the bigger clumps get through until they're small, so small, the pieces can go right through the cheesecloth. But what happens when you have an inflammatory gut, you tear the lining of the cheesecloth. That's the leaky gut. When you tear the lining of the cheesecloth, now bigger molecules of the good food that you ate, but these bigger molecules get through the tears in the cheesecloth. They're called macromolecules. They're too big. And they get into the bloodstream, and your immune system says, whoa, what's this? This is not something I can make a new muscle cell with. I better fight this. Now you make antibodies to ground beef, or you make antibodies to tomatoes, or to bananas, or to cucumbers. It doesn't matter what it is. Your immune system trying to protect you is going to fight this thing. And just because it's not food that your cells can use to make new cells. So that's number 4, the leaky gut. And when the macromolecules get through into the bloodstream, it activates the immune system to protect you and make the antibodies to fight that food or that bacteria, whatever the macromolecule is. That's number 5, systemic inflammation. This is the perfect storm in the development of autoimmune diseases. It doesn't matter if it's Hashimoto's thyroid or Parkinson's. It doesn't matter if it's rheumatoid arthritis or multiple sclerosis. It doesn't matter if it's Alzheimer's or lupus. The gut is the gateway in the development of chronic inflammatory diseases. So a critical component, and the title of an article that Professor Pisano wrote for all of us doctors to read, and he's a very, very smart man, obviously, and he's very careful of what he says. But the title of the article was "All Disease Begins in the, quote, Leaky Gut." the role of the protein zonulin in the development of chronic inflammatory disease. And so the message is heal the leaky gut, and you stop the big molecules from getting through. You reduce the systemic inflammation dramatically, and your thyroid antibodies go down, or your myelin antibodies go down, and your MS goes into remission, or your brain starts functioning better, or your skin starts clearing up. This is not about Alzheimer's. I mean, this is an Alzheimer's summit, but this is about chronic inflammatory diseases. This is the basic 101 that most doctors were never taught, and they're teaching it now at Harvard Medical School.
And you get to learn it here. So
That's right.
What happens when you talk to a patient, or one of the providers you've trained talks to a patient, and we assume they have leaky gut because they have some constellation of these things going on? How do we fix it?
Well, it's a complicated process. The first step is stop throwing gasoline on the fire. That's critically important. What does that mean? You have to find out what foods your immune system is fighting right now. I do not care if you don't get sick when you eat corn. If you're making high levels of antibodies to corn, that's systemic inflammation. And so you're done with corn. I don't care if you've eaten wheat your whole life. If your immune system is fighting wheat, you're done with wheat. You have to calm down the immune system. You can't shut it off, but you have to stop throwing gasoline on the fire so your immune system can calm down. Calm down. Calm down. That's the message that we have to give to our immune system. And you don't do that with drugs. You do that by not asking it to work so hard to protect you from what it considers a threat. And so it's not simple. My first mentor was Dr. George Goodhart, but he used to say the body is simply intricate and intricately simple. That these are simple concepts that are difficult to implement because you have to learn so much. There's no way around it.
It's common sense, but not common practice, unfortunately.
That's right. That's
right.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, all of these things that we need to do to get each of our cells functioning more optimally, functioning better, it really comes from this sort of like ancestral idea of how were we designed, right? And what did our hunter-gatherer ancestors, the vast majority of human evolution was spent as hunter-gatherers. And then just in the last couple, 200-300 years, we've dramatically shifted how humans live. And then we sit here and scratch our heads and go, why do we have so much complex chronic disease going on? Like, what could have possibly gone wrong, right? And it's because we're sitting in front of TVs, we're not prioritizing sleep, we're eating packaged, genetically modified, pesticide-laden foods, we're overworking. I want to kind of segue from there into talking about mindset and mental health and this kind of parasympathetic, sympathetic balance, this dance that our nervous system does, and how that can impact brain function.
Yeah, if you're watching this summit and you're concerned about brain function, you probably have a fair amount of anxiety. And you're creating some stress hormones on a regular basis because you're scared. And that's understandable, really understandable. When you read my book, the first principle in the book is that to address any chronic inflammatory condition, you have to look at it like a pyramid. Well, a pyramid has 3 sides. No, it has 4 sides. There's a base, that's your structure, and that's the home of chiropractic and exercise and posture and the type of bed that you sleep on and the pillows that you use. All of those structural things can cause tremendous problems when they're out of balance. So you have to look at structure. You have to look at the biochemistry. That's where most of us spend all of our time, with what we eat, drink, breathe, and we think that's going to fix it. Well, it's going to help a lot, but you also have to look at the emotional or spiritual, and you have to look at the electromagnetic. You have to look at 4 sides. when you've got a chronic inflammatory condition. One side is usually dominant, or you get the most bang for your buck, but you've got to look at all four. And the emotional or spiritual side is the one that most of us do not want to look at. We're fine. I'm fine, thank you. And it's the society that we live in. So you have to, especially because this topic is one that really scares people a lot. And so you have to have a way of nourishing your spirit, whatever that looks like. Some people, it's religion. I was born and raised Roman Catholic. I'm not practicing that now, but I understand my grandmother went to church every day when my grandfather was in the hospital. And, she felt that it really helped, and she had more peace in that. Some people, it's meditation. Some people, it's mindful walking. Some people, you must find a way to calm down the amount of stress hormones that your body is producing. And that doesn't happen by saying, okay, I'm going to relax now. Okay, I'm going to relax. It doesn't happen. That it's you find the exercises. Here's an exercise. If you did this for one day, just one day, and notice how it works. Set the alarm on your phone for an hour, so it rings every hour. Whenever it rings, I don't care what you're doing, just turn off the alarm, for the next hour, turn it off, and take 5 deep breaths. One. And you do that 5 times. It'll take you 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. And then go back to driving. If you were driving, it's safe to do while you're driving, or if you're writing something or working with your kids, or cooking dinner, whatever it should be. But every hour, just remind yourself to take 5 deep breaths. Notice how you feel at the end of the day. It's different. Every person that's purposely done this has said, yeah, Doc, I noticed a difference. I forget to do it, but whenever I notice I'm stressed, I just take 5 deep breaths, and I'll set my alarm maybe for an hour to do it again. And it really helps. So you can find the exercise that will work for you, but it's an important component to healing, to calming down the inflammatory cascade. You have to look at all 4 sides. So your question about stress and stress hormones is critically important to include a protocol to address that.
And I think everyone can find a protocol that works for them. There's a gazillion out there if you look for them, but finding just one that you can do consistently is going to get you more bang for your time spent, your buck spent, than kind of hopping around or starting to get overwhelmed, having this add to the stress, feeling like you can't do it all, or you can't meditate for 4 hours a day. None of us can, but lots of us can get benefit from something like you're describing, a consistent thing we practice for 20 seconds. Just bringing that mindful awareness back. And then also, I personally have gotten a ton out of kind of marathons or like the weekend, or I should say sprints rather, but like a weekend deep dive into some sort of meditation practice, and then bringing that back into your life. And as you were describing, taking that 1 hour and then having that impact you, our trajectory, right? If we're headed in one direction and we can just change by a degree once a week, or 5 degrees over a weekend intensive, then our trajectory of where we end up health-wise a decade later is very, very different.
Now, Dr. Heather, I need to ask you, how long were you dipping your toe in the water of meditation before you did a weekend intensive?
Oh, decades, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to do that tomorrow, right? But you start with baby steps. And if you just do the baby steps and I feel a little better when I do that, then it'll be easier to say, oh, I see that there's a weekend meditation thing at the local, maybe I'll try that out, but you have to have some wins, right? And so you do the 20 seconds out of every hour kind of baby wins. And as you get more of those, you find that it's easier to do. Some of my friends, I've done these weekend things and they're fabulous. And I find that when I do them, I say, I'm going to do this once a month. I'm going to do it once a month. And 6 months later, I say, oh yeah, all right, good. Oh, good. Here's one. Okay, I'm going to do it again, right? So we have the best of intent, but I always sign books the same because I think when people get it, it changes their lives. Base hits win the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. 1 hour a week. Base hits win the ball game.
Dr. Tom O'Brien, it has been such a pleasure to have you here. I have learned so much from you. I know all of our listeners have as well. I feel inspired to keep swinging the bat, getting those base hits right now.
Yes, yes.
And I want to make sure everyone is super clear about where to find out more about your books and all that you have to offer.
Oh, thank you. Our website is thedr.com, thedoctor.com. Just don't spell the word doctor out. And for plants, go thedr.com/plants. For the smell, thedr.com/smell. The books, thedr.com/books. Trying to make it easy to do the right thing, so that you can pick up this information and start utilizing it.
And I've been there. I've seen the valuable resources that you have available for free for many, many people. So I highly encourage all of our listeners to go there, get the benefit of that, and get started. Thank you
so very much for the opportunity to be here today.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Before we start the next interview, who do you know who needs to know about the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit? Who do you know that could really benefit from this vital information? By sharing the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit with others, you could change someone's life. You could make them look and feel years younger, get them back their cognitive capacity. So please click the share button below the video to help us spread the word and empower your friends and loved ones with this vital, important health information. Thank you. Welcome back to the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and so excited to introduce you to Dr. Nate Bergman. He's been passionate about proactive, preventive, and participatory medicine since his days as a research fellow at the NIH. He completed a fellowship in geriatric medicine at the Cleveland Clinic with emphasis on the aging brain and body. Prior to his current position at Kemper Cognitive Wellness, he co-developed the Cleveland Clinic Center for Functional Medicine's program for cognitive impairment. Nate remains curious about the incorporation of personalized data collection, computational tools, and other technological advances to assist clinicians at the bedside. Nate encourages his patients to deeply invest in their own health and wishes for each one to be the quarterback of their own movement towards greater health and wellness. When he's not in the office, he hosts and produces the Evolving Past Alzheimer's podcast and enjoys time with his wife and their 5 children. And I can just say, I tune in, I subscribe to the podcast and get tons of value from it. You stay really busy and also very on top of the latest research and what's going on in the Alzheimer's space. So thank you so much for taking some time to join us.
Oh, thanks for having us again.
So you're still seeing patients at Kemper Cognitive Wellness right now. And what are kind of the most critical pieces if someone comes to you with cognitive decline, if they're looking to improve, which I hope they are, if they show up in your office, what are some of the biggest pieces that work most consistently for the most people?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Yeah, for sure. We still see patients. I mean, we're always seeing patients. I hope, I think as soon as a clinician stops seeing patients, that's when they have all the answers. They don't have the humility of working with real human beings with real problems, right? It's all theoretical at that point. So we're Kemper Cognitive Wellness in Cleveland, Rocky River, Ohio, which is the greater Cleveland, Ohio. In general, I call this kind of the summary of knowns, and this is I would say this is sort of an amalgam of peer review, and then I would say like observations from people like myself, people like yourself, just working with, I have organized a fairly large group of clinicians at this point, with where we do online meetings and online conferences about what's working for people, and so this is sort of a summary of some of those things, right? Many of those elements in general. right? And we try to follow an evidence pyramid, starting with things that are most evidence-based and evidence-informed, and kind of working our way into things that are more esoteric and functional medicine and kind of alternative or integrative medicine space, as I know you've had other guests speak about. So I would say the first, and maybe I'm going to say it's the most important, but it's to act early, right? The earlier things are known, the earlier symptoms are attended to, typically the better and more spectacular the results, right? Like you getting things cleaned up. But I would say in our experience, we meet a lot of people that are kind of further along, so people that are losing, with Alzheimer's, that are losing their ability to stay independent. They may not be able to drive. They might not be able to remember to take medications. It's certainly, further on down, all the way till needing nursing home placement or hospice in some cases. And so I think most importantly, engagement, so purpose, right? When it comes to these kinds of programs that so many of us are working with, functional medicine principles, lifestyle principles to start, it really requires from a patient or a family that's coming to see us, why are we doing this? What is the purpose? What is their purpose? And sometimes I would say one of the things that we've learned really probably in the last year and a half, even since the last time we talked to you and I have talked to others, is like it is possible through the same kind of paradigm as iterative change happens. It's possible to take people from a lack of sense of belief that they can do anything about this to that they can, and then sometimes that infuses purpose, right? So for example, we're working with a woman that we started working with last summer, about around July 2021. When we saw her, she was just getting a diagnosis of a neurodegenerative disease. It wasn't Alzheimer's, but it was kind of similar. And she worked with us for 6 months, and then she joined a program that we have called Brain Fit, which is a couple hours of different kinds of mental and physical exercise and some technologies and things. And she's worked really steadily. And when we started with her last summer, we said, hey, let's call her Mary. We said, hey, Mary, what's your goal? And she didn't really have a goal. She was living alone, still fairly young, but was really kind of scared. Her daughters were scared, she's gonna lose independence. But you have to have, what is it that someone is doing this work for, right? Like obviously, and some people show up to work because they need a paycheck. For this group of people, I don't have to tell you, but for our listeners and people that are watching this, it's like if someone doesn't have a reason, and it may be inherent, I want to always get better. I want to have have better brain function, but why? And getting into that, we're spending more and more time kind of digging into that, because that is I would say one of the secret ingredients or secret sauces, and of getting people kind of activated, moving, and over time, the more that we kind of work with this, it seems that I think the thing that's surprising is that sometimes people will surprise us. People that don't really have a clear purpose, like Mary, we said, hey, she wants to go on a trip to Europe, to Germany. That was really her goal. And in 4 weeks, she's headed out. Right, she's improved. Her cognitive scores have improved remarkably. Her physical self, her ability to feel confident, independent, has changed significantly. And the scores that we measure on her are improved. So it's like those are the kinds of things that the more she kind of sunk in and said, I want to do this. I want to get up for this. I want to, so she's going with a group of friends to Europe, Germany amongst them, and those are exciting things. Those are the things we're in it for. So I'd say that's the first thing in terms of what we think we know. Another one seems to be that for many people, but not all, and that's an interesting maybe side conversation, like a key sort of rescuing brain energy with some trend or period of time in ketosis or a ketogenic diet, whether it's nutritional ketosis or people are using some kind of powder or pill or liquid outside of just regular food, kind of supplements or exogenous ketones, to get people into ketosis to sort of rescue brain energy. Interesting, and I'm curious to hear what other people are seeing as well. We've had some kind of quick results with those for some people, especially if they're coming from a place of maybe a suboptimal diet, the standard American diet for sure, but even sometimes people that are kind of eating vegan or kind of a high vegetable, low protein, lower fat diet, you can get some pretty quick results. I'm believing right now that the mechanism might be probably neuroinflammation. Can't say for sure. Kind of depends on the choices of the ketogenic diet, but it's pretty interesting. Like to see people like getting results in like 2 to 4 weeks, where they're really kind of noticing a difference with cognition. So that's, it's to some people kind of old news. I think what's interesting is to see then how long do you continue that out? Do you drop people into ketosis every once in a while? Like we're working with one guy who had a nice result in his 80s, diagnosed with the pre-Alzheimer's and now sort of has shifted into an Alzheimer's diagnosis. Classic, short-term memory loss. And the parts of his brain on his brain scans are small. They're sort of classic for traditional Alzheimer's disease. And did a period of ketogenic diet, flipped out of it. Now is kind of shifting back into it. So it's not like a long-term, lifelong commitment, ketogenic diet. So it's interesting to see people sort of pop in, pop out, and then sometimes people lose track of that. It's easy to lose track of because it's a hard thing. Anybody's tried a ketogenic diet. It's a hard thing to sustain. That you can get kind of a fast result, and that's really neat. Exercising with intensity, so that really is a sweet spot. You'll see, you probably know, every once in a while, it seems like it's every couple of years. British Medical Journal. Then there was another one this, if it was the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. There will be an article saying that like too much intensity of exercise does not seem to help people or makes people with dementia worse, particularly Alzheimer's dementia. But some of these, the British Medical Journal, probably 4 or 5 years ago, wasn't specific as to what kind of, is this like all-cause dementia? It's hard to know. So it does seem though that a couple days a week of something that's more intense than someone's usual. So getting heart rate up, working muscles a little bit harder, and that's going to look different for everyone, obviously. That's a recipe for success. But it is also possible, just with Alzheimer's, just like sort of everything else, to kind of overtrain. And so that's just one of those ones that just for someone who's kind of further along on that Alzheimer's journey, maybe they have a later, they're in mild cognitive impairment, Alzheimer's kind, or sort of a true Alzheimer's dementia where they've already maybe lost some ability to be independent. Figuring out how much, and how intense. It's easy to say, hey, exercise with intensity nearly every day. I don't think that's going to be not the sweet spot for every single person, right? There are other aspects and other areas of the body and brain that need to be trained, and I think you had a couple of people talk about that as well on the summit. Next one's obvious, but needs to be attended to because it's kind of rising up, so 1A and 1B in terms of evidence within Alzheimer's disease is fixing sleep issues. Right, and that might be starting with something like insomnia or sleep apnea. And so we're super aggressive looking for those issues, treating those issues. Sleep cycles, sleep sort of circadian rhythm disorders are common in the population, and that's of course still a kind of a chicken and egg question. Is it Alzheimer's that causes the circadian rhythm disruption, or is it circadian rhythm dysfunction that portends Alzheimer's? I think the truth is probably going to be somewhere in between. That there's the anti-symbiotic relationship between the two of them. So pushing really hard because sometimes when you fix sleep just by itself, there's a pickup in cognition just as a sort of a mono intervention, or that's the only thing people do. Dental issues, which I know you're talking about as well. Dental issues, in sort of inflammation in the mouth, periodontal disease is another thing that makes a big difference. And then I think everything else, technologies, hormones, detoxification, infections, things like that, immune system function, all of those things are sort of, I would say, secondary to the kind of the big ones. The one I'm most curious about with the kind of least data, and I don't know if you have any good speakers or new notes yourself on this one, is sort of the toxin bucket, because that's one that's hard. All these things are hard to quantify. They're functional medicine, kind of rabbit holes. But there's definitely big time links that are accepted, all the way through American Academy of Neurology. Just no one knows how to measure these things in a consistent way, and no one really truly knows, in my opinion at least, what to do about them. I think we have, all of us have sort of strategies about what we think is probably the best thing, but I don't know if you've ever seen, I've seen a couple of cases where people got worse cognitively with detoxification. So it's one of those, like, proceed with caution, or at least be working with someone who has some experience taking this journey with other people that have the same kind of diagnosis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great rundown, very efficient. I feel like that should be the required reading for the required listening for everybody starting off this summit, because that was a great, just like, snapshot into everything that we are discussing this week. So thank you. Let's get into one of the other big pieces, the skepticism around the term reversal with dementia. So when I think of it, this doesn't necessarily mean cure. There are people with severe dementia who will never go back to work. However, I have also seen miracles happen where we see people with severe disease get a little bit better, and then it improves their quality of life. I've also seen people with, like you mentioned earlier on, in the severity of the disease and the progression of the disease, and they tend to be younger, in their 50s and 60s. And in 6 months, they have no more cognitive issues. It can be miraculous and really worthwhile. And yet there are also people who still say there's no such thing as reversal. And we certainly have people sign up who do not get better. And some that get worse, right? Continue to progress and get worse. And so there's a mixed bag of responses. Where do you perceive the skepticism around the word reversal and Alzheimer's comes from?
Yeah, so I have my vantage point was kind of formed and fashioned in iron sharpens iron kind of an environment, like at the Cleveland Clinic. And there you couldn't just make a claim. You had to come with some kind of graded evidence. And that's, I think that's a good thing in general for all of us human beings, but we become patients. But I think it's a good thing for the kind of the patient community, because there are a lot of people out there that seem to be able to claim a lot of kinds of evidence. And even people, it was 5-6 years ago, were co-opting somebody like Dale Bredesen's work, who had written a paper in 2014, Reversal of Cognitive Decline. That was sort of what started him and started a lot of us. And certainly for me, that was really what made me pay attention to, wow, we can take a very kind of precise dive into a lot of things, a lot of areas that kind of drive Alzheimer's disease. And that was early on. It was like a medical hypothesis paper where he had 10 people that improved, right? Basically following these principles. And shortly thereafter, you're getting emails from people saying, "Did you know that there's, that Dr. Dale Bredesen has proven that you can reverse Alzheimer's?" It was just like one of these, things got carried away too quickly. And so what happens in a place like Cleveland Clinic, and I've talked to, call them serious scientists all over the country and some around the world, and it brings sort of like undue or unnecessary skepticism to this sort of approach that it's being talked about in this summit, where there's so much good. And if there's just sort of more of an honesty or a transparency about the kinds of results people are seeing and what it takes to be a patient and all that kind of thing, I think we'd have less criticism. In the meantime, not the Cleveland Clinic, not Mayo Clinic, not Johns Hopkins, none of those on their commercials lead with the failures, right? None of them lead with the failures. And you can read Marty McCary's, you can read plenty of people that have worked in these kinds of environments. We'll talk about, the realities of the hospital itself. But I think mostly the issue is in terms of being honest and transparent about our outcomes, and then being honest and transparent about the kinds of approaches that we're using, as opposed to being sort of ashamed or of them. I think a lot of people don't, I don't know how exactly to look for toxins, or what's the story with mold or Lyme's disease. And I think it's fair to say we're not sure. And I think from an academic standpoint, if you're, Lyme's, there's no connection. I've had so many, I'm sure you have had too, of people will go to their neurologist at these famous places, famous institutions, and they'll be like, mold has nothing to do with Alzheimer's, or, and then 5, 6, 10 years ago, 5, 6, 10 years later, it's like, oh, really, it did. But by that time, the patient who I'm seeing and you're seeing now might be long gone, right? Because the academician didn't have time, didn't have the interest, wasn't as sort of as far down the rabbit hole with some of the kinds of interventions we're talking about. So I think transparency and choice for patients, and then us being diligent about how we collect data and the kinds of research we're involved in, all those things are important. But in the meantime, like people are sick and people need help, and we need to help them, and it's sort of all hands on deck. So being transparent, and then just spending the time to develop relationships with academic centers and skeptics, and I put myself in that sort of skeptic camp, because at this point, I think 3-4 years ago, people didn't sort of even give the metabolic approach, lifestyle, exercise, diet, sleep. They wouldn't admit that had anything to do with an improvement in cognition. I mean, we're not even talking about that long ago. We're talking about like 2018. That was still like a controversy. 2019. And now it seems like, Alzheimer's, everybody's kind of talking about brain health, and you and I mean, I'm definitely following this for a good 10 years, this area. And, it's not forever, but it's, pretty closely for about 10 years. And it's really interesting to see the shift in the last, 4 years or so. So if that's the case, then why wouldn't other things that we're talking about that are coming down the kind of the pipeline, and maybe there's some truth to that. So I think we need to kind of parlay some of the success in the metabolic approaches that are now pretty widely accepted, and Ivy League programs, sort of famous academic programs are starting these kind of metabolic diseases approaches for Alzheimer's, and then Alzheimer's precursors, anxiety, depression, bipolar, sort of all like mood disorders, like it's a big novel thing. Even though you and I, kind of learned about these things in our training and have been practicing them for a decade or more.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm putting you on the spot here because we didn't talk about this before, but have you heard of this book, or have you read How Not to Study a Disease, the Alzheimer's Story, Carl Harup?
Can I see it?
Yeah. I don't know if you've got your hands on this yet.
No, I gotta read that one.
It's a good one. It might just be because we're Alzheimer's nerds, but I read it cover to cover on one plane flight because it was really fascinating. It's an engaging story. Lots of detail about he's a researcher, a lab researcher in the dementia space. And he just talks about kind of how we came to this, being stuck in this dead end rut of the beta amyloid plaque hypothesis, with so much effort and time and ungodly amounts of money being thrown at this disease that we all realize is, radically shifting right now with the demographics, and really a huge detriment to society if we continue down this path. And yet we've gotten stuck in this barking up the wrong tree, basically. And so how to get out of that, how to unwind some of these bad decisions that basically got made along the way, where we kept doubling down on this one hypothesis when really it looks like it's a multifactorial disease. So I think everyone probably agrees, right? Beta amyloid plaques and tau proteins have something to do with dementia, but how much do they have to do with Alzheimer's dementia? And what else needs to kind of get brought to the table when we have these conversations? So I'm curious your thoughts about medications coming down the pipeline, about these hypotheses, and kind of how you make sense of it all.
Yeah. So I think in general, the more I read about, I'm happy to work in a hospital system. Like they're good. They're generally speaking good places, but they're businesses, right? And so I think when critics attack a naturopathic doctor or a MD who's in private practice, who's practicing in a cash-based practice because they cannot keep their doors open if they took insurance, because you simply can't see 5-6 people a day and make it in an insurance-based practice unless you're selling something else. And people levy criticism against the cash approach when they themselves work for an institution that, as a physician, they've completely outsourced. This wasn't the case 25 years ago. Most physicians 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, even basically since the late 1990s, prior to the late 1990s, were owning their own practice. There were a lot of people getting very wealthy, just doing kind of usual care. And now most physicians, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, maybe in the West Coast, maybe even naturopaths are sort of working in a healthcare system. So they've outsourced all of the billing, all of the costing. And I know if you go to a place here in Cleveland and you don't pay your bill, first of all, you're not getting in the door without insurance, or you're not getting a test unless it's been there's been a prior authorization. And then even if you're 2 weeks late on a payment, they're going to collection. So nobody's doing this for free. It's just, I think that there's this partition or separation between the individual who's the customer, the patient, me as a patient, the physician in an insurance-based model, and then the sort of third-party payer. So this idea that everybody that's sort of not charging is doing the right thing, I think is completely, I think it's an ignorant perspective, right? It's a misinformed perspective because they're just not aware that all of this stuff is happening sort of the same way on the backside. So with that sort of like skepticism about medicine and the medical community, right? Like at the same time, knowing that there's extraordinary people and extraordinary scientists, extraordinary individuals like in these fields, we take, okay, what are the medications that are coming down the pipeline for Alzheimer's, right? As of this recording, like when we were, I think last year when we were talking about this, aducanumab or ABIHM had just been approved. And then recently, Medicare decided they're not paying for it except within the context of a trial because all of the reasons it'll bankrupt Medicare. I mean, all of the reasons it didn't help already. It just didn't help that much. It seems to slow things down a little bit, which if you're early stage sounds pretty good. If you're trying to make it 5 more years till your last child gets married or something like that, maybe that's a good, maybe that's a reasonable approach. But the idea that that's what's true and all these other things are not because they haven't been sufficiently studied because nobody wants to do the study, that's not fair, right? But the medications coming down the pipeline, the things that are sort of aducanumab or ABIHM like lecanemab, like they call it BAN 2401, or donanemab, like there are other medications that are in the same class as those as the one that got the original approval in 2021. Like they say they're going to work better. They, people that I've talked to that are in these clinical trials seem to feel like these are they're an improvement over the original one. So I do think that we'll have like this kind of chemotherapeutic approach to Alzheimer's. But it goes back to what you said before, Heather. I think that still fails to recognize, and I'm interested in that book, it still fails to recognize that there's not like one mechanism for Alzheimer's. So yeah, you could put the stop and start to eliminate some of these amyloid beta, but A, why is it happening to begin with? And B, what are all the other kind of elements? And just like I could definitely envision a day where like everybody's on an Alzheimer's medicine, so like everybody's on statins, like if you have a high amyloid, you get the blood test, and if you have an amyloid above this, and you have this risk, and you're above this age, you'll be on an amyloid medication. And it probably won't be in the days of IVs, but it'll probably be when they have an oral pill for something like that, and you'll be on a combination. But that's, to me, you're talking to the sort of the amyloid guys that in the field, they're like, well, if you don't think amyloid has anything to do with Alzheimer's, then you don't understand Alzheimer's. Right, sort of like saying if you don't think atherosclerosis or the plaque that builds up in most people's arteries with heart disease doesn't have to do with heart disease, then you don't know what heart disease is. So that's a fair statement, but it's a little myopic.
There's also a lot of data that suggests that that's not a fair statement, right? Because less than 1% of the population, and the entire population on the planet, no matter how old you are, has no beta amyloid plaque in their brain, right? So like everyone has some beta amyloid plaque. And over 65, so elderly people on the planet, people over 65, seniors on the planet, 30% of them, regardless of their cognitive capacity, have enough beta amyloid to have a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. You have people with perfect cognitive function who have plenty of plaques and, plenty of plaques and tangles in their brains when they die. And so yes, there's a connection, but it's not predictive of cognitive function.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes it's predictive of cognitive function, but like you're saying, like it's such a myopic point. It comes back to, well, we did it, we have the answer. Come to the hospital for your answer. We can fix you, and it reduces the idea of Alzheimer's, and it's hard to even get a clear consensus around what Alzheimer's is, because a lot of people that have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's probably, or they may not have Alzheimer's, or they probably have, I'm more convinced of, probably people have a lot of mixed type dementias, whether it's late or it's a little bit of Lewy body, sort of a Parkinson's kind of a thing, vascular. I do think though, we're pretty close, and we're getting to that point where we're going to have drugs that are approved for Alzheimer's. And then, then for sure they'll have all the answers. Like now, once we have an approved drug, then all the other sort of approaches, that means that none of them are true, right? And I'm just joking, I'm saying that facetiously. But I look forward to the time where we can combine medications with the kinds of approaches you and I are talking about today.
I absolutely do as well. I think that there's a great complement potential there, right? If we can get rid of the why are these plaques and tangles being formed? Why is there inflammation in the brain? What does the brain feel like it needs to protect itself from? Then we can do that first or at the same time, and then get rid of the plaques and tangles. They're like scar tissue, right? There's been some damage done, and we want to get rid of that. Of course, we want full healing. Yet, if we don't get rid of the reason why they formed in the first place, we're not going to get an improvement in cognitive function, which is the whole point of these conversations, right? Is making sure that that person has a better quality of life, better experience, better cognitive function, not the amount of amyloid in their brain.
Totally. I mean, like if it's again, just to add more fuel to the point you're making. If you took most Americans, 40 and up, off the street, just did X-rays on their back, their knees, 9 out of 10 are going to have arthritis findings, but they might not have arthritis. Same thing you take with the neck or heart. Like a lot of people have buildup, it's just not going to be symptomatic. So for sure, yeah, the point about amyloid and just like taking amyloid out, points well taken, but Biogen's on it. So they're, like there's a lot of people that are really invested in simple models.
Right. Well, let's go back to our more complex model, because just because it's challenging or complicated doesn't mean it's not worthwhile, right? What does a kind of like a rehabilitation process, if you will, look like for somebody who's already suffering with some cognitive decline?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, if it's probably been well laid out by other guests, other speakers, Bredesen, Dr. Perlmutter. I mean, there's plenty of people that are that have the answers to that. I just be repeating what they said. But I think what's kind of new and interesting that I don't hear is talked about as much is this for people that already have dementia, right? So for people that already have dementia, meaning they have cognitive loss and they've lost the ability to be independent, completely independent on their own. There's a lot to be done. Right, we were calling it, live well with dementia, living well with dementia, and it's an interesting process right now. So the whole field of cognitive reablement is how much skill can we get back? How much gain can we get back, even in someone who is at a real deficit and a real loss, who has some sort of a catastrophic or a huge amount of cognitive loss, and I think an ideal approach is going to include some of the mental and physical exercises. But I mean, what we're doing, we're really specifically teaching people, we're doing exercises that will improve verbal memory, visual memory, processing speed, even the ability to attend, to pay attention, which can improve memory. It can improve executive function. All of these are inputs. So like if you're training cognitive skills, cognitive domains, we'll often see the general trajectory of people's, let's say just their scores or how they're doing in life, or when you ask a care partner how they're doing, they'll be doing the same, if not better, right? So it's it's one thing to see someone who's like my first patient tomorrow, so you mentioned, like the kind of person you mentioned, late 50s, early 60s. Mom passed away with dementia in long-term care. She started having real sort of concerning symptoms, started on the program, snaps back, gets back, like she's just back to herself. And I mean, those are extraordinary. Those are exciting. But it's also extraordinarily exciting. In some cases, kind of almost more so, because it's not supposed to happen even more, where someone is, like you mentioned, very, very symptomatic and much further along, and they start to have a stabilization of decline. And then they start to have, no, maybe some days are better, or there are aspects of their life that are improving, that are clearer. They're more able to articulate what they're doing. They're better with math. They can calculate a tip, just like wild stuff. We can just see the brain, like sort of higher cortical functions, like sort of higher cognitive abilities start to sort of like come back online, even if it's not all the time. It's really, it's just enormously exciting. So I think, really being specific about that cultivation of purpose and spirit, cultivation on why someone would challenge themselves like this, and doing the right kinds of mental and physical exercises, and then complementing that with diet and supplements and sort of all the other things that we'll do, sort of sprinkling in some technology that can accelerate the process here. It's the most exciting. Among the most exciting things that I'm involved with on a kind of a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, just hearing you kind of explain that you're seeing similar things, because sometimes I sit here in my office, in Southern California going, gosh, like, how am I the only one doing this? How, like, this must be happening in other places. And just to hear that the same stuff is happening in Cleveland, it's like, my heart is just so full, because it means that we're not mistaking what we're doing. Like, this is real, and it just adds more credibility to it, and it definitely gives me more hope. And I think just letting everyone know, that yes, of course we need more science. We always need more science. We always need more data, and it's coming. We finished our 25 participant trial. We're going to publish that soon. I wish that it was ready to go out right now and I could talk about it all day long right now, but alas, I have to wait. But I'm really excited to get that data out there. And then we are going to do a follow-up trial. Dr. Bredesen is working on a follow-up trial to his first 25 participant trial. They're going to do a 100 participant trial. So this is all happening. And the context of that is like, why did it take so long, right? Well, for a long time, if you weren't studying amyloid, you weren't studying Alzheimer's, right? So everything was going in that direction. And then also what we are doing is multifactorial. And so getting an IRB, or an internal review board, to approve that. There's been funding for quite a while through philanthropy. A lot of people have realized that this was worth looking into, and there were people willing to fund it, but there weren't IRBs willing to approve it. And to do human research trials, you have to have an IRB that'll get behind you. And so now, just in the past 5 years, and maybe in the past 4 to 5 years, that's why we're seeing so much shift. So we're more focused when we look at this hierarchy of research. We're starting to shift our focus towards more patient-centered outcomes. And that means including trials that have multiple interventions at the same time, right? This idea is that if you stack things like you've been discussing, detox and diet and sleep and, and exercise, of course, if you start putting all these things together, then you would expect to get even better outcomes than if you just do one. There's this spiraling up, or this what am I trying to say? This, like, there's this momentum, this virtuous cycle that you get out of stacking these interventions. And so, I think that is one of the most exciting things happening right now in this space. I'm curious, what other exciting trends you're seeing?
Yeah, it's a good place to sort of round out the conversation with. Really, honestly, the most exciting thing to me right now is the sort of stabilizations that we see with people that already have a diagnosis, that are willing to put in some work. That's really cool. We're trying to keep people independent and keep them out of a long-term care, nursing home, whatever you want to call it, is exciting. It really requires people to put in the work. And I think we're seeing more people, we're seeing definitely a fair number of people that are kind of willing to put in the work. They kind of understand, okay, if I want a different option, then I'm just going to go to a hospital and get an injection once a month, which would be great. I think everybody wants sort of a simple option. That's number one. I see people stabilizing through the right kind of therapy, right? The right therapeutics. Another thing that we see sort of a signal of, I can tell you, one impressive story that we had recently. This whole kind of field of electroceuticals, right? So that electroceuticals could mean anything from sort of like a neurosurgeon opening up someone's brain, putting in an implantable device for, let's say, a deep brain stimulator for something like commonly approved for a Parkinson's tremor that will reduce the severity of a tremor. But there have been devices that have deep brain stimulators that have been big trial failures, big industry sponsored trial failures so far for deep brain stimulation in Alzheimer's disease. But non-invasive brain stimulation with transcranial transcranial electrics, light therapies does have some promise, and these are they're tricky. It's a tricky study. They're tricky studies, and they're mostly small and short. But I've talked to 3 really serious neuroscience researchers. Just talked to a really interesting guy at University of California in San Francisco. Although he works apparently in Emory, works full-time like remote, and he's a full professor at UCSF. But I got another brilliant guy, mid-career, Ted Santos, his name. And we were just kind of comparing notes. Like, he's interested in direct current stimulation, alternating current stimulation, all sort of other, a number of other things. And I would say where we're adding entrainment or small amounts of either light or electricity to the brain. So just to make this real for people, we had a woman in her late 70s. Let's call her D. So we saw D. She's late 70s. She got a gene for Alzheimer's. She had an ABIHM copy. Dementia runs in her family. She had PTSD, pretty significant. Anxiousness, probably what would have been called ADHD now. She was taking stimulants in the 1970s for it. And anyways, we see her and she's trying to live alone. Her son's trying to do the best by her to get her in-home care, but she's belligerent and angry with the care staff in her house, and they're trying to lose, they keep losing people. And she won't get up, she won't exercise, she won't participate in physical therapy. She needs a knee replacement, but they don't want to do the knee replacement because she won't do physical therapy, and she gets the surgery and doesn't do PT, then she's going to end up in a chair her whole life, right? The rest of her life. And so we started off with her, and we try to get her to do many things, all the stuff. She was not having it. This is like a tough Italian lady. She's not having it. But she was a good sport about things. Like she was but she didn't always remember. She was just to give you a sense, Heather, her MoCA score, her Montreal Cognitive Assessment score was 13 with a lot of loss. So that's a fairly low, fairly advanced. She could still have a pleasant conversation with you, kind of know who you are, and that was no issue. But she wouldn't engage, just wouldn't get out of bed, couldn't get dressed. And in the course of in a month, so we put her. This is one of those ones where we saw kind of an immediate impact. She had recently been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, so she went on ketogenic diet, got off. I think she was just on metformin. Got off all her other diabetes medicines really pretty quickly, and started sort of clearing things up. I started another prescription medication on her to sort of calm down excitation in her brain, and then we brought her in and that was the only thing we get her to do, those 2 things. And then we did get her in to come into the office several times a week for these stimulations. We used alternating current stimulation with her. We used some noise frequency, pink noise, but and we tried a kind of a few things until we found the network that we kind of needed to light up with her, the area of the network we need to light up with her, and her MoCA in a month. So again, normal score would be 26 or above technically. Hers was 13 to start. In 1 month, she went from 13 to 20. But I mean, the scores are interesting, but like, it's just somebody like you and I, but it's more about like what her life was like, getting up out of bed, ready for a care partner in the morning, eating, participating in cognitive exercises, willing and able to let the physical therapist into her house. So like her brain was organizing, and it's funny, her care partner was, not a clinical person, and she was more commenting on her mood, right? Her mood seemed so much better. She just seemed so much more agreeable as her brain started to organize more, right? And so, you get rid of some of that inflammation, and you start to, let the dust it's clear with all the blood sugar stuff. And then you add some, hey, this is sort of the rhythm and frequency that the brain needs.
Yeah, let's be real. I'm more agreeable when I'm in ketosis.
Well, I don't know. Not everybody says that. I mean, some people, especially some so premenopausal women I've seen that have had a really rough time with a full ketogenic diet. But in general, like, I think most people feel like a cleaner burn. So I mean, that's so technologies are interesting. They're hard because people have to, in most cases, they have to kind of come into the office. Well, there's some things, like Light, and there's some things that people can do at home. The other thing that I've heard this from really some very credible sources. Do you know who Robin Carhart-Harris is?
No.
Robin Carhart-Harris is kind of one of the leading names in psychedelic research. Right? He's kind of a hardcore neuroscientist, and doing a lot of fMRI studies. He was in England for a long time. The University of California in San Francisco just poached him. They got him. So rumor has it that they may be using some of whether it's psilocybin, I'm not sure yet, but there's talk from some of the people in that Neuroscape division that they may be starting to use psychedelics in hopes of sort of sparking things from a neuroplasticity or neuroregenerative a point. To me, it's still kind of speculation, and I want to wait until kind of the craziness of every psychedelic's going to cure everything. For instance, somebody sent me an article from Harvard where they were touting how exciting the psychedelics are, and how it's it seemed like one of those articles where we're going to solve everything with psychedelics, which I hope we do.
Maybe. I know. I would love it. That sounds like a lot of fun.
I'm more than 85% certain that we won't, but I hope that we do. I hope that none of us ever have to work again, and we live in world harmony and world peace, and for eternity with psychedelics. But preparing for the possibility that that's not the case, I read this article, and it was like, hey, see, these things work. They had this was for depression, so it wasn't for Alzheimer's, but it just sort of speaks to the unknowns in this sort of world of psychedelics. That so 30% of the people that with refractory depression, so bad depression that wasn't getting better with other kind of traditional medicines, improved with psychedelics versus less than 10% with control. That's 30%. I mean, that's not 80%. It's not 60%. It was like 30% of people. So, and I'm sure you've seen people that have kind of the opposite effect, right? So I think that it's always going to sort of boil down to, are you treating the whole human being? Are you treating the whole human being? And does this human being that you're treating, do they want whole human being treatment, right? Or they just give me the pill, I'm going for the injection. I mean, those options seem that they will always be available, but kind of the whole human approach, it does seem like, at least in some pockets, more than what was 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, especially in Alzheimer's, there seems to be like a ray of sunshine of hope that maybe there's more openness to this, there's more openness to this than had been before. Yeah. And then I think the other thing that's really kind of exciting is, as unfortunately more younger people end up with Alzheimer's, like the 35 to 64 population, as we know, is growing in diagnosis. Is it because of pollution? I don't know, but there's certainly all kinds of theories like that. But it's because of mitochondria disrepair. Is it because of I'm not sure. But because there are more younger people with this disease, it's, as opposed to it's grandma and she's in the nursing home, and like there's this picture of like Alzheimer's of someone just like in a nursing home with their tongue out, they don't recognize their spouse or they don't recognize their child, which is certainly still happens. But because there's been more younger people, there's like just more people that are just saying, hey, we're not going to take this line down. We're going to fight. We're going to do something about this. They're getting organized. Reminds me a little bit of like the Lyme community, like sort of people that are going to take the chronic fatigue syndrome sort of people that are going to like take matters into their own hand. And that's exciting because so many times we felt like, oh, we have an answer. I'm gonna build the product, build the thing, and take it, and people, and I know what people need. And again, I don't probably have to tell you the number of times where we thought we had the answer, and we took it, and people that have more, are closer to the problem, and give us feedback on it, as to how to make it better, has really been that's been a godsend. So even just an organization like DAI, Dementia Alliance International, these are like really cool patient or human beings with the disease led organizations, and like they're, while it's still agonizing to see people with these diagnoses struggling with these diagnoses, the inspiration from the struggle, from watching the struggle, is extraordinary. And then I think there's also room, I think finally, just to round it, I think there's also more and more room. I know I'm starting to sort of trying to figure out ways to naturally include this in the practice. And I've been sort of shy to do it for a while, although it's part of kind of the functional medicine matrix and model, is to talk more about spirit and spirituality in the context of these visits. Because sometimes that's, it depends on someone's, obviously it depends on people's backgrounds and what their sensitivities are, and do they have, or do they come from a sort of a Christian Catholic background? Do they come from a kind of another background? But like drawing on whatever people have, or using the experience of, this sort of harrowing experience, usually if it's for a care partner, of like losing like a spouse to this, can be a big opening, and obviously a big opportunity for a certain kind of growth. So incorporating that in there, like it just sort of blows the whole thing up a little bit, and then we can start to focus on what you were talking about before, of like choice, and what are we really doing with this, and how much are we helping? And some people call it sort of a patient-centered approach, an individual or a family-centered approach for well, what are all the tools that we have, and here's what we have. Let me help you with all of these many tools, as opposed to just like the one medication. So exciting times. It's a very exciting time to be in this space. It's blowing up all over the place, and I appreciate for you for being sort of one of the mouthpieces for this kind of work.
Yeah, I feel so grateful and privileged to, be working on this project with you of changing the narrative, right? This isn't going to be for everyone. This approach isn't feasible for everyone, right? And especially right now, it costs money. You have to have resources, you have to have time. And yet everyone should still know that this is an option, right? No one should be told there's nothing you can do, because it's almost overwhelming how much is possible to do. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody has to pick it up and run with it and do all of it. But for someone to be told that there's nothing when there's all of this potential, I think it's just, it's inhumane. It shouldn't be legal, right? Yet it's just the refrain from neurology. And so thank you for doing this work with me of changing the story around what's possible for those suffering. I couldn't agree more that the passion and energy and inspiration that comes from all of us who want to reduce suffering in the world, right? And those who are in the throes of either caring for someone with dementia or who have it, who are suffering themselves, that, there's nothing more amazing than watching a human transform that tragedy into just helping and hope for other people. And so I love that you kind of mentioned that watching these organizations form where people are just like, I'm not going to give up, and are looking for solutions. And certainly we're looking to partner with them. Nate, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you are busy, and your family is waiting to have dinner with you. So I'm going to let you go.
Hear them screaming? I don't know, they probably be screaming in the back.
No, I can't hear them screaming, but go join in the fun. Let's not wait so long to connect again. It's always a pleasure. I learned so much from you. And like I said, it's just so heartwarming to hear that you have similar stories to ours happening across the country. It means that it should be happening in every city in the country. And certainly we'll continue to work towards that. Make sure, one more time, tell everyone where they can find out more about you.
Yeah, so we're at Kemper Cognitive Wellness. So you just go to kemperwellness.com and you'll find us.
KEMPR.
K as in, K-E-M-P-R, Kemperwellness.com. And we're there. We'd love to meet you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nate.
Thanks again for doing this, Kelly.
Before we move on to the next speaker, please comment below and let us know what you've learned. Let us know what's inspired you so far. Let us know what you've enjoyed. Have you learned something new? Is there a particular speaker that really stood out to you? Let us know below and feel free to comment on others' posts as well. Let's keep this conversation going. Welcome to this episode of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and I'm delighted to introduce you to Dr. Isaac Eliaz. He's a recognized expert in the field of integrative medicine, focusing on cancer, detoxification, and complex conditions. He is a respected physician, researcher, best-selling author, educator, and a mind-body practitioner. Dr. Eliaz partners with leading research institutes, including Harvard, the National Institutes of Health, Columbia, and others, to co-author studies on leading-edge therapies for cancer, heavy metal toxicity, and inflammatory conditions like dementia. He is the founder and medical director of you'll have to say that one for me. Amitabha, that's beautiful. Amitabha Medical Clinic and Healing Center in Santa Rosa, California. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me in this really important summit.
Thank you for spending the time. It's just really a pleasure to be here. I was telling you that everyone who has interviewed you, everyone who knows you speaks so highly of you. And so it's really just a privilege to get the opportunity to interview you. And there was I have to admit, I was just leafing through it, but I started getting into the survival paradox. I haven't had a chance to read all of it, but I was sharing a room at a conference with a friend who had a copy. And so we were talking about your book and she was just singing your praises, like I mentioned. And the survival paradox is the title of that book. Would you please explain what exactly is this? What does that mean when you say survival paradox? And how does it relate to health, aging, and longevity?
Yeah, of course. So the survival paradox is really, as it sounds, it's a paradox because we are built to survive. So this concept is really, for me, it's really a paradigm shift that I want to offer, which is a culmination of decades of clinical work, studies of multiple medical disciplines, being a Chinese doctor, a Western doctor, and some other systems, and meditating for decades. So what it is we all recognize our drive to survive, which is built within us. It's what keeps us alive. But the same drive is what drives inflammation, is what drives fibrosis. It what drives organ degeneration. It what drives the cytokine storm that affects us in COVID, and it what drives neuroinflammation, including dementia and Alzheimer. So it's important to recognize that the same thing that is built and present in every cell in our body is actually what drives our aging and every chronic and acute illness. So in this sense, it's really important to understand it and to comprehend it. And then, of course, what can you do about it?
Most importantly, what can you do about it? So the survival paradox specifically impacts neurological health and this progression of neurodegenerative diseases. Go into the details there.
So when we really look at the survival paradox and how it operates, if it is innate in us, it has to be automated. We can't really think about it. And it's automated through the autonomic nervous system, through the sympathetic nervous system. So we respond immediately, either with a response of fighting, the cytokine storm, inflammation and its damaging effect, or through running away, flight, which is either we just desert the area or we hide. So we hide under certain coating, we create certain microenvironment. This is really what is in the basis of fibrosis, of biofilm, of a microenvironment where cancer grows, infections grow, arteriosclerotic plaque. You can see every disease. So we have the automated system, but then our biochemical system also responds within minutes. So there are certain proteins called alarmin. I call them the survival proteins that sound the alarm. And the key one, the one I've been researching for almost 30 years now, is galectin-3. It has close to 10,000 published papers. So galectin-3 starts the survival response, which systemically will affect our immune system, our macrophage. In the nervous system, the equivalent of the macrophage are our microglia and astrocytes in a relationship. So it will trigger an overexpression of microglia that will create neuroinflammation that, as you know so well, is at the root of every neurological disease. So it's so fascinating when you look at Alzheimer patients, the concentration of galectin-3, this protein, in their brain tissue is tenfold compared to controls who don't have Alzheimer, 10 times as high. And in the plaque itself, it can be 20 times higher. So we have this inflammatory driving protein that is really a survival response. So we really want to see what will cause the body, what will cause our being to create a survival response, and then what we can do about it. And that's why often, regardless of where the problems come from, some of the methods will be similar, while some of them will be more specific. And it's very relevant in general, and it's very important in Alzheimer and dementia.
So you're talking about something that's basically a marker for inflammation. So the question I always want to know, once we've discovered that there's inflammation present, is what caused the inflammation?
Right, it's a great question. And that's really the contribution that I'm trying to make. So galectin-3 is not a marker, it's actually a culprit. And I've published 2 very important papers on sepsis, actually, showing that when you block galectin-3, you don't get the cytokine storm. IL-6 doesn't go up, kidneys doesn't get damaged. We showed it in patients in the intensive care unit. We showed it in animal models. So what causes inflammation? That's a great question. Why? Because we in the integrative holistic field have identified inflammation as a culprit for decades, right? Now finally, and a lot because of the COVID, Western medicine realizes, wow, inflammation drives everything. But inflammation is not the cause. As you say, what causes it? What causes it is this survival drive. Anything that puts our cells in survival. So if we look at our brains, if we look at ourselves, what happens if we don't take a deep breath? We hold our breath. At some point, we start feeling the tension, right? The anxiety. We move into an anaerobic metabolism. And finally, we take a deep breath. So a survival response is a response when we don't have enough oxygen, when our metabolism is not functioning normally. So if we really understand it, then we understand anything that will change the survival drive and will balance it will affect neuroinflammation. And it's very fascinating, if you look at patients or people with dementia, with Alzheimer, or any of us when we age, what happens when we get stressed? We can't remember words. We forget, right? Suddenly a name, and then we take a deep breath, and suddenly we remember. Why? We went into a survival mode. We changed our metabolism into an emergency survival metabolism. How do we call it? Glycolysis. We move from normal aerobic metabolism using the mitochondria into glycolysis. Why? In glycolysis, you can produce energy 100 times faster, but extremely inefficient, as you know. 2 molecules of ATP for 1 glucose compared to 36. And what are the byproducts? Acidosis, hypoxia, which fuels the whole mechanism with mTOR1 and other, and HIF and other factors I don't want to focus too much on. So this microenvironment drives the survival response, drives neuroinflammation, drives inflammation. How do we get it in the brain? In 2 basic ways. 1, we have too much oxidative stress. We can't utilize oxygen properly. So one approach is we got to reduce inflammation. We got to reduce oxidative stress. So these are the people where there is not good antioxidant support. So for example, if we use the phosphatidylcholine and glutathione, we are reducing, right, the oxidative stress. People's memories gets better. The other one, so basic, there is not enough blood getting to the brain. So these are the 2 basic highways. Both of them are driven by galectin-3. Both of them. Both of them are driven by survival drive. One is everything is on fire. We have too much oxidative stress. Two, we don't have air. We go into hypoxia. The response is the same response. It's an abnormal metabolic response and an abnormal microglial response. And we get fibrosis of the brain. The brain stops functioning. How do we see it in an Alzheimer plaque? Galectin-3 skyrockets. I mean, you know, we say lightly 20-fold, but 20-fold, not increased by 20%. Now we have to understand, galectin-3 is an upstream culprit. A small change in galectin-3, let's say galectin-3 in our studies went up by, it even didn't double, okay? It even didn't double in patients, yet interleukin-6 went up 1,000-fold, Heather, because interleukin-6 is downstream. Dealing with cytokines is like putting a fire down in the middle of a dry season in California. Dealing with galectin-3 is bringing rain, you know? That's very different, you know? There's no fire, right? Everything is being nourished. So this is a different, but in the plaque, it is so evident that it goes up 10 to 20-fold. It shows you the severity of the condition. So anything that changes this through the mind, through habits, through diet, through certain activities and physical exercise, through supplements, and the key thing to make it all work, we got to block galectin-3. And that's why modified cyclospectin, a proven galectin-3 blocker with a number of papers specifically on neuroinflammation, is an essential supplement. It's really what will make everything work better. And I'm saying it not because I developed it, and not because there are 80 published papers. Actually, yes, because there are 80 published papers, but because I'm recognizing its effect after decades. If you look at my charts 15, 20 years ago, I used MCP, I used Spectrosol on most people, not on all of them. Now it's the first supplement. Why? I'm addressing the leading protein that drives aging, that drives inflammation, that drives neuroinflammation. So that's on the supplement level. But the other thing that we often ask ourselves, we should ask, why is Alzheimer's such an epidemic? You know, it's really, right? I mean, it's truly an epidemic. And interesting, I'm heavily trained in Chinese medicine. I'm a licensed acupuncturist, but I also studied certain alternative lineages in the 90s when I was into studying Chinese classics, etc. And in our study groups in the 90s, it's almost 30 years ago, we identified Alzheimer as the epidemic of the 21st century. And why did we do it? Because we could see how the earth is getting weaker. The place of nourishment is getting weaker. And now we know the gut-brain connection, right? It's very basic to Chinese medicine. We also saw that with the computers coming in and phones coming in, the human communication was weakening. And what is the brain? The brain is the most amazing communicator, stronger and more powerful than any computer on earth. So when we lose this communication, when we don't get nourishment that we get through appropriate sleep, through distressing, through exercises, through having time to rest. Now, right now we are all at 24/7, right? Then it puts heat, it puts inflammation into the system. So we were anticipating this. And as part of it, you know, I was studying how to prevent it and how to help it. And I'm so thrilled about your summit and some of your presenting materials, because I've said for decades, and I got in trouble with it, Alzheimer is a treatable condition. I see it in the clinic. It's a treatable condition, you know. Now that it's clear that there are no pharmaceutical solutions, we are finally being listened to, and it's good, you know. I'm glad we are. At least some people listen to us, right? But the idea that how do we establish the communication? So what galectin-3 does, why is galectin-3 so devastating? Because it's a carbohydrate binding protein. So it binds to inflammatory compound, to growth factors, to hyperviscosity factors, and it delivers them in different parts of the body. So let's say it delivers them to the brain, only a monomer, so it can penetrate, it's very small. And then through all these links, it creates a pentamer of five different ones, and it creates a lattice formation, a shield. And under this coating, you get microenvironment which doesn't have oxygen. You get heavy metals. You get pesticides. You get mycotoxins. They all come together. They are packaged because of the liposaccharide that are oxidized and heavy metals come to. So when you break the lattice formation extracellularly and on the cell membrane, suddenly insulin receptors can work. Suddenly AMPK is working, you produce normal energy, you shut down the hypoxia. So initially, most of the work was done on cancer. Now I'm a cancer guy, but when we were doing research on cancer, some of the feedback was my memory is getting better. Now, as an holistic doctor, we don't need 50 patients to make a conclusion. If we see a trend, there is something to it. Suddenly joint pains were getting better. Suddenly blood pressure was going down. And that's why I figured a little bit ahead of the curve, about 10, 15 years ahead, that actually galectin-3 is fueling the basic inflammation and fibrosis. So that's one of the important approaches in the extracellular level. Now, what also does it? Anything that creates communication and creates movement. So for example, everybody talks about ballroom dancing. Anything will do it, Tai Chi, Qigong. But why is dancing so good? There is a coordination. It's fun. We get nourished. And it's done in a community. You're not isolated. So it's about having a community. How do we get good community? By drinking enough water. So there is nourishment between the cells. And the last deepest part, which is really the essence of my book, The Survival Paradox, which I think it's a good book. I do recommend it. It gives this message about how we transform the survival paradox. And it's very big with Alzheimer and dementia, by connecting to our heart, by creating a mutual respect and mutual support between all the body systems, between every cell in the body. And I don't have time to really elaborate on it. It's really how we tapped our infinite healing potential. But what happens, every cell has a survival drive. Every cell likes to take nourishment and puts out toxins, right? It's the basic. And then tissue does the same, organ does the same. The heart is very different. The heart takes out all the junk from all the body. It doesn't say, I don't want blood from the liver, I don't want blood from the brain, right? Connect with the universe through the breath. Our drama is insignificant for the universe. We take clean oxygen. And what does the heart do? It gives it without judgment. And the first organ the heart nourishes, it nourishes itself through the coronary arteries. It nourishes itself as part of nourishing others and in order to nourish others. So that's self-love as part of loving others. It's not a narcissistic point of view, and it's fascinating for me. And sometimes I am amazed that nobody saw it. The heart also is an interesting organ. It nourishes itself only when it finishes its job. Other organs have right arteries coming in. The heart doesn't do it until it finished giving up everything. Only then it has done its selfless work. It takes care of itself. So when we connect with this through meditation, for example, so there are studies, as you know well, UCLA did a great study years ago. Brain tissue, the gyra and sulcus, get preserved based on how many hours a day you meditate, how many years you have meditated, and how good is your meditation. So my biggest passion and unique training in decades of meditation and healing, that I teach this on a volunteer basis. And when we connect with this, then anything and everything is possible. So I think when we realize that we can snap out of the survival paradox and that everything that happens falls away. What is survival, Heather? Survival is holding to something that is supposed to go away. If everything changes, then also every disease can change. And that's the power of our infinite healing potential when we connect to this principle. So how do we do it? By opening our heart, by opening our mind, by changing our lifestyle, by taking the right supplements. And then we also have to take care of the intracellular environment. We have to make sure that the mitochondria is working well. And one of the fascinating supplements, a compound that have done a lot to bring in the United States to the forefront, a lot in cancer, but in other areas, is honokiol from magnolia. Because honokiol is a gift from nature. Honokiol recognizes when a cell is normal, it becomes an anti-inflammatory, an antioxidant, very powerful, and it opens and regulates the mitochondria. When it sees that the cell is a cancer cell, it will cause oxidative stress and will attack the cell. So it can differentiate between the cells. So naturally, modified cytospectin with honokiol becomes a great combination in brain tumors, and there are a number of papers on this, and of course in neuroinflammation. And what honokiol does, it also moves us from glutamate to GABA. It enhances the movement from an excitatory damaging effect into GABA. So that's a little bit, I know I got a little bit carried away. It does happen to me, but please ask me other questions because there are a few more things I would like to say.
I love it. I love it. So I think many, of course, providers, but also many of our listeners are very highly educated. And this idea that blocking galectin-3 is sort of like inhibiting inflammation at some level. And we're familiar with things like NSAIDs and your Tylenol, aspirin, Advil, that kind of family of things. And then also familiar with corticosteroids, right? Your cortisol shot, even cortisone injections or taking hydrocortisone or something like that. And cortisol also does this on a natural level, that our endogenous cortisol. And when we look at those cascades, like blocking the arachidonic acid cascade or something like that, there are usually these side effects that happen, right? If you take aspirin, it can create issues in your gut. Tylenol can create issues in your liver. With cortisol or exogenous cortisone, you can end up with bone issues, and of course it affects your adrenals. And so with blocking galectin-3, with what you're describing, can you explain how it's different? How, like, are there side effects that we might need to think about, or is it more modulating in a way that's protective and supportive?
That's a great question. It's really between an artist that slowly fixes things compared to throwing a nuclear bomb to damage one thing and everything gets burned. That's what steroids are. So galectin-3 is needed in the first few minutes, and it will always be there because the body will still excrete it. It's what happens afterward when it stays on. It starts a cascade of events, of changes in cytokines, in inflammatory processes much earlier, much quicker than the changes in cyclooxygenase and in all the other markers and in the hormones. That's much down the road. So galectin-3 modulates. What it does, when the body needs to be able to repair and let go. So galectin-3 is really our injury repair protein. But what happens, it doesn't stop it. So in this sense, how does it do it? Through inflammation and fibrosis. So we can see how in sepsis, it will initially it will start the process, but then it will block neutrophils. It will create a cytokine storm. It will create a spike in interleukin 1b, in interleukin 6, in interleukin 10, in TNF alpha, and NF kappa beta. It will drive the process. So no, galectin-3 is a modulator. The only side effects, for example, in our prostate cancer study, the side effects of patients who used it beyond like just for their digestion, getting used to the high dose of 15 grams, was that people's memories got better, their energy improved, their joint health improved. So the only side benefit,
I love it. That's kind of how we describe the side effects of our approach to cognitive improvement. Is the side effects are that your blood pressure normalizes, your blood sugar normalizes, you have less of a fall risk. Yeah, it's exciting when you're supporting the system. You see all of it get better, every cell, and it sounds like your approach does a similar thing, and we need to potentiate them by combining them. Your therapeutic approach to enhancing and protecting cognitive function, I know you've already described a bit of this, and I just love that imagery of, and I've had the good fortune of having the opportunity to dissect a body and see what a human heart looks like. And I had never made that connection about how we're nourishing, the heart is nourishing the body and yet also taking care of itself. And so many caregivers are here joining us. And I think that image, it's very potent for me. And I hope for all of the caregivers here listening that there are these ideas like put your own oxygen mask on first, and you can't serve from an empty vessel. And yet our heart, our body is even divinely designed in this way to share this message of taking care of ourselves as we care for others, to no martyrdom here, that there's balance.
So it's so true. It is divinely designed. That's really like in Judaism, it's the tikkun, the fixing. You know, in Buddhism, it's the same. We connect with our heart and heart mind. It is. We have the heart that pumps blood. This is his ordinary daily work. And we have our heart as a divine healer. Definitely. Both of them work at the same time. Even if we're not connected to it, the heart will still give blood. But for example, talking about galectin-3, galectin-3 can cause heart failure, but which kind of heart failure? Ejection preserved fibrotic heart failure. It will make the heart stiff, not communicate, not share. That's the worst kind of heart failure. So you can always see, I like to really see the imaging. So when we look at what to do with the brain, how we shift from a survival paradox, we need to look what is causing cell damage, what is causing oxidative stress. So we talked in general about circulation, oxidative stress, but one thing, I've done a lot of work with heavy metals. I published on modified cytospectrin in heavy metals. I mean, I gave the same presentation in ACAM in 2001, you know, when I got the first data, and then I published in multiple journals. But and because MCP is a very strong chelator of heavy metals. But what I didn't recognize, I recognized what I kind of took for granted is the fact that we are bombarded with pesticides. You know, we get, yeah, there are certain level of pesticides, you can't avoid it. There is a very low level are normal. There's no such a thing like a little bit of poison. Poison is poison. So pesticide, especially glyphosate, will drive neuroinflammation, will drive excitatory brain. You take this with mycotoxins, with heavy metals, with EFM, you know, EMF, with EMF, with stress, and you put it as a package, and you got yourself something that is not going to end up good. So as part of it, we need to cleanse, we need to detoxify the body from pesticides, from heavy metals, from mycotoxin, and they all relate to each other. So we do it, you know, in the gut, and we do it systemically. And it's interesting, one thing about, again, about the role of modified cytospectrin, it's a powerful chelator of heavy metals systemically, and it binds to different mycotoxins, but we also have to address in the gut, and we have to respect our microbiome. Microbiome is part of our community. And we know, right, when we get stressed, infections get triggered. Immediately, Lyme, the spirochete wakes up when we are stressed. You know, people who had COVID, other infections wake up. So why? Same response. We are not the only one who want to survive. The virus wants to survive. The bacteria want to survive. And it's fascinating when we look at the spike protein of the COVID, what does its structure resemble? Well, simple guess, it's almost identical to galectin-3. Amazing, right? This was already published in June of 2020. And yet I couldn't get a clinical trial, you know, because of the politics. But yeah, so if you block the spike protein, you will block the attachment, we will block the inflammatory response. So it's interesting that the virus itself, as part of its survival response, is used as a similar mechanism. So part of the strategy in general health, in immune health, which is so relevant right now, we can't just say, let's talk just about Alzheimer, nothing about anything else. And talking about brain health, it's about having a more efficient system, having a good response, and balancing, modulating, harmonizing the nasty inflammatory response. And we can look, you know, in my book, I talk about the image of a bird flying in the sky. It's a Buddhist image. If you look at a baby when they are born, and they get a cut, the cut gets completely healed. There is no scar, right? They don't use inflammation and fibrosis. Their system can let go. Just like for people who are parents, right? Your child goes to the kindergarten or to school. They have a big argument with another child. They come home, they tell you, wow, we hold it for weeks. I'm going to call this parent while the child already forgot about it 5 minutes later, right? Similar process, okay? We hold two things, same thing, survival holding. So we lost this ability to repair in this way. And that's part of our challenge. That's part of rejuvenating the body, is to be able to actually do it.
So rejuvenating and healing, especially with Alzheimer's disease, is a little different from those who are just looking to optimize and haven't already gone down the path of having cognitive decline. How does your approach differ when you're supporting someone who's looking for optimization versus reversing disease?
Well, optimization has a preventative element in it and has a maintenance element. So everything is done in a milder way. So you want to make sure that you are balancing oxidative stress, that you are improving circulation, and that you are shifting from the survival drive, inflammaging, and it's a journey. I know my own. I was like at optimal health in March. I spent some of my year in Hawaii. I was swimming for 2 months. My blood markers were the best. I was in my best space in 10 years. I was about to teach meditation and healing in Israel. 150 people in the hall. Israel, nobody was wearing masks. I got diagnosed with COVID 45 minutes before it started. Now, that's a great lesson in letting go. All the volunteers waiting for me for 2.5 years, I just let go. Everybody let go. It was the most amazing healing for everybody. I mean, I did use Paxlovid, but in 48 hours, I was antigen negative. I was able to teach on the 3rd day, but it's affecting my health. I have more inflammation. I can see it in my blood test. So now I'm moving into a more active regimen. So I'm doing therapeutic apheresis, for example, which is one of my unique specialties where I filter the blood. So the idea with a patient with Alzheimer already and dementia is the intensity has to be higher, but the guiding principle, which is so much fun to see the literature recognizing it, everything is changeable and everything can repair itself. So one of my favorite saying is not everybody is going to be a miracle, but anyone can be a miracle. Mm-hmm. And we never know. The idea is that we got to let go of our fixation. A brain that doesn't function well, a brain doesn't get blood supply, a brain that has plaques, which are solid, is a brain that doesn't let go, a brain that becomes fixated. So when we can let go, when we can release, when we can relax, things can happen. For this, we need nourishment, oxygen, so we don't feel like, we can't take a breath. That's what happened for a cancer cell, right? The cancer cell goes through aerobic glycolysis. There is oxygen and it can't breathe. It goes through this. And that's what happened to the brain if it doesn't get enough nourishment. But the brain has an alternative, a metabolic pathway because it needs to be protected. So anything that changes this with the understanding that brain function can change. I mean, there was an international TV health station, I don't know, they did some programs on my patient with cancer years ago, and one of them had severe Parkinson, but also stage 4 colon cancer that burst open. And we have a video of him 12 years later, he's breakdancing. You can see his refined motor movement, because he believed he can change. So it's really, my approach is about empowering the patient. Also when I teach meditation and healing, I'm an okay healer, I can do some good things with people, but my main passion is in empowering the patient to connect with their infinite healing potential. And we now know that this whole concept that the brain doesn't change and cannot, cannot rearrange itself and cannot rejuvenate itself. We know it's not true. It's just a more challenging journey. But the only thing we can do is keep going,
I'd love to understand more about the type of meditation, that is, we've said throughout this summit that our mind space, our brain space, and our mindset is so important to preventing and reversing cognitive decline. And so we've had several experts on to discuss that. And I'd love to hear what's worked for you and your patients and what you teach.
So my teaching is a little bit complex because I'm a little bit unusually trained. I've trained for decades. Just to give you a sense what I mean, unusually, for 20 years, I would spend about 2 to 3 months a year in the mountains meditating. And for 10 years, I meditated half a day and worked half a day. And then one day I would sleep in the forest with a cabin. So that's, I mean, kind of a little bit crazy, you know? So, but I did gain some insights. So the basic principle is first, we have to create spaciousness, openness. So for example, mindfulness helps us because it's very popular. But even mindfulness is effort because we are mindful of something. So even mindfulness has to be let go of. Mindfulness is a very good first, second, third grade tool. If you really want to progress, you got to let go even of the concept of mindfulness, because who is mindful of what? You know, that, right? So we totally create this openness, 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 openness. It's like cutting the ice to small pieces, but then we have to melt the ice. And we melt to ice by connecting with our heart. You know, people right now will put their hands on their chest. They can just feel the heat of the heart. And you just let this heat go everywhere. You can let it specifically go to your head. You can feel how the brain is relaxing. So we combine this principle of openness with the warmth of a loving heart. And then the trick is, how do we deal with obstacles? So we have our own habits. We have our own traumas, we have our own genetic tendencies and our own epigenetic tendencies. So in my work in meditation, I've developed very unique methods on how to peel off our epigenetic and genetic tendencies multi-generationally, and people experience it. And a lot of it is by recognizing the interdependence between all of us. You know, if we look, you know, if we look at each other right now, and you look back 1,500 years, you have had infinite people create you. If every 25 years is 2 people, 1,500 years is 2 to the 60th power, you go 2,000, infinite number. There is no way that we never had some kind of a parent or relative sometime in the past. It's mathematically impossible. So we are all connected. Some are very strongly connected, thousands, millions of relatives. Some are a little bit connected. When we recognize this, then we connect with our heart. And our heart, the electromagnetic field of the heart gets to every cell in the body. It's 100 times bigger than the electromagnetic field of the brain. So when we are with people, first of all, when the heart is happy, is open, we get to every cell in our body and we get to other people. You know, it's interesting for me. I mean, I've worked on this for decades. I mean, nothing came easy for me, but it doesn't matter. When you find gold, it's gold. If you find it right away or you work hard. But something about, even in the last incidents of the letting go of the retreat, something melted in my heart. So here I am, you know, a lot of things going on in my life. And I'm like ridiculously happy. I see optimism. People say, you know, I feel it to other people. I feel it towards myself. Certain health habits and problems I had for decades just went away. It's a choice we have. We can be happy, we can be unhappy. But to be genuinely happy, we got to do our work. We got to do our peeling. And either the same peeling that we have multi-generationally is in every health. So in the brain, it will have a certain habit. If we have a family habit of dementia and Alzheimer, we can tap, then we are more susceptible, right? But if we choose a different highway, it doesn't happen to us. So we always have a choice. It's very important. I do a lot of work with death and dying. And even at the moment of death, people have a lot of choice. And you know, because the moment of death is this amazing moment when you really see a letting go. So with every breath, with every thought, we can let go. And when we let go, when we feel relaxed, what happens? The survival drive falls away. Then we get less inflamed. Now, for me, it's fascinating. I have a chapter in my book about neuroinflammation, and at the end, I tell my story. I have a family pattern of not remembering names of people. It's multi-generational, and it's interesting how it happened. And part of it, I come from a Holocaust survivor family, but there's something about being a well-off family, I think, and maybe they didn't pay attention to everybody. And when I was treating myself, suddenly I was remembering names better than I ever remembered in my life. Now, it's not that I got back to my baseline. I was transcending my baseline. How is it possible? Because I was peeling some of the epigenetic and genetic tendencies. Mm-hmm. So, for me, this was one example. Each one has their own examples, but it's just really to inspire people. And also to understand our journey in life is a journey where our regular memory goes down normally as we age, but our wisdom goes up. Mm-hmm. And the wisdom, you can't cut corners. I'm very somatically oriented. I did Taekwondo with the Korean national team when I was 15 because I lived in Korea, and I was a yoga teacher since my teenage. And here I am, early 60s, and I lie down and I get this like a sensation of my body. I say, wow, Isaac, this is, how come you didn't get to these levels 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? It takes time. It takes time to unlearn. Unlearning is very different than learning. For the doctors, for the health providers, you can't make shortcuts. You got to study. For me personally, I study vertically. I'm not a conference type person. So, studied yoga. I studied shiatsu, Chinese medicine 3 years while going to medical school, then Master of Science in Chinese medicine, and then classical homeopathy. But I kind of took my time. I decided to do this. Not an easy journey. But then when you get all this knowledge, and then there were periods when I went to the mountains for months and months, we're going to stay there for years, but it didn't work out. Then it's a process of unlearning. You let go of what you learned. And that's where you connect to a deeper insight. And that's the gift of aging. And memory and mental capacity really helps it. And it's interesting that the research now showing that the brain gets to its best balance in the 70s, in the 80s. What is it? It's this wisdom that comes through us. And we can tap it for healing. It's amazing.
So I'm noticing in myself, and I'm sure there are lots of people listening having this experience of kind of having a tiger by the tail of, I hear you, and I've been in the experience of a meditation retreat or some place where there can be this allowing, this letting go, this acceptance. And yet when we're in the rat race of our lives, and especially for caregivers listening who, they might imagine, if I let go, like something awful is going to happen. My loved one is going to disappear. They're going to run off. They're going to eat the wrong thing. They're going to get, they're going to burn the house, whatever it is, if they let go of some of that vigilance. And so what do you say to someone who's having resistance come up when you describe this process of allowing and letting go?
I have, in addition to being a busy doctor, I've cared for a family member nonstop for the last 13 years. Wow. So it's not like, it's a certain level, each with the problem, but I'm always a caregiver, so I'm used to it. So you start by taking you create small space by creating small pieces of time. You wake up in the morning, before you start, you sit in bed for 5 minutes. You breathe. You exhale and feel your mind and your heart opening. 2-3 minutes. You do the same before you go to bed. And you find these moments of relaxation. And then what happens, and that's part of really training, and my real passion, and I hope to do it in 2023, is in a summit format. I'm doing a cancer summit in February, but later on, I want to do a week like this as an offering for people to go through the experience. It's an experience. So what happens, then suddenly you have this moment that you are relaxed, and you have a moment that you get lost. So one of the big secrets in meditation from a Buddhist perspective, a Tibetan Buddhism perspective, is we meditate with open eyes. So as I'm talking to you right now, and I'm engaged in a mental practice, I'm totally meditating And if you are trained enough, it's no different than if I would be sitting outside in nature. There's no difference. So then suddenly and slowly, it's not easy. It's a lifetime of work, but it's doable. Your doing and your undoing and your non-doing becomes one. That's a big secret of healing. That's a big secret of being a healer with no effort. Not easy to teach. Some of the meditation masters or my teachers claim that I can't teach this. I don't agree with them, but I'm also Israeli, I don't give up easily. Is that there is a way to integrate it, where you are in action and you are doing stuff, yet something in you is opened inside. And this is why when the mind is in this way, everything is easy, even if it doesn't seem easy. And when the mind is not in this way, nothing is easy, even if it seems easy. And that's really the journey of meditation and healing.
That's beautiful. And yeah, I'm manifesting ease for all of those listening, and for myself and for you and everyone involved. I love that idea that everything has this ability to have ease and easefulness around it, even when it feels extremely challenging. I think this is such a critical message for anyone dealing with dementia or cognitive decline. Completely. And there's so many practical pieces to what you've just described. Dr. Eliaz, I can't thank you enough for sharing your time and wisdom and expertise. This has really just been a beautiful and profound conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed it. It's
such a pleasure. I want to make sure that people can find out more about you.
So, they can go to dreliaz.org or to the Survival Paradox. I really recommend to read this book. This book was really upgraded by my daughter, who is an ordained Buddhist clergy, a lama, unusual for women. So she's a great editor. So there is a quality of love and caring in this book, and it shows you a way. First, it opens your eyes to, wow, now I understand what's going on. And then there is a way to change it through detoxification, through healing our scars of survival, and then through freeing ourselves from this survival drive.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this contribution, both you and your daughter, and for sharing really, really important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you worried you might miss any of these incredible interviews? There's a lot of great information being shared, and I get it. We all get busy, and it's hard to squeeze all of this into just 1 week. It's like drinking from the fire hose. So if you didn't get to it all, I understand. I get it. Don't worry. You can pick up your VIP All Access Pass at a special discount right now. This won't last long. So get that on-demand lifetime access to the entire summit, plus all of its bonuses. Click on the button below and you can watch, listen, read these transcripts at your own leisure from the comfort of your own home.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm here with Julie Luby. Fantastic to have you here today, and also Sandy Koufax right behind me here. Julie is a health coach and it really focuses on cognitive enhancement. And Julie, if you could tell us a little bit about how did you get started as a health coach?
Sure. I really didn't do it intentionally. My background is food science and nutrition, and I spent many years doing product development in the food world. But I wanted to learn about functional medicine. And so I signed up for a course at the Functional Medicine Coaching Academy and found out I loved coaching. And it was about the same time that my father was going through Alzheimer's. I've got Alzheimer's on both sides of my family. And I actually was lucky enough to be a caregiver at the immersion that you had for patients back in 2017. That was right at the beginning of my coach training. And that was, the first time I'd really heard a message of hope about Alzheimer's, and also realized that there were root causes of dementia that could be addressed. And I decided right there that weekend that was going to be my focus for coaching. And so I've been doing it for, I think, about 4 or 5 years, and mostly specializing in this area.
Yeah, fantastic. And tell me what it was like when you began to see the first people improve from what we've all been taught is an irreversible process.
That's pretty exciting, because, you know, we've all heard that it really only goes in one direction.
Right.
So to even see it slow down or stabilize in some patients and then turn around in others has been really exciting. And, you know, I really hope that I can help a lot of families not go through the experience that my family went through, and not have to watch their loved ones decline. So it's really a really hopeful time.
Absolutely. And we always encourage people, please come in as soon as possible. You don't want to wait till you go from asymptomatic to SCI to MCI and then all the way to dementia. Of course, it's much harder when you see people who have single-digit MoCA scores. Have you been able to work with people who were still at the SCI or early MCI stage?
Oh, yes, yes. I've worked with several people in pre-code and recode that were at that point. And we've seen some really good results. People who have sort of eventually realized, like, oh, I do need to eat differently. Some people, for some people, it's giving up alcohol, and they really see improvement. And so that's very exciting. I can give some examples if you like.
Please, yeah, be great.
Sure, yeah. So one of my clients was working on, she had MoCA score at 23, I believe, and she was working with her practitioner on hormones, and she had some oral health problems, dentition, and she adopted some meditation for anxiety and some of the supplements, and also had some detoxing to do. We worked with her on getting into ketosis. She was eating really well and couldn't figure out why she was struggling. And we found just by adding more fat to her diet, she popped right into ketosis and then immediately felt the difference. So she went from a MoCA of 23 to 29, I believe, and reported just much clearer thinking. She was able to read and remember what she was reading. And then she also, I can't remember if she was a knitter or had another hobby, but it was something about following the more complex patterns in her hobby. She was able to do that again.
Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting to me because as a scientist, what I see is that there are the rate limiting steps. So people will often, get a little bit of improvement and they kind of stabilize. But then there's something, as you mentioned, that there's something that's preventing that next step up. In this case, obviously, a more ketosis, and that's a relatively common one. Sometimes we see that it's your SpO2 at night, that you're just dropping. As long as you're dropping that, it's a problem. For some people, it's upper airway resistance. For some people, it's change in oral microbiome. For some people, it's leaky gut, or it's a toxin, or it's an infection that's unrecognized. But sticking with it and getting to that, finding that rate limiting step before the person signs off is always critical. And I'm so happy when people will stick with it. We have some people that just like, if it doesn't do something in 2 weeks, boom, they're on to the next thing, unfortunately. So one of the most common things that I hear people say when I lecture at various places is, well, this is all well and good. We're interested in the trial results, but we don't think that we can get people to change their behaviors. And obviously this is your specialty. How do you go about dealing with someone who's saying, look, I know I have cognitive decline, but I really don't want to change these fundamental things? What are some of the hints and tricks that you use to get best outcomes?
Sure. Well, one thing I will say is I find best outcomes when people are working with a skilled practitioner in addition to the health coach.
Yeah.
The practitioner is really going to be giving them the treatment plan and the what they need to do. And then the health coach helps with the how. How do I make this work in my life? How am I going to make these changes? So I do always, put in the plug for skilled practitioners as well. But the first thing is really to help people find their motivation. Why do they want their brain health? What will they do with their healthy brain in 5 to 10 years? I want them to articulate that. And I want them to, we sort of keep that in the forefront when we bump up against a barrier and remind them, like, remember, this is what you said you wanted your health for. And so that's helpful. Another thing is we really have to meet our clients where they are. You have 10 different people who want help with this, and they are in 10 different places. So it's figuring out what are they willing to do right away? What are they able to do right away? Some people like to jump in and do everything at once, and that's great, but that would probably be a rare person.
Yeah.
So it's breaking it down into small steps. It's making it personalized. It's taking a complex treatment plan and really sorting it out and figuring out what the parts and pieces are and helping people to adopt new habits. Sometimes it's helpful to take a habit and stack it with something you're already doing. So if you need to do something in the evening, is there some way you can put it next to your toothbrush so you're reminded to do it? If it's a supplement or something you have to do or take, or it's that dental floss you should be using, how can you pair it with something you're already doing? And we try to break it down like that, and that usually helps.
Interesting. And the other thing that comes up often is this idea of people will make change, but then they say, well, I've done the change. Now I don't need to kind of continue to work on it. Like, when can I stop working on this? And I always tell people, please keep optimizing because you'll get continued results. How do you convince people that they shouldn't give up and that they need to continue to address these different things?
Well, it's helpful if they've seen some improvement, because that in itself is very reinforcing.
Right.
And so they realize, okay, I made this step. I do feel better. I have some improvement. I'm doing things I wasn't doing 2 months ago. So that helps a lot.
Right.
But it's really, again, coming back to their motivation. If they said that they wanted to have their brain health because they wanted to remain independent and live alone, we talk about that, and we talk about what that means to them and how important that is. Or if they want to be able to play with their grandchildren, or they want to continue working. Any of those things can be great motivating factors and help them keep doing it. The other piece that helps a lot is to connect them with other people who are doing it.
Yeah.
If you feel alone, it's kind of hard to keep it up. But if you feel like you've got a tribe, it can really be very helpful.
That's a great point, and actually leads into the next issue, which is, do you think that group coaching is more effective in your hands and with your experience? Is it better to do it one-on-one, or do you have to kind of personalize this? Some people do better with one, some people do better with another.
I would say that probably some people do better with one, and some people do better, in a group. Some people do better one-on-one. I have several people who are doing both, and they're both in a group and doing one-on-one coaching. And that's probably the sweet spot, because they are getting the community and the support from people around them. But then they can also talk to somebody, very detailed and personalized about what they are experiencing. Sometimes group coaching is a good entry point. It's a good way to try it out and start doing it. And if you find that's all you need, that's great. But sometimes people do group coaching and that's how they realize they need to do one-on-one coaching.
Yeah, exactly. All right. And then let's talk for a minute about people who are farther along. Of course, we encourage people to get in as early as possible. We've seen some dramatic improvements. 84% of the people improved in our recent trial. But to be fair, some improved a lot, some improved only a little. We've seen people go from MoCAs of 18 to 30 and from 0 to 9. We've never seen anyone yet go from 0 to 30. I'm very interested in theoretically what that would take. But I know I received a nasty email a few years ago from a guy who said, hey, you're always telling people that if it's really late, you shouldn't get started. He said, but my wife had a MoCA score of 0. And she's in a nursing home, and I started her on this program, and she's clearly better, and she's interacting with us and talking with us and all that. He said, so please don't tell people that if they're farther along, they shouldn't get in. So clearly there are different things that you can improve, even though you may not be able to bring them back all the way. So what do you tell people who have single-digit MoCA scores? And if you could give an example, have you seen people improve with at least their activities of daily living?
Sure. And, we, as health coaches, we should try to be realistic and help people understand what a win looks like.
Right.
So it can look very different for somebody who's starting with a MoCA of 23 or 25 versus somebody who's starting with a MoCA of 2 or 5 or 11 even. So we help, and we also help to set the expectation that the first thing you might notice is slowing down of decline. And then you might notice the decline has stopped and people are pretty stabilized. And then you may see it, sort of activities of daily living coming back, and even gaining back some abilities that they had lost. So I have
Yeah.
seen that happen. I've certainly seen people who have become much more alert with their family. I've seen, people who have reversed prediabetes, people who
Mhm.
have gotten rid of sort of lifelong constipation, which can really
Mhm.
make them happy.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, that's kind of a miserable way to live. So I've certainly seen that. And then just allowing them to interact with their family more, to be more responsive, to be going from really not talking very much at all to conversing. I mean, that's
Yeah.
huge for a family
Absolutely.
when their loved one can do that. So we've certainly seen experiences and improvements like that happen.
Yeah. The most common thing I hear is he or she is more engaged.
Mhm.
They're just more interactive. They're responsive. One of the things that we always point out as neurologists is the so-called head turning sign. When you have a couple and you ask questions to the patient, and every time the patient turns his or her head to the spouse for an answer, that's really a sign that there's some concern there. And so to have them, interacting and really being more engaged is really wonderful. It's wonderful for the families. And then, of course, as you mentioned, just the fact that they're not getting worse anymore, and hopefully on the road to recovery is huge. If you could talk a little bit about the clinical trial you were involved in with Dr. Sandison, what sorts of things did you see, and did you see some good results in that trial? And I know that's going to be published, obviously, but tell us a little bit about what you witnessed in that trial.
Yeah, so I was one of 3 coaches that was coaching in the clinical trial, and Dr. Sandison, of course, is a great practitioner with very complete treatment plans. So that was wonderful to be working with people who got such great support. But we, I think all 3 of us coaches saw people that really became better within the first 6 months. And who were, thinking more clearly, who had, I could tell when I was doing it on Zoom, I could just see the brightness in their eyes returning.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to see that transformation that you really notice. And they would mention it as well, that they were feeling better. They were, some of the folks who needed to maybe lose some weight were losing their weight. They were getting into ketosis. They were feeling clearer headed. I haven't seen all the results, but I know that we had, MoCA scores increasing and really getting people back to, interacting with their families and depending on where they started, improving MoCA scores.
Yeah. One of the common things I always see is people often will kind of stare blankly. They're just not quite there. And one of the very first patients who came through years ago, just really didn't say much. And, I got an impression that was her personality. That was the way I met her. And her family brought her back 3 months later, and she slapped me on the back and said, "I'm doing better, doc." So it's just, like suddenly it's a different person.
Yeah.
There's a there's something in there going on. So that's always fantastic to see.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, what we've seen is that it depends a lot on the family members as well. We've had people where the family is so supportive and they're in it and they're even doing the same things with them. And then we've had others where we had one where the daughters just said, "I don't believe this. I don't even care if he or she gets better. I don't believe it." And talk about how important it is for family members. You talked about practitioners and of course some coaches. What about family members?
It's super important for family members to be supportive. And I actually coach, some of my favorite clients are the families I coach. I coach several couples where one of the spouses has, the dementia and the other spouse is very invested. And they, we have their adult children on the Zoom call with us. So we have 4-way Zoom calls and everyone is supportive. The spouse is getting a lot of support from the children. And they're taking on some of the, whether it's research, whether it's, finding tools or supplements or whatever, they're helping out the couple. Because quite honestly, being a care partner is a full-time job. It's a big job.
Yeah.
And so I always say, the more people you can bring into the village to help, the better. And I've got several families that I coach and I love working with them.
Absolutely. All right. And then talk a little bit about, if you would, the things that you've seen. You mentioned the fats and you mentioned getting into ketosis. Other things that seem to be really powerful in terms of seeing people improve.
Sure. Yeah. One thing that is really important is to make sure people have a functioning gut, make sure their gut is healthy before they start changing their diet and move into, a ketogenic diet. I've seen people try to jump into ketosis and a ketogenic diet before their gut was healthy. And that's not very pleasant. The diet has a lot of healthy fat in it. And if you're not digesting and absorbing well, that can be kind of miserable. So I think that's a really important step that people need to take.
Yeah, that's a great point.
For sure. Yeah. And I think, if you want to be in ketosis, I think you have to measure your ketones. So that's kind of a best outcomes. I have people who have tried to do it without that. And I don't know how people know that they're in ketosis if they're not measuring. You don't have to do it forever.
Right, right. But it's a really good point. And, when I'm doing troubleshooting and people say, well, I've been on this for 6 months and, I don't seem to be getting better. So I just kind of start with the first things. Okay, tell me what your ketones are. Well, I'm not doing that part. Well, okay. And then what's the question? You're not really doing the protocol if you're not doing all the pieces of it to get yourself in an optimal neurochemistry. I mean, it's not magic, it's neurochemistry. And so you have to have a synaptoblastic neurochemistry to have synapses, formed and maintained. So yeah, I think that's one of the critical ones. And of course, insulin resistance is another common one where people and they often go hand in hand. People aren't able to get into ketosis as long as they're running those high insulin levels, of course. And then another one I hear all the time is, well, I'm not sleeping that well. Well, okay, that's going to be critical, or that they haven't even checked their oxygen status at night, another critical one. And as you said, I think leaky gut is a very common one, or at least a suboptimal gut, often with relatively poor absorption. So that's a huge one. And then of course, a lot of these people with tremendous amounts of stress in their lives. And unfortunately, they're just stressed more to try to get results, and then they kind of want to give up, and they're going back and forth. These are really tough ones, and so I think kind of focusing on these and getting each one optimized is so critical. So many people just say, "Well, just give me some supplements or give me a pill, whatever," and it doesn't work that way. You really do have to change the chemistry. Now, speaking of that. Let's talk a little bit about your own journey. You had mentioned earlier that when you got into coaching, and then you actually ended up having your own health issues, not prior to the coaching, but actually after you had started the coaching. And so tell us a little bit about what happened, because I think it was very relevant for people who are trying to optimize their cognitive outcomes.
Sure. Yeah, I was one of those very few functional medicine health coaches who didn't find functional medicine health coaching because they had worked with a functional medicine doctor first. Right. But I was actually doing the ketogenic diet along with my parents at the time, and had lost 30 pounds, I think. But then had a very acute experience where I had really horrible gut problems. I thought I had food poisoning, but it lasted for about a year. So I was very sick, and I continued to lose weight when I really didn't want to, and got pretty thin. And I was working at the time with a good functional medicine practitioner, and we were trying to address it. I found out I had SIBO, which is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. And we were treating the SIBO, and I would get a little better with every round of treatment. But then it would slip back when I stopped the treatment. And so she said, well, the book says if SIBO is not resolving, look for mold. And so I had no reason to think I had mold, unless it was an exposure, sort of an acute exposure. I certainly have been around mold, but we did look for mold using a urine mycotoxin test, and found that I had mycotoxins in my body. And so started a detox program. I was still hoping that maybe I had been exposed at a previous time, but I was in denial for a while. You know, I knew I had
Mhm.
mycotoxins in my body, but I didn't really want to think that my own home was poisoning me.
Yeah.
So I did, you know, I put it off for a while, but I did eventually do some ERMI testing in my house and found out that, yes, I had hidden sources of mold.
Mhm.
I brought in fact, my scores of my house were pretty horrible. And I brought in a really
So
good.
where were your scores? So you said ERMI scores were, how high were they?
Oh gosh, I was in, I think, the 98th percentile for
Wow.
moldy buildings. You
Yeah.
know? So I can't remember what the number was. It was well over 25. I don't remember exactly what it was.
That
but
is very high. Yeah.
yeah, it was terrible. And my basement was worse than I did two ERMIs in my house, one in the basement, one in my living areas. And my basement was worse. And that was where I had been exercising every night for 25 years. So taking
Oh
in
my
lungs
gosh.
full of air.
Yeah.
And it was probably moldy. So we brought in, you know, a great mold inspector,
Mhm.
Brian Carr, and
Yeah.
his team found, I think it was 5 different sources of mold in our house that we didn't know we had.
Wow.
And so we had to make a decision. Do we move? Do we remediate? Do we tear our house down and build it again? We actually contemplated that.
Mm.
And so we did decide to remediate and moved out of our home for about, it was almost 4 months during the pandemic, and did some remediation. We had to do things from waterproofing our foundation. We have a brick foundation. It's a 100-year-old foundation in part of the house. So we had to dig a trench around the house and put on a waterproofing. I call it putting on a raincoat on the outside of the house.
Yeah.
To prevent, you know, water from coming into the basement or moisture from migrating right through the bricks. We decided to put a new roof on. It was sort of time to do that. So we did that as part of this. And then we moved out when they actually came in to remediate. We had a bathroom that had a leak under the vanity when the kids were young, and we thought we had cleaned it up, and we clearly didn't. We had a place in our laundry room where we had a leak. That was bad. We had behind our dishwasher. We get cold winter here in Chicago, and one of those polar vortexes, we had a frozen hose behind the dishwasher, and didn't know we had mold there either. And then of course found some in the basement. So
Wow.
it was a pretty much whole house remediation.
And was it specific genera? I mean, were these Aspergillus, Penicillium, was it Stachybotrys?
It was, yeah, it was not Stachybotrys. We did
Okay.
not have Stachybotrys, and I don't think we had much Wallemia either.
Okay.
So it was mostly Penicillium, Orobasidium, and Aspergillus, I think.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And, you know, I'm sort of, you know, I'm a scientist. And so I, of course, lined up the mycotoxins we found in my body with the organisms we found in my house, because I wanted to make sure they lined up. And they pretty much did.
Okay.
So that made me feel better that maybe I was getting rid of my source. So.
Absolutely. Now, of course, there's an argument, there's controversy about whether you want to include antifungals or not include antifungals. And of course, Dr. Shoemaker tends to argue not to include them. And Dr. Neil Nathan suggests that they should be included. How did you handle it?
My doctor advised me to do it. I actually had Marcons as well. I tested positive for Marcons. So we did do antifungals at the same time, and I did some biofilm busting supplements as well.
Okay.
So luckily, I didn't really have any bad Herxheimer reactions. I seem to tolerate the binders well. We did a pretty mild version. I didn't do any cholestyramine. I did all charcoal at first, and that got rid of 5 of the organisms that were off, or 4 of the organisms that were off the chart. And the last one really responds to bentonite clay, so we switched to bentonite clay, and then that one was wiped out. So I continue to take binders. I'm not sure I'll ever feel comfortable in life not taking a few binders, so I do that.
That's a good point. And have you had any problems, any side effects from the binders?
I have not, but like I said, I didn't do cholestyramine, which I know is maybe a little more strong and has more reaction, but not really. I tolerated them pretty well. So
Fantastic.
Um,
And have your symptoms cleared? What initially brought you with the SIBO and all this, everything cleared up?
Yeah, finally with my 5th SIBO test, I had no SIBO. So that was very exciting. I honestly thought I would never have a SIBO test where I didn't test positive, but I did. So I'm starting to believe, you know, the people who talk about SIBO and mold going hand in hand, and leaky gut and mold. My gut symptoms have pretty much gone away. I had some skin issues as well, and most of that has gone away. Every once in a while, I will, you know, have something. So I always wonder if I got exposed to something again. But for the most part, I feel way better. I can absorb my food again. I gained weight back. Maybe have to, you know, that's like that double-edged sword, right? We wish we didn't have to worry about that anymore, but it's been so far so good.
And what percent of your clients, when you're seeing people with cognitive decline or risk for decline, what percentage of them have mold as one of the likely contributors?
I think at least 80%.
Wow, that many.
Yeah, but part of that might be because you know, people know that I've had mold, so they may self-select.
Right,
but I would say toxins in general is in the top 3 in almost everybody I work with.
Yeah, it's incredible for something that is, you know, we were taught in medical school that this is not an important contributor to cognitive decline. It's, you know, it's Alzheimer's, which means we don't know what it is. And it wasn't taught, you know, nobody said, go look for mycotoxins. Nobody said, go look for organic toxins. Some people believe that mercury was one potential contributor, but basically it was, this is not a toxic illness. This is a protein folding problem, that sort of thing. So that is very interesting. And then what are the other common contributors? I am assuming you see a lot of people with insulin resistance.
Insulin resistance, sure, absolutely. And then I would say the, you know, hormones and trophic factors is the other one. So certainly the insulin resistance and the, you know, diets high in simple carbohydrates, which contributes to that.
Right. And timing is another thing that comes up. And I often tell people, look, this has been going on by the time you're having symptoms. It's been going on typically 10 or 20 years. If your symptoms are late, it's probably more like 20 years. If you're at the beginning, it's probably more like 10 years. But nonetheless, it's a long time. And so give us a little time to turn the ship around here. When you see people improve, typically how long have they been doing a protocol to improve them?
You know, it depends. I would say the toxin and mold ones take longer for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a longer haul. I've seen some people when they clean up their diet, feel better and feel sharper almost immediately. So within weeks or months, some people are already reporting that they believe they're thinking clearer and everything. So
yes,
it's pretty quick. And I think maybe the trophic factor one is in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I always feel great when I see someone who's got no toxins. They got, you know, inflammation and glycotoxicity. It's like, wow, this is going to be really, really easy to get some good results here.
Yeah.
Very quickly. So, and as you said, it's the ones who have that severe toxicity that's been going on for years, and they'll say, oh yeah, we've been living in this moldy house for 30 years or something like that. Really, really tough to get the same sort of results. So, yeah. Okay. So what are your upcoming plans? Are you seeing a lot of people with group coaching? Are you doing this at distance? And what's your sense about on-site versus telemedicine when it comes to coaching?
You know, I'm 100% virtual on my coaching right now. That happened when COVID hit, quite honestly. And I'm not sure I would ever change that. I really, really enjoy it. It allows me to coach. I coach people all over the world, which is great. And we can do that. Singapore, Ireland, England, Panama. So you can do that when it's virtual. So I like that a lot. I do lead one of the Apollo Health type 3 toxin support groups. Of course, that's virtual. And that's one of those situations where you've got people in a group together who can talk about what they're going through with people who understand it. And it can just be so supportive and helpful. I'm also teaching one of the mastering mold class for Apollo, which is sort of a combination of education and support group. And that's going well as well. It's people, again, have the support of people around them who are going through the same thing. And this one has the benefit of actually having some lessons each week to help people understand what this thing is we call mold.
Right. And what about people who come in and say, or their families will say, look, I just haven't heard about this. I haven't heard that people can actually get better when they have cognitive decline. So what do you tell them to convince them to do the right things?
Well, it depends on the person. I use a variety of techniques really to help them out. I do explain it to them. Sometimes it really hasn't been explained very well, so they really understand what we're getting into. I think it depends on, you know, there's really nothing else to do. So if they're interested in doing something, it's really kind of the best game in town. And I like to convince people to give it a try. And so often they will start feeling better. They'll start seeing some positive changes, and that helps make believers out of people. Some people, you know, maybe won't ever decide they want to make these changes in their life. And, you know, there's plenty of people who would like to try. So I think that helps. I like to use a lot of humor in my coaching. Humor is my #1 character strength. So I like to use that. And I find, you know, if we can't laugh, it's really hard to go through life. So even though this is not a laughing matter, it's really good to be able to smile. And I will tell you that sometimes I'm coaching couples and, you know, mostly talking with the care partner. And I've seen people get better enough that they crack jokes. And to me, that's just the most wonderful thing in the world. It's like somebody who was, you know, pretty affected and not communicating very well, who actually comes out with a joke. And so that's a great feeling. I love that.
That's a great point. You know, one of the people I've worked with for a number of years, who is a professor and has done very well, went from 24 to 30, had, you know, amyloid in her brain, and actually was part of the first survivors of Alzheimer's, wrote her story for the book, just a beautiful story about her family and herself and her granddaughters and husband and all that. Has really found that she loves to tell jokes, and that's one of the things that she just enjoys with her new and improved brain. You know, she gets it, she picks up very quickly on things, she doesn't forget things. And so it really has changed her personality, and more joy, you know, more engagement, more purpose in life. And I think that that's one of the things that really impacts people. You know, you look at families where it's been hopeless, and now suddenly the hopelessness is gone, and there's kind of a new lease on life. And so that they're able to get back into the swing of things and really think about it. As one of the patients said a number of years ago, I've allowed myself to talk to my grandchildren about the future once again. Whereas for a while he was just like, I can't talk about that because I know what my future is, and it's not a good one. And that's completely changed. And he's 9 years. Let's see. Yeah, he's 9 years into this now, and continuing to do very well. So that brings up the issue of timing. We talked a little earlier about when do you start to see change. The other half of that is, of course, if you go on a drug, you may get a little improvement, but you go right back to declining. Have you seen people, now that you've got years under your belt, do you see people sustain their improvements or sustain their stabilization?
Yes, you know, it depends. I'm trying to think of who I've coached the longest period of time. Sometimes with people, like I may do 10 sessions with them and they're like, I've got this, and they sort of graduate from my program. And so I do check in with people occasionally and make sure they're still doing okay. But I've had some pre-code people who have done that, and, you know, prevention and maybe starting to feel, you know, some people join pre-code with a little bit of maybe subjective cognitive impairment. And so, but really feeling like they're better, they've gotten a handle on some of the healthy habit changes that they've made, and they do move on. So I guess I hope that they're sustaining. I don't always know. The other, I think as long as they continue to do, you know, work the protocol, they continue to, you know, stabilize or continue to get better.
Right.
Maybe a year and a half is like the longest time I've followed somebody.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So we'll see.
we'll see. Yeah.
I suspect they'll come back to you if they have problems.
I hope so.
I ask everybody, have you seen a person yet where they were truly asymptomatic, scoring well, things were good, but they went on active prevention, they stuck with it, did the right things, and yet they developed true dementia? I haven't heard of a single person yet. We're only 10 years into this. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe it will happen at some point, but I haven't heard of one yet. Have you seen this yet?
I don't think so. No, certainly not in the time I've been coaching.
Yeah, that would be my hope, that ultimately we get as many people as possible to get on active prevention when they're 45, 50, prior to any symptoms, and that we just really wouldn't see much dementia, that it would truly be a rare problem.
Yes.
So I think that's the goal, really, to see a reduction in the global burden of dementia. So where are you going with this, and what do you see as your goal for the next 5 or 10 years?
I still work 3 days a week at my other job. So my goal is to one day retire from that job and coach full time.
Mm-hmm.
I love coaching, and I hope I can do it, for a long, long time. It's something that is very portable.
Mm-hmm.
And so I find that I can do it no matter where I am, which
Mm-hmm.
I love. And
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that the world will open up and I can do things like travel again and those kind of things. But
Yeah.
I see coaching as being part of my life for a long, long time. And, at the same time, I love to coach in this space because with somebody who's got Alzheimer's on both sides of her family, I need to be
Yeah.
paying attention to this too. So I love staying close to it and, learning about the changes in thought and the thought leaders and everything else so that I can stay on top of it. But I'm looking forward to helping as many families as I can, and hoping that we have more clinical trials in this area, that we can convince more people. And if I could ever figure out how to get, the Western medicine world, and particularly the insurance companies, to buy into this, I think that would be an incredible goal.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
that's what I hope to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you coach any of the people who are living at Marama?
I don't coach anybody at Marama. I had only done the clinical trial folks who were all not living at Marama.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, look, I really look forward to reading about the clinical trial when it comes up. I think it's very exciting. Look forward to reading about the exciting results. And thank you so much, Julie. Great for sharing your expertise and your experience with us, and look forward to talking to you again.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Bredesen.
Right. Take care.
Bye.
Stay safe.
Wow, what an amazing day of experts that we got to hear from. Before you go, I have one final presentation for you about the latest research on dementia prevention and reversal. I know you get to hear a little bit about me as I interview each of our experts, but I want to share a bit more about my very first patient, Linda, where Dr. Bredesen's research has taken us, what we can look forward to in terms of new research, how we created the trial design here at my clinic, Solsere, in addition to showing what's possible for those suffering with memory loss. So join me as we go through some of the science, the latest science in dementia prevention and reversal. Let's get started. Thanks for joining me as we dive into some of the exciting science around reversing dementia. What a great day of presentations from absolute experts and legends in the field of reversing dementia, right? These are the people trailblazing, paving the way for us, like Dr. David Perlmutter, and of course, my mentor, Dr. Dale Bredesen. So I want to share a little bit more with you about my clinical experience, the tools that I use, and what I've learned about reversing dementia at Marama and at Solsere. We use the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Form. This is a worksheet that takes about 30 minutes to complete, and we do this with people who are struggling with dementia or feel like they have some subjective or they're noticing some cognitive decline. So this is a validated tool. This is used clinically as a screening tool to see if perhaps someone does have measurable cognitive decline. This you can see at the bottom here. This is on a scale of 30. So a perfect score is 30, and that's what we all want to get. Now you can take a couple points off here and there, so you don't have to get it perfectly right to still have normal cognitive function. So anything over 26 is normal. Once we drop below that, we're starting to measure cognitive changes. And anything below 17 can be diagnosed typically as dementia and maybe even Alzheimer's. So we use this tool sometimes in research, sometimes just clinically, but it's informed a lot of what we do here at Solsaria and also at Marama. You may know somebody who's taken this and be somewhat familiar with it, but I want to have you understand what this tool is. And you can also ask your doctor or some trained professional to perform this for you. Usually you want to do training, and there is training available online. So you can sign up for that. And then you could do that if you're a caregiver for the loved ones or those that you care for. I want to tell you about Linda. Linda was the first patient who I saw after returning from being trained by Dr. Dale Bredesen. So I was a bit of a skeptic. I've shared this with many people that I went to Dr. Bredesen's training because it made sense to me. I'm a systems thinker, and I like connecting these dots and understanding the feedback mechanisms. And I knew from my naturopathic training that there's not a one size fits all for a complex disease. Lots of this needs to be individualized. And it made sense to me that as we stacked interventions, the way Dr. Bredesen explains, instead of trying to simplify or find that one magic bullet pill, if we could stack these interventions on top of each other, we could be more confident about potential miracles that we might see happen. Now, that being said, even though it made sense conceptually, I had never seen it work in practice. I had never seen a dementia patient return their cognitive function or regain cognitive function. And so I didn't know if it would work. And Linda came to me with her husband. They had read Dr. Bredesen's book, The End of Alzheimer's, and they were less skeptical, more confident, more enthusiastic, and more certain this was going to work than I was. But I took them through the process. They taught me a thing or two. So we did Dr. Bredesen's intake. I had lots of experience working with toxins and hormone replacement and many of the elements of Dr. Bredesen's work. I just needed to put it all together in the context of cognitive decline. So with Linda, she came in that first day, and you'll see her part of her MOCA worksheet here on the left. She had a MOCA of 2 out of 30. This represents very severe disease. So she could answer with yes or no responses to relatively simple questions. But if I asked her, what did you have for dinner last night? Before she could formulate an answer or kind of remember what she had, she'd forgotten what the question was. Same thing if I asked her about exercise or what her day-to-day life was like. And this was heartbreaking to watch her husband lose her. She was losing her mind. And I could tell she had this great big smile and these loud, fun clothes. I knew there was so much personality in there. And it affected her handwriting. So she had very small, kind of shaky handwriting that was at a steep slant. And she had been a school teacher, very proud of her handwriting. So this was a heartbreaking situation, and I was so impressed by how Linda and her husband just committed and did it all. They got out of a moldy bedroom, they committed to an organic ketogenic diet, and they started right away. They started ballroom dancing several times a week. She took all the supplements, started on hormone replacement. She got all of her amalgams, her metal fillings out of her mouth, got a deep cleaning and took care of some infections in her mouth. This was impressive. They did all of this in a matter of days after seeing me the first time, and I saw them for a follow-up 6 weeks later. Now, in just 6 weeks, Linda had significantly, measurably reversed her cognitive decline. She had reversed the disease process. Now, this doesn't happen every time, but this miraculous recovery made me think, if this is possible for Linda, what is possible for so many others out there who are earlier on in the disease process and who are younger, who might have even more ability to heal and prevent decline and even regain full cognitive function? I was so delighted. I was actually in disbelief first. I thought we had done something wrong. I thought that maybe we had measured it wrong the first time, or maybe my brain didn't compute that this kind of miracle could be possible. But you can even see for yourself here that the way she's drawing the box, she's copying this cube, although it's not perfect, it's different. It's starting to get a little closer. And same with the clock. She's adding numbers to it that she hadn't been before. I mean, this is really impressive change in just a matter of weeks. And so seeing again that this was possible for Linda, I really, since that day, it had such a big impression on me that I've committed my life to showing people that a lot of the suffering associated with dementia is optional. It doesn't have to happen, and that we can take action today to reverse this awful disease and prevent it. So I want to talk a little bit more about what we know about the science. And I'll start by talking about the language that we use here, because unfortunately, it's caused a bit of a problem. Doctors will say mild cognitive impairment when really this should be called advanced staged Alzheimer's, right? We don't say stage 3 cancer is not mild cancer. That is metastatic cancer. That is a really big deal. And so is mild cognitive impairment, and we should be treating it as such. So it starts with a pre-symptomatic stage, and there's some argument in the field around what we would use to diagnose a pre-symptomatic stage and whether or not there's utility in finding beta amyloid plaques or tau proteins. But we certainly know that we want to prevent dementia, and that there are changes in the brain that happen that can be inflammation and potentially the plaques and tangles that set us up and put us at risk for developing cognitive decline. The thing we really care about is not whether or not we call it Alzheimer's or whether or not these plaques and tangles are in our brain, but how well our brain functions and serves us day to day. And so in that pre-symptomatic stage, this is when it is easiest to prevent the disease from happening at all. So some people are going to be at higher risk because of genetic predisposition, which we're going to learn more about this week. Then subjective cognitive impairment is another great time to intervene. And this is, it lasts probably about 5 to 10 years. This is when someone says, oh, my brain doesn't work the way it used to. I would have been able to remember that name or where I put that thing or how I would get from here to there 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So if you are saying that, or if one of your loved ones, you hear them saying, gosh, my brain isn't working the way it used to, get them signed up with a Bredesen doctor, get them engaged in this process, make sure they have access to the summit, because now is the time to intervene. Mild cognitive impairment is severe disease. This is when it's measurable. And this is relatively late in the pathophysiological process. So a lot of changes have already happened in the brain, and toxins have already been present, infections may have been present, nutrient imbalances may have been present for decades before. We can intervene here, and I would encourage you to. I would never tell anyone there's not hope, even for final or late stage dementia. I've just seen too many people get improvements even at that stage. However, the earlier we can intervene, the better. And I think that this word mild, when we talk about cognitive impairment, discourages people from getting the help that they need and deserve. Final stage Alzheimer's includes immense amounts of suffering, losing activities of daily living, losing so much of yourself. It's just absolutely awful. And if I can prevent one person this week from going there, from having to deal with that, it's been worth it. So typically this underlying process has been present for even 2 decades, 20 years. And now we know enough where we can intervene in those 20 years so that you don't have to suffer with this late stage Alzheimer's disease. There are some other problems that have come up in the field that I think have prevented people from getting the help that they deserve sooner. So certainly the amyloid plaque hypothesis has been a big part of the Alzheimer's debate for the last 4 or 5 years, especially in the 90s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. If you were not studying amyloid plaques or tau proteins, you were not studying Alzheimer's. We now realize that after billions of dollars of investment and decades of smart people's lives being dedicated to finding a solution to the beta amyloid plaque problem, assuming that dementia was caused by amyloid plaques or tau proteins, we now know that this was a bit of a dead end. And unfortunately, we've wasted a bit of time, and there are still people who are doubling down on this hypothesis. I'm glad that people seem to be opening up to more of a multifactorial approach, even across the conventional spectrum, but it is slow going. And we really need to shift focus because it's dominated the conversation for far too long. What we know right now is that if you take the brains of anyone on the planet, basically the entire population, less than 1% will not have amyloid plaques or tau proteins present. So this is any age, any place in the world, less than 1% of the people on the planet do not have beta amyloid plaques. That means we all do. So they're there for a reason, and we believe that they're there to protect us. They're highly antimicrobial and they're inflammatory. So typically they are formed in response to an infection or a toxin or something that is potentially putting our brain at risk. Now, the other thing is that people who are over the age of 65, so the seniors among us, if you look at their brains, there are many of them, 30% of them, regardless of cognitive function, have enough amyloid plaque deposition in their brains to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So even if we're not measuring cognitive decline, why do we care so much? There's a connection between amyloid plaques and dementia. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely something there, but that is not the full story. Getting rid of amyloid plaques does not improve cognitive function. And so we need to look outside of that. We need to understand what is driving plaque and tangle formation, rather than just trying to get rid of the plaques and tangles that are the result of other imbalances upstream. So I hope you'll join me this week as we dive into all of those factors. Another problem that we see over and over, and it breaks my heart every time I hear it, is that people go to a neurologist and the neurologists continue to say that nothing can be done. They say, here's some Aricept, here's some Namenda, they don't work very well, get your affairs in order. This is going to be a downhill slide. And we know right now that there are so many factors that can lead to improved brain function. Not everyone is going to regain full cognitive capacity, and I will not use the word cure. For anyone who has cognitive decline, they are going to be at risk for developing cognitive decline. If they fall off the diet, if they have a traumatic brain injury, there's a litany of risk factors. If they're smoking or drinking excessively, all of those things can put someone at risk back on that slippery slope into cognitive decline. And yet there are things we can do that we need to be talking to our doctors about so that we can regain control of our brain health and keep our cognitive function into our 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th decades. Another issue has been in the research world. So the IRB approval, IRB, it stands for Internal Review Board. So this was created in an effort to protect vulnerable populations of human research subjects like those suffering with dementia. I'm so grateful for the IRB. We work with one on the clinical trial that we are doing here at Solsere, and they are phenomenal. They protect our research subjects and our study participants, and we are so grateful for them. It wasn't until 5 or 6 years ago that IRB started approving these multifactorial interventions. So Dr. Bredesen has had funding to do a clinical trial for years, over a decade, and yet he couldn't find an IRB who was willing to support and approve a research trial that included so many interventions all at once. They, in our hierarchy of research, they want things to be controlled. They want the variables to be limited. And I understand that where that perspective comes from. And yet as a clinician, as someone who's seen people suffering in real time, I want to give you everything I possibly can so that your brain can be better today. And we know enough, especially we know enough about safe, low risk interventions. Now, that being said, now that we're finally starting to collect some data, I joke that everything goes at the snail's pace of research around here because it takes a while. We want to do it methodically. We want to do it right before we draw conclusions. And we might be wrong. Any good scientist accepts that they could be wrong about their hypothesis. That is why we test it. And so if all the critics are right, it's true. There is not enough data. There is not enough research. Not enough has been published in peer-reviewed, highly respected journals. And there are politics behind the scenes, and there are reasons for that. And it's happening. It's going slowly, but it is happening. And yet we know enough today to get started. And that's because many of these interventions are very low risk. They involve lifestyle changes and choices that really are common sense, just not common practice. And so I'm here to encourage you to stick with me this week, learn as much as you can, and get these things started in your life immediately. So here's some current research that came out of The Lancet. The Lancet is a highly respected journal in the UK. And this is the 2020 report. This got a little stuffed under the rug because of COVID. COVID was so distracting that year. But this was the Lancet Commission published this 2020 report on dementia prevention, intervention, and care. And in the executive summary, they said, overall, a growing body of evidence supports the 9 potentially modifiable risk factors for dementia, modeled by the 2017 Lancet Commission on Dementia Prevention, Intervention, and Care. So they had a 2017 paper that they published, and then they updated it in 2020. And what they said was that those modifiable risk factors, there were 9 of them, they were less education, hypertension, so not having a college education, not having enough education, basically you don't have enough cognitive reserve as you age. So not having enough education, having hypertension, hearing impairment, smoking, obesity, depression, physical inactivity, diabetes, and low social contact or being isolated were all modifiable risk factors. So not genetics that are not modifiable, but these are all modifiable risk factors, things we can change. And they are now adding 3 more risk factors for dementia with newer, convincing evidence. These factors are excessive alcohol, traumatic brain injury, and air pollution or toxicity. They have completed new reviews and meta-analyses and incorporated these into an updated 12 risk factor life course model of dementia prevention. Together, the 12 modifiable risk factors count for around 40% of worldwide dementias, which consequently could theoretically be prevented or delayed. So this is coming, excuse me, from one of the most reputable journals in the world. Excuse me. So sorry. This information is coming from one of the most reputable journals in the world. And what they're saying is that 40% of worldwide dementias could be prevented, or at the very least delayed. Now, they don't even know what we're doing at Solsere and Marama. And I don't think that they're factoring in what Dr. Bredesen's doing, where we are actually even reversing dementia when we take all of these factors and we intervene in a systematic way. And so another thing that they mention in their executive summary is that their new life course model, what they're presenting here, and the evidence synthesis. So they take all the data, they take lots of clinical trials, and they do meta-analyses. So we're starting to go up the hierarchy of literature. And then these guys are creating a recommendation, basically, after they synthesize the data and the evidence. And that this has paramount worldwide policy implications. They say it is never too early and never too late in life for dementia prevention. Early life, younger than 45 years, risks such as less education, cognitive reserve, and then midlife and later life, risk factors influence reserve and triggering of neuropathological developments. So what they're basically saying is that it's never too early and it's never too late to prevent dementia. that there's so much we can do, and including these 12 risk factors. They also say, similar to what I presented in the problem side, that amyloid beta and tau biomarkers indicate risk of progression to Alzheimer's dementia. However, so they're associated with risk of prevention of progression to Alzheimer's. However, most people with normal cognition with only these biomarkers never develop the disease. So this is that 30% of people over 65 who have enough beta amyloid and tau biomarkers to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's. They are not in a pre-symptomatic state. They are not sick people who aren't showing symptoms yet. They are healthy, and that's okay. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they will progress to Alzheimer's, although they could. And so we want them to make these modifiable changes in their lifestyle to prevent or to reduce their risk. Dr. Bredesen also has published several papers. So this one on the left, this is a 25 participant trial, and where the Lancet was taking the sum total of a lot of research that's out there about dementia. What Dr. Bredesen was doing with Dr. Kat Toops, who's the first author on this paper, what they did was they took 25 participants, and there were 3 different sites where different doctors took their patients who had cognitive decline through the Bredesen protocol for 9 months. They had the support of health coaches, they had the support of exercise coaches, they got their toxins out, they were able to get on supplements, they were able to get on medications as appropriate. So they worked one-on-one with their Bredesen trained provider to get the best of his protocol over the course of 9 months. And what they saw when they measured it is that 84% of those 25 participants improved their cognitive function. Only one of them had no change at all, and 12% declined. And so what we expect is that everyone will decline by about 3 points on their MoCA score on that 30-point scale. So if you have a MoCA of 23, we expect you to go down to a 20 in 12 months. And what they saw in this trial was not only did people not decline by 2 or 3 points, they improved by an average of 3 points. So this is like a 6-point difference on a MoCA scale. This is incredible. This is groundbreaking, earth-shattering, incredible information. And now these patients had a lot of handholding, they had a lot of support. And I will say that this is very consistent with what I see in my clinical practice, so that if we work hard, if people have the support, the vast majority of them get better. And then this trial on the right, it was also published through Dr. Bredesen's group and some people who work with him. And this is based on the RECODE protocol. So these are people who did not have all of the hand-holding that everybody on this left side did. They had just access to an online AI platform, lots of education, lots of engagement, but all of it was not with one-on-one with other people or with trained clinicians. It was only through RECODE. And so these were people who were interfacing with an online program, and some of them were engaged with doctors and health coaches, but not all of them. So everyone who was involved in RECODE, of everyone who signed up, 51% of them improved. Again, no one is meant to get better, right? If you listen to some of the neurologists, there's nothing you can do, and you should expect a precipitous decline. Well, 51% of people who didn't even have all the support, they just had the information, so started making lifestyle changes, had improvement. Now, of course, we expect more people here to decrease and not have as much change at all. However, this is still really impressive that 51% of participants improved. And so I highly recommend that you reach out to Apollo and get more information from them. They are partnered with us on the summit, as is Dr. Bredesen, and they really provide some phenomenal educational resources. And the papers are available. The original research of both of these trials is available on their website. So I was very, very fortunate to receive a grant to do a similar trial to the one that Kat Toops and Dr. Bredesen did, where we were able to take 25 participants through my version of Dr. Bredesen's protocol here at Sulcere. And we called it the Integrative Therapy for Holistic Natural Cognition and Lifestyle Rehab, or the I Think Clear trial. This is a prospective observational study where we were really just assessing feasibility. Could this work? Do people follow the protocol? It's a very complex protocol, and this is in a population, as you well know, where they're cognitively challenged. And so it's a lot to ask people to change their diet, change their habits, prioritize sleep, prioritize exercise, take all the supplements, take some new medications. This is a lot to ask someone. Start meditating, and we did it. So we just have recently finished collecting the last of our 6-month data. We took 25 participants through 6 months of intensive protocol to reverse their cognitive decline. And Dr. Bredesen's group, they did it for 9 months. So they had a little bit longer trial, and they took participants with MoCAs down to 19. So a little bit earlier on in the disease process, not a severe disease. We took participants from MoCAs of 12 to 23. So they had to have significantly measurable cognitive decline to be included in our trial. And then we had only 6 months to show change. So I'm very excited to be publishing that research this year. It has not been peer reviewed yet. Our paper is not finalized, but as soon as it is, as long as you're on our email list, you will be one of the first to hear about it when it's out there and ready to be read. And I hope that you will help us share it widely, because the reason that I'm so dedicated to this is because I know that there is suffering happening in the world that doesn't have to. And so getting the research out there, getting the knowledge out there, showing people what's possible will be what inspires them to intervene earlier and to prevent this disease so we can make it a rare disease. I believe that Alzheimer's is optional from what I have seen clinically, and I want everybody to be able to take advantage of that information and that opportunity. I hope that you've gotten a ton out of today. And I know that there are often lots more questions after a day like this, where there's so much information being shared. Please comment in the section below, in the comment section below, and let me know your feedback. Let me know what questions have come up for you. Let me know what you loved about today and what you'd like to see more of. I read all the comments and really appreciate engaging with this community. You are a delight to serve. Thank you for the privilege and opportunity. So there you have it. That wraps up day 1 of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I hope you've learned as much as I have and you're ready to go put it into action. We heard from Dr. David Perlmutter, Dr. Dale Bredesen, Dr. Julie Gregory on reversing her own dementia and the amazing community that she's put together. Sally Weinrich told us about how she reversed her dementia. Tom O'Brien shared his insights with us on brain health and why it's so important to act soon with so many people younger now suffering with dementia. Nate Bergman shared with us all he's learned about the combination of conventional medicine and these alternative lifestyle approaches. Dr. Isaac Eliaz shared from the heart about galectin-3s and also about the benefits of meditation for brain health. Julie Luby, one of my favorite health coaches, shared with Dr. Bredesen about the importance of health coaching when it comes to implementing the Bredesen protocol yourself. Make sure you tune in tomorrow because we have another set of amazing speakers ready to share their expert insights and breakthroughs with you on how you can reverse dementia and get back decades of your life. If for any reason you think you might miss any of these important, inspirational, and life-changing interviews during the summit, I encourage you to secure a lifetime all-access pass by purchasing the VIP all-access pass today. You won't want to miss anything, and you can watch and listen to these interviews again and again at your own pace. Simply click the button below to order your VIP all-access pass at a special limited time discount right now. This won't last forever. Before we wrap up, please leave me some comments in the section below and let me know what inspired you most about today's interviews. Once again, thank you so much for joining us for the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'll see you tomorrow.